Amid the vast starry void, the myriad stars stretched like endless grains of sand. A white spherical spaceship hurtled at extreme speed through the sea of stars. "I'm finally about to reach Earth," Wang Lin murmured to himself. He was a human from Earth who loved watching Dragon Ball. Because he had no money to go to the hospital, he attempted to circumcise himself but accidentally caused massive blood loss and died. When he opened his eyes again, he discovered that he had transmigrated. By now Wang Lin's soul had already been in the world of Dragon Ball for 2 or 3 months. His current identity was that of a Saiyan. After realizing he had crossed over into the world of Dragon Ball, he immediately set out for Earth. The copy system was Wang Lin's cheat. Its function was to replicate the abilities and talents of others. There were 2 ways to copy another's power. The first method, as long as a target within his field of vision spoke, he could directly copy them. The second, as long as he touched the target for more than 3 seconds, he could instantly copy them. As long as either condition was met, he could duplicate both ability and talent. While heading toward Earth, Wang Lin made a little detour. He stopped by planet Yardrat and copied every ability possessed by the Yardratians. Naturally, instant transmission was among the powers he acquired. However, with his current battle power, he was still unable to sense Earth's ki from afar. Thus he had no choice but to rely on the spaceship for the journey. Before long, a blue planet appeared within Wang Lin's sight. "That's Earth." Gazing at the Earth so close at hand, a blazing light erupted in his eyes, the corners of his mouth lifting as an irrepressible smile curved his lips. With a sharp whoosh, the white spherical spaceship tore through the atmosphere like a meteor, plummeting rapidly toward Earth. Friction with the air made it seem as though the craft itself had ignited. With a thunderous boom, the spaceship slammed into the ground. Dust billowed in all directions, smoke rolling heavily through the air. A massive circular crater was gouged into the Earth. The ship lay quietly at the very center of the crater. As the smoke dispersed in the wind, a low hum sounded and the hatch opened. A young man stepped out from within the spacecraft. He wore a scouter over his eye and a blue Saiyan battle suit, a brown tail coiled around his waist. His features were handsome, black hair fluttering with a stubborn ahoe drooping before the tip of his nose. His solid muscles and well-proportioned body carried a powerful aesthetic beauty. This man was none other than Wang Lin. Wang Lin pressed a button on his scouter, taking a reading of the data. "Let me see which individuals currently have the highest battle power on Earth." Ha! At location 2888 there are actually 5 people, and they're all gathered together. Are they having some kind of meeting? Wang Lin was a little surprised. But this is so strange. Even my battle power is already 30,000, yet not one of these 5 exceeds 10,000. Wang Lin was somewhat astonished. What point in the timeline is this? Why is the strongest battle power on Earth not even 10,000? He pondered, deeply perplexed. Forget it. Thinking about it won't help. Once I go there, I'll know, Wang Lin muttered to himself. After pressing the spaceship's remote to close the hatch, he lightly tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and leapt into the air. With a sudden boom, his whole body shot out like a cannonball. A long translucent white trail stretched across the sky behind him. Wang Lin used Bokujutsu, his speed increasing as he flew, his figure shrinking rapidly. In the blink of an eye he vanished from sight, racing at full speed toward the location marked on his scouter. He arrived above a desolate wilderness where bizarre yellow rock formations stood everywhere and the terrain was stark and simple. Appearing in the sky, Wang Lin slightly restrained his own aura. He quietly observed the situation below. He saw Son Goku, Son Gohan and Vegeta all lying on the ground, while Krillin and Yajirobe could barely remain standing. These 5 were all members of the main cast. From this scene it was easy to deduce that the current plot was the early stage of Dragon Ball Z, specifically Vegeta's invasion of Earth. Wang Lin narrowed his eyes, watching intently. He noticed several tiny robots collecting blood cells from the ground before quickly flying off. The origin of these miniature robots was not difficult to surmise. They were clearly creations of Dr. Gero. At that moment Wang Lin's attention was drawn by a peal of laughter. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. We did it. Krillin laughed loudly. At this moment Vegeta was pinned beneath Son Gohan. Vegeta's face was smeared with blood, his body covered in wounds. His left eye was ruined, his tail severed. Even his Saiyan armor was in tatters, a long gruesome gash carved across his back. Gasping raggedly, Vegeta panted for breath. In his current state he looked utterly miserable. With a sudden shove, Vegeta pushed Son Gohan off his body. His hand trembling, he fumbled within his armor, pulled out his spaceship remote and pressed down hard. That single press seemed to drain the last of his strength. Vegeta lay motionless on the ground waiting for his spaceship to arrive. He's still not dead. Krillin stared at Vegeta's actions in utter shock. In his eyes, Vegeta was practically an unkillable monster. First, Vegeta had been severely injured by Son Goku's Kaioken. Then he was struck by the spirit bomb. After that, Yajirobe had cut off his tail. Finally, he had been brutally beaten by the great ape Son Gohan. Vegeta had been ravaged by them again and again, yet he still refused to die. Krillin could not help but doubt. Could it be that Vegeta possessed an immortal body? As he stood there stunned, a low hum suddenly sounded. A spherical spaceship flew rapidly toward them. It opened its hatch automatically and descended slowly to land beside Vegeta. Ugh, NGH. Trembling violently, Vegeta struggled, forcing himself to crawl toward his spaceship with extreme difficulty. Damn it. I, Vegeta, prince of the Saiyan race, actually have to flee in disgrace. What a humiliation. He growled unwillingly. Though his words were full of defiance, his movements did not slow in the slightest. If anything, he crawled even faster. He's trying to escape. Krillin's heart lurched. No. I can't let him get away. Kaiotsu, Tien, Yamcha and Piccolo all died because of him. I absolutely cannot let him escape. Krillin made up his mind. He then painfully picked up Yajirobe's sword and limped toward Vegeta. Gripping the long blade with both hands, Krillin raised it high and thrust it fiercely down toward Vegeta. Vegeta! Don't even think about running. Die! He roared. Yet at that critical instant a voice resounded within Krillin's heart. Wait, Krillin! It was Son Goku's voice. Krillin halted abruptly, staring in shock at Son Goku lying on the ground. Goku, what is it? He asked, baffled. Krillin, let Vegeta go, Son Goku forced out with difficulty. His injuries were far too severe. His weary eyes were barely open, as if he might stop breathing at any moment. What? Goku, how can you even say something like that? Say that again. Krillin shouted, thinking he must have misheard. I said spare Vegeta, Son Goku repeated. Goku! What foolishness are you talking about? Kaiotsu, Tien, Yamcha and Piccolo all died because of him. Now that we finally have the chance to kill Vegeta, how can I possibly let him go? Krillin bellowed. Kellen, just let me be willful this once. Killing Vegeta would be far too wasteful. Sun Wukong said. Ha! Too wasteful. Kellen was stunned. Yeah. I still want to fight him one more time. Just let me be selfish this once. Sun Wukong said in a faint, almost breathless voice. Wukong. Thighs, how can that be allowed? Kellen hesitated. Seeing Kellen's indecisive expression, Sun Wukong knew that his heart had already begun to waver. Thus Sun Wukong increased the pressure, unleashing his persuasive tongue once more. Kellen, please. I beg you. Let me beg you. Spare Vegeta. Just this once, let me have my way. I really want to fight him again. At this moment Sun Wukong was gravely injured, unable even to move a finger. Every word he spoke came with tremendous pain. Seeing this, Kellen could not bear it. In that instant all his spirit and resolve deflated. He spoke in a somewhat dejected tone. Sigh. All right. Wukong, you really do have the right to be willful. If Vegeta comes to Earth again, you must defeat him with even greater strength. Kellen threw away the knife in his hand, choosing to spare Vegeta. Good. I definitely will. The tension in Sun Wukong's heart eased, and despite the pain he forced out a smile. In that instant everyone relaxed and their hearts gradually calmed. They had fought Vegeta in a desperate battle, some dead, others gravely wounded. It was an incomparably tragic victory. Sun Wukong's choice could be called the very model of saintly compassion. Yet at that very moment, Sun Wukong and Kellen's expressions suddenly turned extremely unsightly. Now that they had calmed, they sensed a faint aura, both familiar and yet strange. Asa! Saiyan! Krillin lifted his head to the sky, undisguised terror flickering in his eyes. How can this be? Weren't there supposed to be only 2 Saiyans? Sun Wukong stared at Wang Lin in the sky, forcing himself to stay conscious, his expression incomparably grave. There's actually another Saiyan. Thighs is the end. Yukinuobi's face was filled with utter despair. Damn it, my injuries are too severe. Sun Wukong struggled, trying to stand. But his body was far too badly damaged. No matter how he tried, he could not rise. This time we might really be finished. Oh my, since you've discovered me, I suppose I won't bother hiding anymore. Wang Lin said with a light chuckle. With that he used Bokujutsu, slowly descending to the ground. He had never truly tried to suppress his aura to the lowest. Being discovered was only a matter of time. At the same time, Wang Lin understood why the scouter had detected a maximum battle power of less than 10,000. Sun Wukong, Vegeta and the other 5 in total, were all grievously wounded. If their battle power still exceeded 10,000 now, that truly would have been something uncanny. Seeing Vegeta about to crawl into the space pod, Wang Lin's eyes flashed. At this moment, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity had presented itself. He could first copy Vegeta's abilities, and then copy the abilities of Sun Wukong and the others. There was no time to waste. If he delayed, he would lose this golden chance. I'll deal with you all later. Leaving behind those words, Wang Lin vanished with a swish. When he appeared again, he was already standing before Vegeta. Looking at Vegeta before him, Wang Lin said mockingly, "Yo, Prince Vegeta, you can go home and peacefully drink milk and watch television now. To keep you from getting in the way here and continuing to hinder my work, you'd better obediently board your spacepod and run away. Leave the rest to me." At these words, Vegeta instantly flew into a rage. What? What nonsense are you spouting, you bastard? Damn you! Who on earth are you? Why don't I remember a Saiyan like you? Vegeta demanded. You don't need to know who I am. You only need to know that I am a Saiyan. Wang Lin let out a cold laugh and grabbed Vegeta one-handed with his right hand. Then with a forceful swing he hurled him heavily into the space pod. After closing the pod's hatch, Wang Lin watched Vegeta depart. Though Vegeta felt aggrieved and furious and puzzled about who Wang Lin really was, in his severely injured state he had no energy left to think. Feeling the pod successfully take off, the exhausted Vegeta finally relaxed and fell into a deep sleep. As for why Wang Lin did this, of course it was so he could copy Vegeta's abilities. There were 2 methods to copy abilities and talent. The first required the target to speak, otherwise there was no way to copy. The moment Vegeta opened his mouth, all of his abilities were copied over to Wang Lin. Target speech detected. Copyable abilities: Saiyan Royal Bloodline, Artificial Moon, Gallic Cannon and Genius Battle Talent. Copy all of them, Wang Lin said to himself. Congratulations. Copy successful. Optimization reward triggered: Saiyan Royal Bloodline optimized to Mythic Saiyan Bloodline. What, that copying comes with optimization? Mythic Saiyan Bloodline. Wang Lin was inwardly overjoyed. At the moment the copy succeeded, Wang Lin was indeed a little excited, but overall he remained within the bounds of self-control. After all, from the moment he transmigrated he had been a Saiyan and even possessed a system. That initial rush of excitement had long since faded. Wait a minute. What's going on? Mythic Saiyan Bloodline. Where did this mythic bloodline come from? Since when do Saiyans have this kind of bloodline? Wasn't it supposed to be a god-level bloodline? Wang Lin's gaze sharpened. He then carefully read through the introduction to the Mythic Saiyan Bloodline. Mythic Saiyan Bloodline, upon initial activation, battle power will be 100 times stronger than that of a normal Saiyan. As time passes, the multiplier will continually increase with no upper limit. Upon first transforming into a Super Saiyan, battle power will be 10 times that of a normal Super Saiyan, manifesting as tenfold Super Saiyan strength. The stronger one becomes, the higher the multiplier climbs without limit. After reading the description of this bloodline, Wang Lin's joy rose several layers higher. He could no longer remain calm. All he could think was how incredibly tempting it was. What, the battle power 100 times stronger than a normal Saiyan bloodline? Transforming into a Super Saiyan with tenfold battle power. Isn't that essentially becoming a Super Saiyan and then stacking a tenfold Kaioken on top of it? And later, the stronger I am, the more outrageous the multiplier becomes. No wonder it's a mythic bloodline, it utterly leaves the so-called god-level bloodline in the dust. Wang Lin was both shocked and ecstatic. His feelings were difficult to put into words. In short, wonderfully strange. Very good. Very successful. Wang Lin's mouth watered, he licked his lips, savoring the boundless aftertaste of his gain. Vegeta, since I've copied your abilities, then in the future your wife shall be raised by me as well. A wicked smile curled at the corner of Wang Lin's lips. Next it's your turn. Wang Lin turned and looked at Krillin. Whoa, who are you? Krillin stared at Wang Lin in fear, his legs trembling, involuntarily backing away as though from a venomous serpent. Sun Wukong and Yakinuobi were also on edge, their spirits taut. As for Sun Wufan, he remained unconscious. Wang Lin took 2 steps forward, smiling at Krillin as he said, "Little Baldy, my name is Wang Lin, just an utterly ordinary Saiyan." "Hello, my name is Krillin." Krillin looked at Wang Lin with fearful eyes, terrified that a single wrong word would provoke a blow. Wang Lin's smile at that moment was just like when Hijacking Saiyan first appeared, one glance and it looked like the smile of a villain. Seeing this, the prone Sun Wukong secretly sighed in relief and lowered his guard. Judging by Wang Lin's demeanor, he did not seem overly hostile. Wang Lin's purpose in talking to Krillin was naturally to copy his abilities. Target speech detected. Copyable abilities, methods of using Chi Destructo Disc, Solar Flare, Kamehameha, and Lecherous Combat Experience. Copy all of them, Wang Lin silently intoned. Copy successful. At the moment of success, the corners of Wang Lin's mouth lifted into a radiant smile. However, inwardly Wang Lin was grumbling, Vegeta's genius battle talent I can accept. But, what on earth is this lecherous combat experience? Mr. Wang Lin, are you here to invade Earth like Vegeta? Krillin asked cautiously. Do you very much want me to invade Earth? Wang Lin asked back with a half-smile. No, not at all, you misunderstood, I absolutely don't want that. Kellen's heart lurched, he was utterly terrified, every hair on his body standing on end. Watching Kellen's frightened appearance, Wang Lin thought to himself, do not worry, your wife I shall raise for you in the future. Though that was what Wang Lin was thinking, he was not foolish enough to actually say it aloud. So Wang Lin showed what he believed to be a very kindly smile. Don't panic. I'm not like that guy Vegeta. As long as you don't provoke me, I won't do anything to you. Unless of course I'm in a bad mood. Okay, alright. Rest assured, even if we're bored out of our minds, we would never come looking for trouble with you. Krillin said, thoroughly frightened. All the better. Wang Lin nodded lightly. Then Wang Lin walked up to Sun Wukong, who was lying on the ground. He had not forgotten that he still needed to copy Sun Wukong's abilities. Hey! You must be Kakarot, right? Wang Lin asked knowingly. I am not Kakarot, I am Sun Dogkong. Sun Wukong replied wearily, shaking his head. Wang Lin looked at Sun Wukong and asked, isn't that the same? Sun Wukong immediately retorted, no, I am from Earth, I am Sun Wukong who grew up on Earth, not the so-called Kakarot. Are you that stubborn? Fine, Kakarot, then from now on I will call you Dogkong. Wang Lin said casually. That's more like it, Sun Wukong blinked. I wonder what abilities I can copy from Kakarot. As soon as Wang Lin thought of this, the next moment the abilities that could be copied from Sun Wukong appeared in his mind. Target detected, speaking. Copyable abilities: Kaioken, Spirit Bomb, Kamehameha, Rock Paper Scissors, Heaven and Earth, Piercing Fist, After Image Fist, Solar Fist. Methods of utilizing Chi: exceptional combat talent and experience, Saiyan lower class warrior bloodline, infinite potential. Do you wish to copy? Copy all except the Saiyan lower class warrior bloodline. Congratulations. Copy successful. Optimization reward triggered. Kaioken optimized to damage-free Kaioken. Damage-free. It actually optimized to damage-free Kaioken. This is truly amazing. Wang Lin felt a surge of joy in his heart, burning with excitement. The so-called damage-free Kaioken means that after using Kaioken it would not cause any harm to himself. There would be no overload of power that could lead to his body collapsing. This meant that Wang Lin could use Kaioken at will without worrying about side effects. Such a divine skill left Wang Lin overjoyed. With the mythical Saiyan bloodline combined with damage-free Kaioken. With such an advantage, who can stand in my way? Wang Lin was ecstatic inside. Hey! Little bald head, keep an eye on Dogkong for a moment, I will check on that kid's injuries. Wang Lin pointed at Son Gohan and said, "Oh. Okay. Krillin hurried over without thinking much. Then with a light heart Wang Lin walked over to the unconscious Son Gohan, placing his right hand on Gohan's forehead, pretending to check on his injuries. It seemed like he was checking for injuries, but in reality he aimed to copy Son Gohan's abilities and talents. Touching the object for 3 seconds. Copyable abilities: Saiyan Lower Class Warrior Bloodline, Instant Transmission, Unparalleled Training Talent. Infinite Potential. Do you wish to copy? Copy all except the Saiyan Lower Class Warrior Bloodline. Wang Lin silently thought. Copy successful, the system responded. Great. With this I have everything. Wang Lin rejoiced in his heart. There are 2 ways to copy others' abilities and talents. The method Wang Lin used on Son Gohan was indeed the 3-second touch method. After a moment Wang Lin gradually calmed down. Copying this time with Krillin and this time with Son Gohan did not trigger optimization rewards. It seems this optimization reward is likely random. Moving on. Wang Lin was mentally reviewing. Mr. Wang Lin. Gohan should be okay, right? Krillin asked cautiously. Krillin's words interrupted Wang Lin's thoughts. It's not a big issue, he just fainted. Wang Lin replied casually. Oh, that's good, then I can relax. Krillin sighed in relief. Ha ha. As long as he's fine, Sun Wukong also smiled. At this moment a somewhat chubby figure approached Krillin. You idiot, don't just throw my knife around after using it. After picking up his knife with a face full of resentment, Yakuruban complained unhappily. Seeing that the situation was optimistic and there was no danger, Yakuruban rushed out. Krillin scratched the back of his head and smiled apologetically. Yakuruban, don't worry so much about this little thing. After all, we survived this battle, which is already quite good. If it's not your knife, of course you wouldn't care, Yakuruban turned his head away, clearly unwilling to talk to Krillin. Alright, anyway, winning this battle is already the best outcome, Sun Wukong said with a smile. Then Wang Lin stepped in front of Yakuruban and placed his hand on Yakuruban's shoulder. Feeling Wang Lin's gesture, Yakuruban instinctively shrank his neck, not daring to resist. Who knows if this Saiyan might suddenly feel like killing him? Yakuruban thought. Wang Lin mused, I wonder what abilities this detestable Yakuruban possesses. He is so tough, though he is a marginal character among the Z warriors, he should still have some abilities, right? Touching the object for 3 seconds. Copyable abilities: extraordinary eating capacity, exceptional swordsmanship, self-preservation, thick skin, outstanding durability, potential strongest earthling. Do you wish to copy? What the hell? This guy is also a potential strongest earthling. Wang Lin was shocked upon seeing the descriptions of these abilities. Yakuruban is indeed a peculiar character, no wonder he has lived so long. Besides having excellent durability, he is also very cautious, commonly known as timid. Wang Lin recalled Yakuruban's persona. He remembered when Sun Wukong fought King Piccolo. Yakuruban helped Sun Wukong climb Karin Tower. Helping someone climb Karin Tower was unprecedented at that time. One must say that Yakuruban indeed had the potential to be the strongest earthling. If he were not lazy and instead diligent in cultivation, he might have surpassed Krillin by a large margin. Moreover, Yakuruban was also known as Meat Yasuo. Of course, it was just a playful nickname, so don't take it seriously. However, Yakuruban is indeed hated by many. It was because during his climb up Karin Tower he wasted all the senzu beans, leading to a severe shortage of this precious resource. Back then, when Wang Lin watched Dragon Ball, he once thought about choking this fat guy to death. Forget it, even if I killed Yakuruban now it wouldn't matter. As for planting senzu beans, that is also possible, but the yield is too low. It seems I still need to use the dragon water to irrigate them. This could be a bit troublesome. I should find a chance to wish for unlimited senzu beans from the dragon. Wang Lin pondered. Copying exceptional swordsmanship and outstanding durability, I will leave the rest. Wang Lin thought. The system's voice sounded copy successful. Wang Lin smiled and withdrew his hand from Yakuruban's shoulder. Phew. Yakuruban let out a long sigh. He just felt like he was being held by the throat of fate. The pressure emitted by this Saiyan was truly terrifying. Not long after, Sun Wukong and Krillin and the others took a short break. Suddenly a yellow flying vehicle descended slowly from the sky. As soon as the vehicle stopped, a hurried figure jumped down.
Gohan. My Gohan. Mommy's here.
This figure was none other than Sun Wukong's wife Shishi. Shishi leaped gracefully, her blue dress fluttering, and jumped off Krillin's head. Shishi bowed down and picked up the unconscious Son Gohan, tears welling in her eyes as she said, "Gohan, my poor Gohan."
It's okay, Mommy's here.
Krillin touched his head where Shishi stepped, and after pondering for 2 seconds as if recalling something, pointed at Sun Wukong.
Hey. Shichi, Gohan just fainted. Don't you want to check on Wukong, who is seriously injured? Wow, my Gohan, it's so pitiful. He is only 4 years old and has to fight bad people. It's too cruel. Shishi choked.
Shishi seemed not to hear Krillin's words. Compared to Shishi's obliviousness, Master Roshi, Karen and Bulma appeared to care more about Sun Wukong. After a few of them got off the vehicle, they immediately went to check on Sun Wukong's injuries.
Wukong. Wukong. Are you okay? Is your injury serious? Bulma and the others called out with concern. Cough. I'm fine, don't worry, I'm not dead yet. Sun Wukong forced a smile, enduring the pain. That's good, Bulma and the others sighed in relief.
At this moment, Wang Lin quietly observed the scene before him, feeling a sense of joy within his heart. For at this moment a series of voices echoed in his mind. Detected voices of Master Roshi, Korin, Bulma and Shishi. Copyable abilities: Mafuba Universal Shockwave Kamehameha techniques for manipulating Chi, the martial arts of the Turtle School Master Rose, his insights on martial arts. Cultivation techniques for the Senzu Bean Afterimage Fist Mind Reading Foresight, Korin's martial arts insights.
The genius of a scientist, Bulma's scientific knowledge and experience.
Turtle School martial arts, the mentality of a resentful woman, Shishi's cooking and housekeeping skills.
Do you wish to copy? A resentful mentality. Damn it. Aside from that, copy everything else. Wang Lin silently thought. Copy successful. He. This is truly great. Wang Lin felt a surge of happiness within. Having copied so many abilities, his future days would be much easier, saving at least a decade's worth of detours. Moreover, before arriving on Earth, he had also copied the abilities of the Arlean race, so saying he had saved a decade's worth of detours was not an exaggeration. At this moment, Bulma noticed Wang Lin's brown tail wrapped around his waist, trembling as she pointed at him in shock. A Saiyan. You are a Saiyan. How can this be?
Were not the Saiyans defeated by Goku?
Master Roshi furrowed his brows, staring at Wang Lin with grave concern as if facing a formidable enemy. This is not good. Master Roshi whispered.
Meanwhile, Wang Lin maintained a stoic expression, his eyes fixed on the two.
But inside he was frantically complaining, damn, only now do they notice me. As a Saiyan, do I have no pride? Is my presence so insignificant?
To ignore him so completely was the most critical mistake. At that moment the atmosphere became incredibly serious, reaching a boiling point. However, just then a voice broke through, instantly dissolving the awkward, intense atmosphere.
Master Roshi, Bulma, don't worry. As long as you don't provoke Wang Lin, he won't hold anything against you. Clearly the one speaking was Krillin, who sensed the unease in the air.
Seeing everyone looking at him, Wang Lin hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement with Krillin's words.
Right, the little bald guy is not wrong. I see now.
Master Roshi revealed a look of understanding, his brows easing.
Phew. That's good. Bulma sighed in relief, as if a deflated balloon, glad that no conflict had occurred.
Wang Lin's attention shifted. He was still digesting the abilities he had just copied and had no intention of competing with the two in a gaze.
Speaking of which, Wang Lin actually had a bit of a fondness for Bulma. After all the time spent watching Dragon Ball was a period of longing and an unforgettable memory. Now that he had the opportunity to interact with Bulma, he was not one to miss out. He would seize it well. Let's put it this way.
As long as he got to her before Vegeta. In addition, regarding the character Android 18 later in the story, he was also quite eager. His two favorite female leads were indeed these two. However, the plot and timing had not yet developed to that extent. He would have to talk about it later. One could only say that Vegeta and Krillin were too young to grasp it, so it was better for Uncle to handle it.
Of course, he had digressed back to the main point.
The most important thing now is to enhance my combat power.
Otherwise, passing Frieza's challenge will be quite difficult.
Wang Lin thought to himself.
Subsequently, Bulma and the others under Wang Lin's watchful gaze took the heavily injured Goku and Krillin and left in their spaceship. Of course, before they left, they took the bodies of Piccolo, Tien, and Yamcha. Due to the self-destruction of Kaiatsu, there were no remains, not even ashes could be found. Next, let's head to the Heavenly Realms God Temple. The Room of Spirit in Time there is definitely worth utilizing. I need to gain the power to transform into a Super Saiyan before that trip to Namek. If I can't even transform into a Super Saiyan, then what kind of Saiyan am I? Wang Lin set this small goal for himself. However, before that I must also copy Dr. Brief's abilities. This way I can create a gravity chamber, and when I enter the Room of Spirit in Time combined with the gravity chamber for training, it will be even more exciting. Very well, let's do it this way. Wang Lin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Dr. Brief is Bulma's father and the founder of Capsule Corporation. Then Wang Lin performed the skydance technique, rapidly flying towards Bulma's home in West City. In no time he arrived at West City. Looking down at the bustling city below with its throngs of people and vehicles, Wang Lin felt a sense of familiarity. The cities of his past life bore some resemblance to this modern West City. Wang Lin was taken aback, his mind swirling with thoughts. In getting older, having lived 2 lives, everything I see evokes memories. Wang Lin shook his head, clearing away the clutter of thoughts. Wang Lin gazed down at the city using the mind-reading technique he had copied from Krillin to search for the presence of Dr. Brief. The mind-reading technique allows one to probe into others' minds to discern their thoughts and can also uncover memories. Wang Lin's thoughts swept across many ordinary people's minds, eventually locating the presence that pointed to Dr. Brief. After noting this presence in his mind, Wang Lin gently closed his eyes. He raised his right hand, bringing his index and middle fingers together to rest against his forehead. Amidst the myriad of chaotic energies, he focused on feeling the energy belonging to Dr. Brief. Suddenly Wang Lin opened his eyes. Found it. Wang Lin's body flickered, the void blurred, and he vanished in an instant. What he had just used was instant transmission. This was something he had copied from the Arlian race. When Wang Lin reappeared, he was already standing in front of Dr. Brief. At this moment, Dr. Brief was dressed in white, wearing black-rimmed glasses with hair the same color as Bulma's, a scruffy beard, and a small black cat resting on his shoulder. This appearance was identical to that in the original work. Who are you? How did you suddenly appear here? Dr. Brief looked at Wang Lin, who had suddenly appeared, with a very bewildered expression. At the moment Dr. Brief opened his mouth to speak, a beautiful voice echoed in Wang Lin's mind. Detected target speaking. Copyable abilities, methods for creating capsules, a genius-level brain, all the techniques and experiences of a pioneering scientist. Do you wish to copy? Copy everything. Wang Lin silently thought. Copy successful. Wang Lin looked at Dr. Brief, smiling, and said nothing. Wang Lin raised his right hand, bringing his index and middle fingers together against his forehead. The void blurred and he disappeared. Dr. Brief gazed blankly at the spot where Wang Lin had vanished, feeling somewhat perplexed. What a strange guy. After leaving West City, Wang Lin went to collect materials for creating the gravity chamber and modifying the spaceship. Along the way, he also gathered materials for cultivating senza beans. The Krillin Sacred Land. From below one can see a pillar that stretches into the sky, seemingly endless. This pillar is the Krillin Tower, a gateway to the celestial realm. The Spirit in Time Room. Here I come. Wang Lin murmured. He executed the skydance technique, flying upward with all his might towards the celestial realm at the top. Before long, Wang Lin arrived at the Krillin Tower. As he passed by the residence of the Krillin Immortal, he collected some super divine water. After gathering enough super divine water, Wang Lin surpassed the Krillin Tower and arrived at the celestial realm at the very top. He gazed around. The entire celestial realm resembled a massive circular object sliced in half from the middle upwards. The temple stood atop this semicircular celestial realm. At the edge of the celestial realm, regularly planted small trees lined the ground. The surface was paved with white square stone tiles. This scene was exactly like the celestial realm described in the original work. The moment Wang Lin appeared in the celestial realm, a voice suddenly rang in his ear. You are a Saiyan. As the voice echoed, a figure appeared before Wang Lin. This person was Mr. Bobo, who looked somewhat naive, plump with dark skin resembling that of an Indian.
Detected target speaking. Copyable abilities: puppet technique, flying carpet, the technique of molding the divine dragon model, top tier methods of chi utilization, elite martial arts insights, a series of abilities from divine servants, and the technology to repair the spirit in time room.
Would you like to copy all?
Yes.
Copy successful. Bobo's abilities. Successfully copied.
Wang Lin felt a surge of joy, a slight smile forming at the corners of his mouth.
At the moment Wang Lin completed the copying, Bobo spoke again. Saiyan, what are you doing here?
Wang Lin smiled and replied, I am here to make a deal with you.
A deal? What kind of deal? Bobo watched Wang Lin warily. Trust me, you will be very interested in this deal.
Wang Lin said with a smile.
What exactly do you want to do? Bobo asked. Revive the god. Wang Lin whispered.
Upon hearing this, Bobo's interest was piqued. Really?
Do you really have a way to revive the deity? Wang Lin gently nodded. Seeing this, Bobo asked, what kind of deal do you want to make with me? If it's too outrageous, Bobo won't trade with you. Then let me be straightforward, this condition should be a piece of cake for you.
I want to borrow the spirit in time room and the temple. As a condition of the deal, I will travel to Namek and find the Dragon Balls there to help you revive the deity.
What do you think? It's a great deal, right? Wang Lin asked. Bobo frowned and inquired, the spirit in time room. What scheme are you planning inside?
What ulterior motives do you have?
The matter of reviving the deity is also a trick to deceive me, isn't it? How do you know all these things?
When you come out, you don't plan to invade Earth, right?
Wang Lin grew impatient upon hearing a barrage of questions. Have I been too kind? So kind that you forgot I am a Saiyan? Why so much nonsense?
If you don't want to make this deal, then fine, you make it sound like I am begging you. I don't need to go through too much trouble. I just need to defeat you and then I can enter the spirit in time room myself.
Wang Lin said coldly. Bobo's expression changed, and after a moment of thought he realized Wang Lin was absolutely right. His previous words were indeed inappropriate and he might end up creating a strong enemy. While Bobo pondered, Wang Lin sneered, so have you decided to be my enemy? I am running out of patience. In an instant Bobo's face turned even more grim. Ultimately Bobo corrected his attitude and chose to be sincere. I'm sorry. I sincerely apologize. Bobo was rude.
Bobo apologizes to you.
Saying this, Bobo bowed at a 90-degree angle, apologizing to Wang Lin. Good, it seems you are not too foolish. Now take me to the spirit in time room. Wang Lin said. After Bobo nodded, he replied, all right. Bobo understood. Please follow Bobo. Bobo will take you to the spirit in time room now. After saying this, Bobo led the way towards the temple.
Wang Lin then followed him. Before long they entered the temple together.
After walking for a moment they arrived in front of a door.
Bobo, facing Wang Lin with his back to the door, said, behind this door is the spirit in time room. There is food and water inside.
The environment inside is very harsh. Are you really sure you want to go in? Bobo asked.
Wang Lin nodded and said, of course, 1 day outside equals 1 year inside. If I don't take advantage of such a great place, I would be struck by lightning.
Alright then, before you enter, let Bobo remind you. You can only stay inside for 2 days. If you exceed 2 days, this door will automatically disappear. By then you will never be able to come out. Please remember to come out within 2 days. After saying this, Bobo fell silent. Okay, I understand.
Having said that, Wang Lin pushed open the door and strode inside. Wang Lin was very clear about the spirit in time room. Even if he exceeded 2 days without coming out, it wouldn't matter. As long as he could reach the combat power of Super Saiyan 3, he could forcibly break through that space and emerge unscathed. What Wang Lin didn't know was that after Bobo left, he immediately descended to find Sun Wukong.
And at Bobo's strong request, Bulma embarked on the journey to Namek to find the Dragon Balls and revive the deity.
As for where the spaceship came from, it was naturally the ship that Piccolo once used to descend to Earth.
The location of Namek was learned from King Kai. Thus Bulma's son Gohan and Krillin set off for Namek. If Wang Lin knew of Bobo's actions, he would definitely say, I didn't expect it. Bobo has such heavy schemes. Indeed, his heart is as dark as his skin. Upon entering the Spirit in Time room, Wang Lin was greeted by a vast expanse of white space.
Aside from the ample food and water at the entrance, there was nothing else inside the room.
The environment was extremely harsh, the air was thin and it was stiflingly hot.
The temperature was maintained between 50 degrees Celsius and minus 40 degrees Celsius with a gravity 10 times that of Earth. Those with weak willpower entering here might even experience hallucinations.
And this is the Spirit and Time room. What a harsh environment.
Truly a torturous place.
Such an environment is perfect for cultivation. Wang Lin exclaimed. Next, let's first create a gravity chamber and a spaceship. Also, let's try to ripen the senzu beans.
Wang Lin muttered to himself. Having already gathered the materials for creating the gravity chamber and the spaceship after copying Dr.
Brief's abilities. Now the materials were naturally in abundance.
By the way, he also prepared a lot of materials for cultivating senzu beans. After all, he had previously copied the ability of the Krillin Immortal to cultivate senzu beans. It would be a waste not to use it right. Indeed, when he flew up to the celestial realm earlier, he specifically went to fetch super divine water to cultivate senzu beans. Additionally, he had a secret technique called ripening technique that he copied on Yardrat. Now he can naturally attempt to combine them to ripen the senzu beans. Wang Lin took out the universal capsule, laying out the materials and vessels needed to cultivate the immortal bean.
Finally, Wang Lin performed the ripening technique, attempting to hasten their growth. I wonder if it will succeed, he murmured. Wang Lin let out a low shout.
He raised his right hand, fingers spread wide, directing the ripening technique at the freshly cultivated immortal beans. A circle of green light continuously poured from Wang Lin's right hand onto the newly planted immortal beans. In no time, these beans, as if receiving great nourishment, sprouted roots and leaves, growing at an astonishing rate. Eventually, light green beans emerged.
Great, it worked! Wang Lin exclaimed, filled with joy.
Wang Lin gathered the green beans and counted them. After accounting for losses, he had about 30 to 40 left.
Not bad.
I planted around 500 to 600 beans and harvested 30 to 40, which is quite impressive.
Wang Lin was very pleased.
The success rate of the immortal bean cultivation technique from the immortal Krillin was pitifully low. Wang Lin successfully ripened 30 to 40 beans on his first try, which was truly remarkable.
Let's see if these ripened immortal beans have any effect.
Then Wang Lin gathered a thread of qi in the palm of his right hand and expressionlessly made a long deep cut on his left index finger. Immediately, a stream of bright red blood slowly dripped from the wound.
Wang Lin grabbed an immortal bean and tossed it into his mouth.
With a crisp crunch, he chewed a few times and swallowed. An unbelievable scene occurred. The wound on Wang Lin's index finger healed at a visible speed.
Looking at the suddenly healed wound, Wang Lin couldn't help but rejoice. Effective.
Excited, Wang Lin proceeded to ripen another batch of immortal beans. Next, he would create a gravity chamber and modify the spaceship. He had packed his spaceship and all the necessary materials into the universal capsule. Now he had taken them out and started the modifications. As for where the materials came from, as a Saiyan, it was quite reasonable to obtain some materials from the king, right?
Time flew by.
In the blink of an eye, Wang Lin had spent half a month in the room of Spirit in Time.
Phew! Finally completed.
Wang Lin sighed with relief. He spent almost half a month successfully modifying the spaceship. The gravity chamber inside the spaceship was also completed. The 500 times gravity chamber and the relatively large spaceship were perfectly combined.
Then, training begins. Wang Lin took a deep breath and sat cross-legged, closing his eyes to concentrate, raising his qi to the utmost.
Then Wang Lin entered the gravity chamber, setting the gravity to 50 times. As the dark red gravitational force enveloped the entire chamber, he began his training.
The powerful combat strength of the legendary Saiyan Bloodline was unleashed without restraint. Ha! Wang Lin let out a low growl. Suddenly, a white transparent aura burst forth from his body. Wang Lin exploded with power, maximizing his combat strength.
He then began training, adapting to the 50 times gravity, swinging his fists and kicking with his legs.
Adada!
Wang Lin rhythmically swung his fists using both hands and feet, producing sounds reminiscent of a prince's fighting style.
Wang Lin occasionally rolled over, leaping, spinning, sidekicking, and doing one-handed finger push-ups, performing various basic training exercises. He practiced using various training methods, including those of Bobo and the Turtle Hermit style.
In short, he perfectly executed every conceivable physical training and movement. Whenever he felt exhausted reaching his limits, Wang Lin would promptly consume an immortal bean to restore his stamina and then continue his high-intensity training.
During the training, Wang Lin's combat strength began to surge dramatically unbeknownst to him.
Additionally, he also attempted to practice the abilities he had copied. All the copied abilities and techniques felt as if he had already mastered them, seamlessly merging as if he had practiced for countless years.
Ha! King Kai Fist. 10 times.
Wang Lin clenched his fists and shouted, directly unleashing a tenfold King Kai Fist. Instantly a dark red aura erupted from Wang Lin's body, boosting his combat strength tenfold on the basis of a normal Saiyans hundredfold power.
Kamehameha. Following that, Wang Lin shouted, unleashing the Kamehameha wave based on the tenfold King Kai Fist.
Wang Lin spread his 10 fingers, pressing the palms together to gather a brilliant blue energy sphere. Then he placed his hands to the side of his waist and forcefully thrust a blue energy beam forward. This blue energy wave had a rounded front and a cylindrical back. The tail end connected to Wang Lin's palms with an unending surge of energy flowing out. Thus an incredibly fierce Kamehameha wave was formed. This wave circled the gravity chamber and then rushed towards Wang Lin. Wang Lin made an extremely reckless move, controlling the Kamehameha wave to attack himself. He wanted to see if he could withstand his own technique. Only by defeating oneself can one truly become powerful. Before the Kamehameha wave could hit him, he unleashed Vegeta's technique. Ya! Gallic Gun. Wang Lin shouted, his muscles tensed, bringing his hands together and finally placing them at his waist, suddenly unleashing the Gallic Gun towards the Kamehameha wave coming at him. With a loud bang, a blinding flash of light erupted. The two powerful energy waves collided fiercely. Boom! As the light dissipated, Wang Lin had blood at the corner of his mouth, severely injured, collapsing to the ground. Feeling the injuries on his body, he smiled helplessly. Hee. Attacking myself with my own technique, no one else does that. I feel like an idiot. Wang Lin struggled to get up from the ground, showing signs of pain, and staggered toward the place where the immortal beans were kept. He picked up a green immortal bean and placed it in his mouth. After chewing a few times, he swallowed it. Phew! Fully revived. Wang Lin sighed deeply as his injuries healed instantly. Simultaneously with the recovery of his injuries, the Saiyans near-death passive ability was refreshed. This meant that his combat strength would also surge dramatically. Continue training. The healed Wang Lin raised his aura to its peak. He resumed his training. Ha! Ya! Spirit Slash. Evil Containment Wave. Universal Shockwave. Spirit Bomb. Wang Lin executed all the copied techniques one after another. He immersed himself in the joy of training. Time flowed like the rushing waters of the Yangtze River. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. At this moment, Wang Lin's combat strength, bolstered by the talents copied from Gohan, had reached an astonishing level. Moreover, his control over his own aura had reached an unprecedented peak. He could perfectly manage every thread of chi, wasting not even a sliver. But that was still not enough. He had yet to transform into a Super Saiyan. Wang Lin could vaguely sense that barrier, yet he always felt slightly off. Thus he did not exit the room of spirit in time. He continued training. He firmly believed that he could become a legendary Super Saiyan. I remember the method to transform into a Super Saiyan seems to be to unleash my anger to the utmost. Whether I can succeed depends on this moment. Wang Lin clenched his fists tightly and slightly crouched down. Suddenly he let out a loud roar and an explosive surge of energy erupted from his body, a massive white transparent aura rising like flames. Immediately Wang Lin opened his mouth wide and yelled at the top of his lungs. Ha! Wang Lin roared, elevating his aura to its peak. Then he concentrated all the energy within his body into one point. Afterwards he spread the energy throughout his body. Ya! Wang Lin's mouth opened to the limit, continuously roaring, producing sounds akin to someone straining. At the moment when all the power was concentrated and released, Wang Lin's roar resonated throughout the entire room of spirit and time. With a loud bang, a terrifying aura erupted. Lightning streaked down from the sky. A golden aura suddenly burst forth from Wang Lin's body. Ha! Wang Lin emitted a roar resembling that of a wild beast. As the golden aura burst forth, his hair stood on end. His hair and eyebrows turned completely golden. In that instant his eyes had only sclera without pupils. But this was just for a moment. In the next instant a pair of emerald green pupils occupied the center of his sclera. His expression turned extremely angry, indifferent, brutal, arrogant, and conceited. At this moment Wang Lin had undeniably transformed into a Super Saiyan. After becoming a Super Saiyan, his combat power was multiplied by 10 again. Super Saiyan normal state 50 times and then this 50 is multiplied by 10, that's approximately the concept. However, this was only the initial transformation into a Super Saiyan. When the Mythic Saiyan Bloodline begins to awaken, the combat power will be 100 times stronger than that of a normal Saiyan. As time goes on, the multiplier will continue to increase. There is no upper limit. The initial transformation into a Super Saiyan will again multiply the combat power by 10 on this basis. The stronger one becomes, the more multipliers there are. There is no upper limit. Wang Lin looked at his palm, then clenched his fist, a tremendous feeling of power filling his entire being. Ha 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 ha. Wang Lin tilted his head back and laughed madly. I finally transformed into a Super Saiyan. This exhilarating moment is truly marvelous. Wang Lin was ecstatic. He could not suppress the joy in his heart. Joy radiated from him both inside and out, unmasked and unnecessary to conceal. Whoosh! Wang Lin swung his fists a few times, testing his current strength. This power is truly overwhelming. It's just fantastic. No wonder it's Super Saiyan. Wang Lin marveled at the terrifying power radiating from his body. I should continue my training. I need to consolidate my strength first. Wang Lin smiled confidently with a slight tilt of his lips. Then he began training in his Super Saiyan form. He felt that he had just transformed into a Super Saiyan and could expand his power, but he couldn't leave yet. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, another 6 months had gone by in the room of spirit in time. Meanwhile, outside a day had passed. Bulma, Krillin, and Gohan had already taken off in the Supreme Kai spaceship towards Namek for 1 day. As for Goku, due to his severe injuries, he was recuperating in a hospital. 1 day outside equals 1 year inside the room of spirit in time. At this moment, Wang Lin had mastered the full power of a Super Saiyan. He was just a hair's breadth away from becoming a Super Saiyan too. He had gradually adapted to the 500 times gravity chamber. Moreover, he had cultivated nearly 10,000 senzu beans, enough to last a very long time. The quantity of senzu beans, as Goku from Dragon Ball Super said, if we keep eating senzu beans we can have immortality like Zamasu. Wang Lin speculated that after leaving the room of spirit in time, if he unleashed his anger to the utmost, would he, like in the original story, transform into Super Saiyan too? After all, he had replicated Gohan's talent. However, whether it would work was uncertain, as he possessed the unheard-of Mythic Saiyan Bloodline. After exiting the Super Saiyan state, Wang Lin sighed lightly. Sigh. Cultivation requires a balance of work and rest. I've been training for a year without proper rest. My body must be exhausted by now. In such a harsh environment, anyone's body would find it intolerable. With my current strength, I could easily defeat Frieza. While I won't think about those trivial matters for now, I should just take a good rest. I haven't had a proper rest for a year. Wang Lin shook his head, brushing off these distracting thoughts. Then he took a shower, tidied up his belongings, and stored everything into the universal capsule. Wang Lin donned his blue Saiyan battlesuit and put on his power detector. One might ask why he still wore the power detector. It was naturally because it looked cool, instantly enhancing his aura. Imagine a Saiyan wearing a power detector versus one without. Could their aura possibly be the same? A Saiyan without a power detector is not classic. This has nothing to do with sensing energy. After Wang Lin concealed his aura, he stepped out of the room of spirit in time. Outside, Wang Lin stood at the edge of the heavenly realm. Looking up at the warm sun, the azure sky, and the gentle breeze, his mood inevitably lifted. After exhaling the stale air from his lungs, Wang Lin sighed. The air outside is so refreshing. Ha! So nice. At that moment, a stout black figure approached. Saiyan, you are out. The newcomer was Mr. Popo. Yeah. Wang Lin responded nonchalantly. I'm leaving. Wang Lin said calmly. Hearing this, Popo's expression changed. Where are you going? Do you need to ask where I'm going? Do you want me to invade Earth to make you happy? Wang Lin asked with interest. Popo quickly shook his head bobbing like a rattledrum. No, it's not that. Go wherever you want.
As long as it's not invading Earth, that's fine. Okay, see you when fate allows. Wang Lin said this and immediately used the instant transmission technique. He flew towards the lower realm. Whoosh! On the ground, a gust of wind swept by, leaving a white transparent tail in its wake. Quickly, Wang Lin arrived at the surface of the sea using the instant transmission technique. Yah! Wang Lin let out a hearty roar. His body skimmed along the surface of the ocean. The sea was plowed into a massive trench. Soon Wang Lin reached an uninhabited island. It was a small island filled with the sounds of birds and fragrant flowers, with vibrant green plants everywhere. The scenery was delightful. At the top of the island, a towering cherry blossom tree stood firmly rooted. Tiny pink cherry blossom petals floated gently in the air. Occasionally, a few petals would fall to the ground, creating a beautiful sight. Wang Lin's figure slowly descended under the cherry blossom tree. So beautiful. Wang Lin sighed softly. Gazing at the exquisite scenery and the birds flying across the sky, his mood couldn't help but become wonderful. Wang Lin's primary goal now was to rest well, calm his mind, and appreciate the scenery to cultivate his sentiments. He aimed to adjust his state to the best, washing away the fatigue from his body, eliminating arrogance and impatience, thus achieving a purification of both body and soul, allowing him to step into a stronger realm. What I need to do now is to rest well. Everything else can wait until I have rested. Wang Lin murmured. He lay on the lawn beneath the cherry blossom tree, basking in the sunlight filtering through the branches, savoring the moment. Gradually, Wang Lin rested his hands behind his head and slowly fell asleep. At this moment, Wang Lin's aura was incredibly peaceful, closely attuned to nature. At that moment, a colorful butterfly fluttered by. It gently landed on the tip of Wang Lin's nose, fluttering its wings in sync with his breath. Time slipped by swiftly. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. In the western capital, across a desolate stretch of yellow rock, a young man clad in an orange martial gi, his hair spiked like a crab, was training with excruciating effort. He balanced upside down, supporting himself on the tip of his right index finger, practicing a one-finger handstand. Huff. 1999-2000. 2059. Ugh. Ugh, ugh. My body can't hold on. Damn it. He roared in frustrated anger, then his body gave way and he fell to the ground. Damn it. My injuries still haven't healed. He pounded the earth in impotent fury. This man was Sun Wukong. With my body like this, I can't train properly, let alone defeat Vegeta again in the future, he cried. Arg. Sun Wukong seethed with helpless rage, unwilling to accept defeat. At that moment, the void shimmered and a figure manifested before him. A voice greeted him, Yogo Kong. Ha! Wang Lin. What are you doing here? Sun Wukong asked in bewilderment. That is not important. The important thing is you seem troubled. Here, catch this. Wang Lin produced a senzu bean and tossed it towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong caught the bean and blinked in surprise. This? A senzu bean? It really is one. Wonderful, he cried, overjoyed. He did not hesitate, trembling with excitement. He shoved it into his mouth, chewed twice and swallowed. The instant he swallowed it, Sun Wukong's eyes sharpened. His vigor and spirit surged back to their pinnacle. His wounds were entirely healed. Phew. That's perfect. I'm saved. My injuries are all gone. Sun Wukong exhaled in pure joy. Wang Lin, spar with me. I can feel your strength. We would be perfect training partners, Sun Wukong said solemnly. Wang Lin's mouth twitched. He was speechless. Truly a battle maniac. Sun Wukong healed him, and his first instinct is to challenge someone. So, spar with me. Sun Wukong urged, his gaze blazing as he fixed it on Wang Lin. Wang Lin was left dumbfounded. Come on. I'm going to strike. Sun Wukong warned. Sparring you doesn't stir the slightest interest in me. Seriously, you're no match for me, Wang Lin said with a helpless shrug. Sun Wukong only smiled. Hehe, you'll see once you try. I'm going in. Sun Wukong announced. In an instant he flashed and stood before Wang Lin. He launched a fist at Wang Lin, blindingly fast, viciously precise, utterly domineering. Yet to Wang Lin that strike moved as slowly as a snail.
Wang Lin merely shifted his right forearm and flicked out a punch.
Its velocity blurred even its afterimage.
Sun Wukong did not even see how the blow was delivered. He only felt a searing pain in his abdomen and looking down discovered a fist-sized hole had been driven through him. Blood spurted forth quickly staining the ground crimson.
I truly am no match for you.
Sun Wukong gasped before collapsing weakly to the earth.
Sun Wukong lay on the ground breath shallow and labored. Wang Lin shook his head.
I told you so but you wouldn't listen, you had to learn the hard way.
Wang Lin, you're too strong.
Sun Wukong's pupils clouded and his gaze began to drift, signs that he was nearing death.
What a nuisance, and another senzu bean wasted, Wang Lin muttered as he produced one.
With a snap of his fingers he shot it into Sun Wukong's mouth. After swallowing the senzu bean, Sun Wukong's wounds healed within a single breath. His combat power soared, as well bolstered by the Saiyan trait of recovering stronger from the brink of death. The moment passed in chaotic levity. Sun Wukong felt quite pleased. Not only had he witnessed beings beyond human limits, he had also refreshed his understanding of the Saiyan near-death recovery trait.
Wang Lin, you are truly strong. You almost took my life with a single move that was far too dangerous.
The survivor's Sun Wukong exclaimed, shaken and awed.
TCH. I told you, but you wouldn't listen. You never suffered any real loss, so you couldn't accept it, Wang Lin scoffed. Had ha.
Sun Wukong scratched the back of his head and smiled awkwardly.
Wang Lin, how do you train? How did you become so strong?
Can you teach me? He asked eagerly, rubbing his hands. Wang Lin hesitated and said, this is something one must grasp rather than be told. Wang Lin, please, I'm begging you, just tell me how you train. Sun Wukong pleaded, his whole being brimming with longing.
Please. Sun Wukong pressed.
Wang Lin sighed and resigned, said, fine, I'll tell you. I trained in the celestial realm in a room called Spirit in Time, paired with a 500 times gravity chamber. That's how I achieved this effect.
I know of the Spirit in Time room, but where did the 500 times gravity chamber come from?
Sun Wukong exclaimed in surprise. If you want to use that gravity chamber, I can let you, Wang Lin said calmly.
Yahoo! That's perfect, just what I wanted. Sun Wukong cheered. By the way, Goku, I'm planning a trip to the Namek star in the universe. I intend to find the Dragon Balls there to make a wish. Do you want to come with me? Wang Lin asked. Sun Wukong paused. Ha! Go to Namek star to search for the Dragon Balls. Exactly, Wang Lin nodded. Sun Wukong smiled. Ha ha. Don't worry.
7 days ago, Kellen, Burma and Wufan already boarded a spaceship bound for Namek star. If nothing goes wrong, they will find the Dragon Balls and perhaps the deity will be revived as a result.
What? Burma and the others departed 7 days ago. Wang Lin exclaimed in shock. Sun Wukong replied with mild puzzlement, yes.
No need to be so surprised. Earth lacked a spaceship, but the deity is not of Earth, so the vessel Kellen and the others took belonged to the deity. What startled Wang Lin was not that Burma had a spaceship, but that the timeline had shifted subtly from the original sequence. Wang Lin remembered that in the original account, after Sun Wukong defeated Vegeta, Burma and the others prepared for 10 days before departing for Namek star. Now, compared to the original, they had left early. That was what truly alarmed Wang Lin. Could my appearance have caused subtle changes in the timeline, he pondered. In any case, Wang Lin was determined to go to Namek star. Whether to replicate the Great Elder's ability or Fulisei's power, he intended to copy them.
Eh? Wang Lin, what are you thinking about?
Sun Wukong waved his hand before Wang Lin's eyes.
Oh, nothing.
I was just wondering whether Burma and the others might meet danger on Namek star, Wang Lin replied casually. Such talk had become easy for him after his past life.
Don't worry. If there is danger, Wufan and Kellen will handle it. Sun Wukong laughed. Wang Lin shook his head. You're being too optimistic. It's not that simple.
As far as I know, there's an emperor in the universe named Fulisei who possesses terrifying power.
Even Vegeta is under his command. Fulisei has long sought immortality. If Burma and the others encounter Fulisei on Namek star, the outcome would be grim. Sun Wukong's eyes glittered as he asked excitedly, that cosmic emperor must be very strong, right? Sun Wukong's concerns were simple and often diverged from those of others. Wang Lin pressed a hand to his brow in thought and replied, "Yes, very strong." "Good. Take me to Namek Star then. I want to witness this cosmic emperor's might. His name alone sounds imposing. If I meet him, I must test myself against him." Sun Wukong exclaimed with fervor. "Very well. Then don't waste time, let's depart at once," Wang Lin said. With that, he retrieved a spaceship from a capsule. A massive oval white spaceship stood on the ground. "Gokong, the 500 times gravity chamber is inside the ship. You can train in it en route to Namek Star," Wang Lin explained. "Ha ha. That's splendid." Sun Wukong cheered. Wang Lin then entered the cockpit, set the destination, and piloted the spaceship. The ground was whipped by a gust as the ship shot skyward like a firework ascending into the heavens. In an instant it broke free of Earth's atmosphere. In the vastness of the galaxy. Inside the spaceship. "Wow. This spaceship is so fast. We've flown out of Earth in no time," exclaimed Sun Wukong. "That's for sure." Wang Lin chuckled. "Is this the 500 times gravity chamber? But why can't I feel the gravity?" Sun Wukong looked at a special yet empty room and asked. "Gravity needs to be manually adjusted. If you stay in an environment with 500 times the gravity all at once, you wouldn't even be able to lift your hand, let alone train," Wang Lin explained. After that, he walked to the control panel and set the gravity to 20 times. Immediately a heavy and dull dark red glow enveloped the room. Soon it covered the entire room. "Whoa, my body feels so heavy. Incredible, simply incredible. Training in this environment will definitely boost my strength rapidly," Sun Wukong said excitedly. "Well, as long as you understand, this gravity chamber is temporarily yours to use," Wang Lin said. After saying that, he turned to leave. Just as he reached the door, Wang Lin suddenly remembered something and turned back. "By the way, this bag contains some senzu beans. With their help, your strength will increase even faster." "Dog Kong, catch." Wang Lin flicked his right hand and tossed the bag of senzu beans to Sun Wukong. "This bag is quite heavy. It looks like there are dozens of them," Sun Wukong said as he caught the bag. "That's right, there are 100 senzu beans inside. Enough for you to use for a while," Wang Lin said with a smile. "Ha! 100. Sun Wukong exclaimed in surprise, curiously opening the bag to take a look. "Wow! There really are 100 senzu beans. That's fantastic," Sun Wukong exclaimed joyfully. "Dog Kong, let me tell you one more thing. Every time a Saiyan recovers from a near-death experience, their combat power will increase dramatically," Wang Lin said slowly. After recovering from near-death, my strength has indeed increased. He. So I can use the Saiyan trait along with the senzu beans to become stronger. This is just amazing," Sun Wukong said excitedly. "Smart," Wang Lin praised. "By the way, Wang Lin, where did you get so many senzu beans?" Sun Wukong asked curiously. Wang Lin smiled and casually made up a story. "One sunny morning I encountered a talking rainbow caterpillar, and that caterpillar..." Before Wang Lin could finish, Sun Wukong suddenly realized, "Oh, I get it, the senzu beans must have been given to you by that rainbow caterpillar." Yes, you're really smart. You figured it out," Wang Lin said speechlessly. "I hadn't even started to brag and you already filled in the blanks yourself, but this is good, saving me the trouble of explaining." I think I'm quite smart too." Sun Wukong nodded in agreement. After that, Wang Lin, feeling speechless, exited the gravity chamber. Sun Wukong stayed inside the gravity chamber, comfortably training. With the senzu beans in the gravity chamber, his combat power naturally soared. Saying that his strength was increasing at a breathtaking speed would not be an exaggeration. Thus Wang Lin and Sun Wukong set off towards Namek in their spaceship. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye. 6 days had gone by. At this moment, Sun Wukong had stopped training. After undergoing multiple near-death recovery trainings, his combat power had reached over 3 million. He was only a step away from becoming a Super Saiyan, needing just the opportunity provided by Krillin. As for Wang Lin, there was no need to describe. Silence spoke louder than words. Looking at the nearby Namek, Wang Lin reminded Dog Kong, "This planet is Namek. Prepare for landing." Woohoo! We finally made it. Sun Wukong cheered. Suddenly a loud crash resounded. A strong sense of weightlessness hit them. Bang!
The spaceship crashed into the ground.
In an instant smoke billowed up. Once the smoke cleared, a large crater appeared. The spaceship landed safely on Namek. The hatch opened.
Wang Lin and Sun Wukong stepped out. Looking around, the terrain was mostly barren land and lakes with very few trees. The scenery of Namek does not need much description, just know that it is exactly like in the anime.
Is this Namek? Sun Wukong murmured. Wang Lin nodded. Yes, this is Namek. Dog Kong, can you feel it?
The energies of Krillin, Gohan and Vegeta are all on this planet.
I can feel it. Besides that, I also sense a massive evil aura. That aura must belong to the cosmic tyrant Frieza, right? Sun Wukong asked. That's right, let's go. We need to find Krillin and the others first.
I also sense several other evil auras nearby.
Wang Lin pointed in a direction. Without needing to think, Wang Lin knew that if nothing else, these several evil auras must belong to the Jinyu force. Dog Kong grabbed my shoulder. Wang Lin said.
Sun Wukong did as he was told, placing one hand on Wang Lin's shoulder. Wang Lin closed his eyes lightly, raising his right hand with his index and middle finger together. Then he placed his fingers on his forehead.
Jinyu Guldo. You two wait patiently. I will come and copy your abilities soon. Wang Lin thought.
With a whoosh, the two disappeared from their spot.
Meanwhile, on a desolate clearing on Namek.
Vegeta. You traitor. Hand over the Dragon Balls, commanded a purple-skinned alien with two horns on its head.
Jinyu.
The Dragon Balls are mine. You will not take them from me.
Vegeta roared. 7 crystal-clear basketball-sized orange Dragon Balls were placed haphazardly behind Vegeta. Clearly at this moment, Vegeta, Krillin and Gohan were in a standoff against the Jinyu force. Ha ha ha. Vegeta, you're hilarious. Can you really guard those Dragon Balls? A small green-skinned figure resembling a toad mocked. This little figure was named Guldo and he possessed the ability to stop time.
The duration of the time stop depends on how long he holds his breath.
Guldo. Vegeta has never gotten along with you. You should take care of him. How about it? Jinyu asked. Ha. Captain Jinyu, Guldo hesitated, clearly not wanting to face Vegeta alone. He knew that he might not be able to defeat Vegeta. At this moment, the pineapple-headed Raikum nudged Guldo. Guldo, are you scared? No. I'm not scared. I just don't want to fight Vegeta right now. Guldo said. Then with a glint in his eye, he devised a plan. Captain Jinyu, leave Vegeta to you.
They'll take care of that little bald guy and that small fry.
Good. It's settled then, thank you, Captain Jinyu. Without waiting for Jinyu to retort, Guldo quickly agreed and thanked him. Jinyu looked at Guldo, speechlessly unsure of what to say. Guldo, you really are cunning, said the blue-skinned Birda, walking over and patting Guldo on the shoulder. Yes. That's quite cunning.
To avoid fighting Vegeta, you resorted to such tricks, echoed the red-skinned white-haired Jeez.
As Jeez spoke, he raised his right hand and slapped Guldo on the head. Alright, let's do it as Guldo suggested. Jinyu said.
After saying that, he suddenly delivered a fierce knuckle to Guldo's head.
Guldo, as you wish, hurry and take down those 2 companions of Vegeta. Leave Vegeta to me, Jinyu ordered. Yes. Captain Jinyu.
After that, Guldo let out a few strange laughs and charged towards Krillin and Gohan. Meanwhile, Jinyu charged at Vegeta, aiming for the 7 Dragon Balls behind him.
At this critical moment, suddenly, with a whoosh,
2 figures appeared out of nowhere in the middle of the 2 battling sides.
This forced Jinyu and Guldo to halt. Who are you two? Jinyu shouted loudly. Krillin and the others looked at the 2 who had suddenly appeared, filled with joy. It's Wukong and Wang Lin, Krillin exclaimed joyfully. Dad! Gohan cried out in excitement. Kakarot! Vegeta exclaimed. And that Saiyan is named Wang Lin, right? Vegeta pondered silently.
Sun Wukong paid no heed to Jinyu, instead engaging in conversation with Krillin and the others. Meanwhile, Wang Lin scanned all the members of the Jinyu force with his gaze. In his heart, Wang Lin assessed Bardock, Jisoo, Rakam. These three are all useless. His gaze finally settled on Jinyu and Guldo. All 5 members of Jinyu without exception wore battle power detectors on their faces. Hey! I'm talking to you. Are you deaf or mute? Jinyu inquired. Kid, hurry up and tell me, who are you? Guldo shouted. Seeing this, Wang Lin couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth into a smile. Detected that the target is speaking. Copyable abilities: body exchange, telekinesis, time pause, binding techniques, psychokinesis, laser vision. Would you like to copy? The system inquired. Yes. Copy everything. Wang Lin shouted in his heart. A delightful system voice rang out. Congratulations. Copying, body exchange, time pause. All copies successful. Triggering optimization rewards. Time pause optimized to perfect time pause. Wow. Amazing. Wang Lin felt ecstatic inside. Then he glanced at the introduction of the optimized time pause skill. Perfect time pause requires no breath holding and has nearly no consumption. The stronger the power, the longer the time stop. Beautiful. I love this kind of skill. Wang Lin praised inwardly. At this moment, Jinyu noticed Wang Lin seemed to be in a daze and said with an annoyed expression, I say, are you really deaf? I'm asking you a question. Captain Jinyu, I feel like he is ignoring us. And did you see the battle power detector on his face and the tail at his waist? He is a Saiyan. Guldo reminded from the side. I see, since he is a Saiyan, he must be a companion of Vegeta. Just kill him. Jinyu waved his hand and said. Kid, are you ready to die? After cracking his neck, Jinyu slowly approached Wang Lin step by step. Wang Lin displayed a friendly smile and said unexpectedly, Jinyu, Guldo. Thank you both. Jinyu was taken aback and paused his steps, bewildered. Thank you for what? This is our first meeting, right? Yes. It is indeed our first meeting. But I still want to thank you both. Thank you for allowing me to gain something valuable, especially you, Guldo. Wang Lin said with a smile. What do you mean? Jinyu asked in confusion. What the hell are you talking about? Guldo questioned. Wang Lin ignored them and continued, in order to thank you properly, please, go die. Upon finishing, Wang Lin suddenly shouted at the top of his lungs. Smash, I will destroy you. As soon as these words were spoken, time instantly froze. Everyone remained frozen in place, holding their previous actions. At this moment, Wang Lin had activated the time pause ability he had just copied. With his arms crossed over his chest, Wang Lin flamboyantly stepped toward Jinyu and Guldo. Suddenly, with a wave of his arms, he grabbed one of each, seizing Jinyu and Guldo by the neck. After grasping their necks with his left and right hands, Wang Lin slowly spoke, time, start to flow. Ugh, how can this be? Jinyu and Guldo kicked their legs, desperately struggling with the strength of their childhood. No matter how hard they struggled, it had no effect in Wang Lin's hands. Then with a slight exertion there was a crack and he crushed their necks. Immediately afterward, Wang Lin gathered energy in his hands. Disappear. With a flash of light in his palms, Jinyu and Guldo were obliterated like fireworks. What filthy fireworks! Wang Lin sighed lightly. For him, exterminating the two was too easy. The battle power of Jinyu was simply too weak. On Wang Lin's side, Krillin and the others had taken notice. Oh ho ho! Impressive, truly impressive. No wonder it's Wang Lin. He accomplished what we wanted to do but dared not. Krillin admired, his eyes sparkling with stars. So strong, really so strong. Gohan's face turned red. What happened? Jinyu and Guldo just died like that. What kind of joke is this? Vegeta exclaimed in shock. Just when Wang Lin grabbed those two, time seemed to stop. What on earth happened? Could it be that Wang Lin's speed was too fast? Sun Wukong questioned suspiciously. After exterminating Jinyu, Wang Lin's gaze turned toward the remaining 3 members of the Jinyu force. At this moment, Rakam and the others looked as if they were constipated. Jinyu has been killed. Jisoo stammered. How could this be? How could there be such a powerful existence in the universe? Rakam's face was filled with disbelief.
It must be an illusion. Everything is an illusion.
No one could be stronger than Jinyu except for Lord Frisia. Bardock was so frightened that his face turned pale. Wang Lin, after scratching his ear, slowly said, "Alright, you three should go down and accompany Jinyu.
A family should be together. Go die,"
Wang Lin said in a low voice.
Energy sphere slash.
Wang Lin raised his right hand palm facing the sky. A large amount of energy gathered above his palm. In an instant, a thin, large white disc rapidly formed. Wang Lin lightly waved his right hand toward Rock'em and the others, and suddenly the energy sphere slash shot toward the three like a fatal disc. Is this technique the energy sphere slash from Uncle Krillin?
Gohan asked in confusion.
Just as the energy sphere slash was about to hit one of the three, Wang Lin murmured, "3 blades."
As soon as he spoke, the energy sphere slash suddenly split into 2 more blades, becoming 3.
With a sound of slicing, Rock'em and the others were each split in half. Immediately afterward, Wang Lin raised his right hand and shot several energy blasts at the bodies of Rock'em and the others that had been split in half.
Bang! Fireworks exploded. Too weak. A bunch of trash. Wang Lin shook his head. Thus the Jinyu force was completely vanquished by Wang Lin. Not even ashes were left behind. Vegeta looked at Wang Lin with a complex expression, shocked that the Jinyu force had been annihilated just like that.
As a fellow Saiyan, the gap was so great that his pride was somewhat affected.
What a joke! Wang Lin's strength. How could he surpass me by so much? I am the prince of the Saiyans. Wang Lin. I will definitely surpass you. Vegeta shouted in his heart, unwilling. Gohan's face was flushed, continuously praising, "Impressive, Wang Lin is truly impressive. This is just too strong. 3 blades of energy sphere slash.
I wonder how Wang Lin achieved this,"
Krillin muttered.
For Wang Lin, the 3-blade energy sphere slash was exceedingly simple. With his precise control over energy, integrating the strengths of many, accomplishing this was as easy as eating or drinking. In the battle against the Jinyu force, Wang Lin gained quite a bit. First was Guldo's time pause ability, and next was Jinyu's body exchange ability. No matter how you look at it, Wang Lin's gains from this round were indisputable.
Very well, having eliminated the Jinyu force, the next step is to summon the dragon and make a wish. Wang Lin murmured. However, I need to pay a visit to the Grand Elder. After all, summoning the dragon requires the Namekian language. Moreover, the Grand Elder's abilities are exceptional and definitely worth emulating. In addition, I can also tap into my potential. After all, I possess the bloodline of a mythical Saiyan. After developing my potential, I shouldn't be lacking in strength.
Wang Lin thought to himself.
After planning what to do next, Wang Lin briefed Sun Wukong and the others. Goku, you all keep an eye on the Dragon Balls here. I have some matters to attend to and will be back shortly, Wang Lin said.
Sun Wukong immediately responded, "All right, go ahead.
We will guard the Dragon Balls." Wang Lin nodded.
Then he raised his right hand, extending his index and middle fingers, pressing them together on his forehead. Wang Lin lightly closed his eyes, his mind enveloping the entire Namek, carefully sensing the aura of the Grand Elder. After a while, Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes.
Found it.
With a whoosh, Wang Lin vanished before everyone's eyes. The scene shifted.
When Wang Lin reappeared, he was already standing before the extremely aged Grand Elder.
At this moment, the Grand Elder was slumped in his chair, his aura incredibly weak, as if he could pass away at any moment.
Who are you? What are you doing here?
The nearby dandy stood in front of the Grand Elder, trembling as he asked.
Grand Elder. That scoundrel won't harm you. A figure rushed in swiftly, reaching Wang Lin in an instant. Great news, Grand Elder. Nail has arrived. Dandy exclaimed. Grand Elder, are you all right? Nail looked at the Grand Elder with concern.
"I'm fine, Nail, stand down. He is not an enemy, I sense no malice from him." The Grand Elder gently shook his head.
Yes, Grand Elder.
Nail stepped aside but kept his eyes fixed on Wang Lin.
Meanwhile, Wang Lin was busy copying the abilities of the Grand Elder and the other two.
Detected target, speaking, copyable abilities: healing, limb regeneration, egg laying ability, potential development, telepathy, Namekian language, Dragon Ball creation abilities and methods, all abilities of Namekians.
Shall I copy all? Copy all. Wang Lin shouted internally. Copy successful.
At the moment he heard the success of the copying, a smile unconsciously appeared on his lips. The Grand Elder's abilities, along with the ability to create Dragon Ball's healing techniques and others, were copied all at once.
Wang Lin instantly grasped these abilities with remarkable proficiency. This feeling was simply extraordinary. It was truly indescribable. Then the Grand Elder looked at Wang Lin and asked, "Young man, I sense no malice from you. Is there something you wish to discuss?" Upon hearing this, Wang Lin spoke candidly, "Grand Elder, I will be straightforward. Krillin and Gohan, who have been here before, are my friends. I came here guided by them. In fact, my goal is the same as theirs. I wish for you to help me unlock the potential that lies within my body." Krillin and Gohan. You are really their friend? Dandy couldn't help but ask. That's right, you must be Dandy. They mentioned you to me.
Wang Lin said with a smile, weaving his words. "Grand Elder, he is indeed a friend of Gohan. Please help him unlock his potential,"
Dandy said. The Grand Elder glanced at Dandy, and after confirming with a look, he understood.
Then the Grand Elder looked at Wang Lin, contemplated for a moment, and slowly spoke. "All right, young man, come closer and I will help you draw out your potential."
All right, Grand Elder. Thank you, Wang Lin said. Following that, he moved closer to the Grand Elder as instructed.
Then the Grand Elder raised his right hand and placed it on Wang Lin's shoulder.
Soon Wang Lin felt a wondrous force coursing within him. After that, Wang Lin felt a surge of intense heat erupting from within. This force seemed boundless. Wang Lin could distinctly sense that this power, like flames, was surging forth from his bloodline. With a loud bang, a terrifying force erupted from Wang Lin's body. He exploded with energy. A white transparent aura erupted forth.
Wang Lin's hair, eyes and eyebrows remained unchanged.
But the energy within him became overwhelmingly vast. Huff! Huff!
The Grand Elder was sweating profusely from his forehead, breathing heavily. Assisting Wang Lin in unlocking his potential was quite physically taxing.
All right, the development is complete. Your potential is simply immense. I can't draw it all out, I can only bring forth a part of it.
The Grand Elder withdrew his hand.
Thank you, Grand Elder. Wang Lin expressed his gratitude. This aura is so powerful. It makes me tremble.
He hasn't done anything, just standing there makes it hard for me to breathe. What is going on?
Dandy exclaimed in shock. Your strength is truly godlike, it's utterly astonishing. The Grand Elder marveled. Indeed. Even I am astonished. Wang Lin replied. Wang Lin's demeanor and posture indicated the eruption of his mythical Saiyan bloodline.
At this moment, Wang Lin's baseline combat power had drastically surged again. From the previous 100 times that of an ordinary Saiyan, it had transformed into
1,000 times.
Such a level of baseline combat power, if transformed into a Super Saiyan and the Super Saiyan's power multiplied by 10 or 101, can only imagine how terrifying that would be. A mythical Super Saiyan, terrifying indeed. 1,000 times combat power. I never expected the mythical bloodline to be so potent. Wang Lin clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him. His emotions could not help but become tumultuous and excited. The sensation of this power surging forth is simply magnificent. I feel completely invigorated, Wang Lin thought to himself. Then with a thought, he reined in his aura, controlling the power within to calm down and dispel his explosive state. In just a moment, the white transparent aura dissipated. Wang Lin returned to his previous appearance. The sensation of power erupting felt almost like a dream. With this, it's not an exaggeration to say that Frieza is trash. Furthermore, the energy consumption during my explosive state seemed minimal. Such minor consumption is truly a delightful surprise. Wang Lin was overjoyed. After confirming that all his objectives had been achieved, he immediately bid farewell to the Grand Elder. Grand Elder, I have other matters to attend to, so goodbye. Saying this, Wang Lin raised his right hand, pressed his fingers to his forehead, and instantly vanished. When Wang Lin reappeared, he stood before Sun Wukong and the others. Sun Wukong gazed at the suddenly appeared Wang Lin, utterly astonished. Yo! Wang Lin, you're back, you sure are fast. Upon hearing this, Wang Lin couldn't help but internally scoff. You're the one who's fast. Your whole family is fast. You haven't even entered yet and you're already flaccid. Naturally, Wang Lin wouldn't be foolish enough to actually say that, knowing that Sun Wukong meant no harm. Wang Lin's heart was conflicted, but he said, "Stop with the nonsense, just bring the Dragon Balls over.
It's time to summon Shenron and make a wish." "Right. It's time to summon Shenron. But the headache is that Krillin and I have tried everything, yet Shenron hasn't appeared. Wang Lin, do you have a solution as soon as you arrive?" Sun Wukong asked.
Wang Lin glanced at Sun Wukong and said, "You were supposed to keep an eye on the Dragon Balls. Is this how you do it? Trying to take advantage of my absence to summon Shenron and make a wish?"
"Ha ha." Sun Wukong laughed awkwardly and said, "Wang Lin, don't say that.
I just wanted to see how the Dragon Balls from Namek differ from those of Earth. I didn't expect them to actually be different. By the way, Wang Lin, do you have a way to call upon Shenron?" Hearing this was like listening to a string of nonsense. Sun Wukong's attempt to change the subject, avoiding the main issue, was truly masterful. Not only did he skip the topic, but he also threw a new question at you. "My son Kakarot has the qualities of a scoundrel. He might as well be renamed Scoundrel Rot." Wang Lin shot Sun Wukong an annoyed look and said, "No.
Don't ask, damn it.
How could such a question come out of your mouth?"
Sun Wukong looked at Wang Lin suspiciously and asked, "You really have no solution?"
"Of course not. If I had a solution, would I tell you? The most important thing now is to summon Shenron. Don't ask about anything else,"
Wang Lin said. "Oh, I see." Sun Wukong obediently nodded. Of course, Wang Lin wasn't angry and had no intention of blaming Sun Wukong.
He was a person with a strong sense of self-awareness, fully aware that he might be inferior in certain aspects compared to the vast majority of people, and had no right to speak on others' affairs. After this little interlude in the expectant gazes of Sun Wukong and the others, the moment to summon Shenron finally arrived. Wang Lin looked at the 7 Dragon Balls on the ground, each the size of a basketball. Taking a deep breath, he raised his hands high and shouted loudly in the Namekian language, "Come forth.
Shenron, grant my wish."
To Sun Wukong and the others' ears, these words were quite confusing. They couldn't understand, only hearing Wang Lin babble a couple of sentences. As for where Wang Lin learned the Namekian language, obviously it was copied from the Grand Elder. As soon as Wang Lin finished speaking, the sky suddenly darkened. In an instant, brilliance erupted, thunder roared, and a beam of golden light shot forth from the Dragon Balls. The golden light shot straight into the sky. When the radiance faded, a robust and fierce Shenron materialized, standing tall in the sky.
This Shenron was the local specialty of Namek, Shenron Purunga.
There was no need to elaborate on Purunga's appearance. It was enough to know that it was identical to that in the original work.
Wang Lin gazed at Shenron Purunga and thought, "I wonder if I can replicate Shenron's abilities. Let's give it a try." After Shenron appeared, its red eyes opened and closed, flashing with red light, and in its unique deep voice it spoke, "Gatherer of the 7 Dragon Balls. Quickly state your wish. Within my power I can grant you 3 wishes. Detection of the target speaking. Capable of replication, the ability to grant 3 wishes at once every 130 days. Do you wish to replicate?" Replicate. Wang Lin thought.
Replication successful. I can actually replicate it.
Amazing.
Wang Lin was overjoyed. He had absolutely not anticipated that his initial intent was merely to give it a try, yet he truly managed to replicate Shenron's ability. Being able to grant 3 wishes every 130 days is truly powerful,
Wang Lin exclaimed.
As for why it was 130 days, that was because the way Namek calculated time was different from Earth. On Namek, 130 days counted as a year. Therefore, after making a wish this time, Purunga would be available again in just 130 days. At this moment, Krillin and the others, upon seeing Shenron Purunga, were all shocked. Is this Shenron? Its presence is indeed extraordinary. Really? Is this for real? How could the Shenron of Namek look so intimidating? Krillin was utterly stunned. Compared to the Shenron of Earth, the Shenron of Namek seems to be a bit different, Sun Wukong acknowledged. Hey, Kakarot. What do you mean by a bit different? Isn't that a huge difference? Can't you see? Krillin asked. Ha ha. It's about the same, Sun Wukong said with a laugh, scratching his head. Geez, I'm done with you, it's far from the same. What? So this is the Shenron. Does that mean my wish for immortality is about to come true? Vegeta thought. As long as I can obtain immortality, then Kakarot and Wang Lin will be nothing. With this thought, Vegeta's mouth gradually curled into a smile as he envisioned his impending success. Immediately Vegeta charged forward and shouted at Purunga Shenron.
Grant me immortality. Hurry up. Grant me immortality. After saying this, Vegeta burst into laughter like a fool. Ha ha ha. The crowd stared in shock at the foolishly laughing Vegeta, then glanced at the indifferent Wan Lin.
They then looked at the unmoving Shenron.
Suddenly Clan and the others understood.
Oh. So wishing also requires the use of Namekian language.
Ha ha ha. I finally have immortality.
Vegeta laughed maniacally, looking at the completely unhinged Vegeta.
Wang Lin couldn't help but remind him, Vegeta, don't get too happy too soon.
As long as you don't know the Namekian language, making any wish to Purunga is useless. Even if Purunga understands what you are saying, it will only pretend not to understand because it only recognizes the Namekian language.
Wan Lin stated the harsh truth with a straight face. Upon hearing this, Vegeta felt as if struck by lightning. What?
Then everything I just did was in vain. Wang Lin smirked and comforted, my dear prince, rest assured.
Please be confident, everything you just did was completely in vain. Don't hold on to any glimmer of hope.
Vegeta gritted his teeth and roared, damn Shenron.
This is truly infuriating. Then it was unclear what had gone wrong with Vegeta.
He fiercely shouted at Wang Lin.
Quickly make a wish for me to gain immortality. Once I have immortality after killing Frieza, I will give you half of the position of the universe's emperor. At that time we will be equals, jointly managing the entire galaxy. How about it, Wan Lin? Are you tempted? Vegeta inquired. Wang Lin let out a cold chuckle, tempted.
I am indeed tempted.
With that, Wan Lin suddenly flicked his tail, striking Vegeta fiercely. Instantly Vegeta was sent flying. Following that, Wang Lin's body flashed as he pursued, delivering a knee strike into Vegeta's stomach. Bang!
That was the sound of the impact.
Ugh!
Vegeta cried out in pain, spewing out glistening stomach acid. His entire body arched in midair, resembling a perfectly cooked shrimp. With a loud thud, he crashed heavily onto the ground.
Vegeta curled up, clutching his abdomen, his expression one of unbearable agony. What are you pretending for? I am indeed tempted to beat you up.
After mocking Vegeta, Wang Lin wasted no more time and directly began to make his wish.
Purunga. My first wish is,
let me have a spatial ring that can store living things with a storage space as large as the solar system.
And I want to be able to take out unlimited senzu beans from it. Wang Lin spoke loudly in the Namekian language.
As for why Wang Lin made this wish, it was naturally to create an inner world.
Come on, a ring containing an inner world as large as the solar system is super cool, right? Moreover, it's a ring that can provide unlimited senzu beans.
However, Wang Lin was unsure if this wish could truly be fulfilled, as the spatial ring included several elements.
But one must have dreams, and trying it out couldn't hurt, could it? Purunga, can it be done? Wang Lin asked.
Purunga's eyes lit up glowing red, and in a deep, unique voice he replied, all right, this is no challenge for me.
Your wish has been granted. Quickly state your next wish. With that, Wang Lin opened his left hand and a ring appeared in his palm.
Wang Lin glanced at it and directly put the spatial ring on his right hand's index finger. Then with a thought he tried it out and found he could indeed take out senzu beans.
This is truly amazing! Wang Lin exclaimed.
Then he made his second wish. Purunga, my second wish is to give me as many materials for creating Dragon Balls as you can. As for why Wang Lin wanted to make this wish, it was naturally because he had copied all of the Grand Elder's abilities, which included the ability to create Dragon Balls. To not use this ability would be a waste.
Purunga pondered for a few seconds, seemingly considering the feasibility of this wish.
Ultimately, Purunga's eyes lit up as he slowly said, all right, this is very simple.
Your wish has been fulfilled. Quickly state your final wish.
As soon as the dragon finished speaking, a pile of materials for creating Dragon Balls appeared out of thin air, landing on the ground. With a wave of Wang Lin's right hand, the materials disappeared. As for where these materials went, it goes without saying, they were naturally collected by Wang Lin into the spatial ring he had just wished for. After securing the materials for creating Dragon Balls, Wang Lin made his final wish to Purunga. Purunga, help me revive the Earth's deity Piccolo. This is my last wish. Wang Lin declared loudly.
The dragon Purunga brightened his eyes and said, "Got it, this is a small matter. Alright, all your wishes have been granted. So goodbye." With that, a flash of light occurred and Purunga disappeared. The Dragon Balls split into 7 basketball-sized spheres flying off in 7 different directions across Namek. The night also fled under the cover of dark clouds. The sky returned to its original state. Krillin looked at Wang Lin and slightly afraid asked Wang Lin, "What wish did you just make? Did Piccolo come back to life?"
Wang Lin smiled lightly. "Don't worry, I have already wished for Piccolo to be revived."
"That's great. Uncle Piccolo is finally back," Gohan exclaimed joyfully. "Ha ha. Wang Lin, you truly are impressive. As long as Piccolo is here, then everyone else on Earth can also be revived," Goku exclaimed excitedly.
Krillin praised Wang Lin. "Thank goodness you know the Namekian language, or else this trip to Namek would have been in vain."
"Yes. Uncle Wang Lin is truly incredible," Gohan echoed. The three took turns praising Wang Lin.
To these praises Wang Lin remained expressionless, neither arrogant nor impatient. It was simply his basic skill.
At that moment Vegeta finally caught his breath. He rose, fists clenched, looking at Wang Lin with extreme reluctance. Why didn't you wish for me to gain immortality? I am the Prince of the Saiyans," Vegeta demanded. Wang Lin looked at Vegeta with a strange expression. "Vegeta, how could such a foolish question come from your mouth? Can't I wish for what I want?"
Upon hearing this, Vegeta seemed to realize something, his eyes widening and pupils constricting sharply.
"Could it be? Did you just wish for yourself to gain immortality?" Vegeta asked with a very ugly expression. "Oh my dear prince. Is that even a question? With your intelligence, can't you figure out what I wished for?" Wang Lin sneered. "Ah. Damn Wang Lin. How dare you wish for yourself to gain immortality? This is simply despicable," Vegeta yelled, pounding the ground in rage. "TCH. Despicable Wang Lin. Despicable cockroach. Despicable bald head. A bunch of hateful guys," Vegeta roared. Watching Vegeta on the brink of collapse, Wang Lin couldn't help but find it amusing. He actually refused to laugh at Vegeta, but he truly couldn't hold back.
As the saying goes, much of happiness is built on the suffering of others, and this saying seldom fails.
Meanwhile, Goku and Krillin were speechless. "What does this have to do with us? If you think Wang Lin is despicable, don't drag us into it. Clearly it was Wang Lin who inflicted pain on you. Why are we suddenly caught in the crossfire?" "Damn. Damn. Vegeta pounded the ground, causing it to crack in innocent agony. "Without immortality, how can I defeat Frieza? If I don't defeat Frieza, I can never avenge our Saiyan race. Damn Wang Lin. Damn Kakarot. Damn low-class warrior," Vegeta roared. Upon hearing this, Wang Lin's gaze flickered. Ultimately he sighed, lightly clenched his right fist and struck Vegeta in the stomach. Puff. Vegeta's body was pierced by the punch. Ugh. Vegeta groaned in pain. The immense agony washed over him instantly. Wang Lin retracted his right hand, shaking off the blood. Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Wang Lin. Then with a thud, Vegeta collapsed weakly onto the ground. "Why? Why did you kill me?" Vegeta's eyes lost their sparkle, his pupils gradually dilating. It was evident that he was on the verge of death. Wang Lin shook his head and said, "Kill you? No, I am helping you. You should know that our Saiyan race has the trait of significantly increasing battle power each time we recover from serious injuries, right? You should be more aware of the legend of the Super Saiyan than anyone else." As Wang Lin spoke, he extended his right hand towards Vegeta. Suddenly a warm golden light burst forth from his palm, landing on Vegeta. "As long as I help you recover your injuries, your battle power will soar exponentially. If this trend continues, you will soon become the one feared most by the Frozen Demon Clan. The Super Saiyan," Wang Lin explained. Upon hearing this, Vegeta's expression froze for a moment as he murmured, "Super Saiyan. I see now." With the golden light shining, Vegeta's injuries rapidly healed. The technique Wang Lin used was one he had copied from Dandy. This technique was only a step away from Majin Buu's healing beam, but it could rival the Senzu beans.
Under Wang Lin's ministrations, no more than 3 seconds passed before Vegeta's wounds healed.
My body.
It has actually healed, he whispered in astonishment. Startled by the sudden change in his condition, Vegeta sprang to his feet. And my strength, it feels greatly enhanced. He clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him, his spirit swelling like a rising tide. The storm had cleared, the rain had ceased. He felt whole again. A smile crept into Vegeta's eyes and the corners of his mouth twitched upward. Wang Lin, I am now Super Vegeta. Before he could finish his boast, Wang Lin struck once more. With a single resounding impact, Vegeta was pierced through by the punch. A clean front-to-back wound opened, crimson splattering onto half of Wang Lin's face. A rivulet of blood slid down Vegeta's cheek to the corner of his mouth. How dare you? What are you doing? Vegeta roared. Wang Lin licked the blood from his own lips with a blank expression and said, enough foolish talk, I'm increasing your combat prowess. He then performed the healing art again and mended Vegeta's injuries. Immediately thereafter, Wang Lin, stop. Vegeta screamed in agony. Each time he recovered, Wang Lin had pummeled him nearly to death, only to heal him again repeatedly. Thus, before the dumbfounded faces of Sun Wukong and the others, Wang Lin repeated that brutal cycle more than 10 times and finally ceased. All right, Vegeta, it's over. Now take a good measure of the power in your body, Wang Lin said calmly. Vegeta froze at Wang Lin's words, anger still burning within him. The instant he felt the fierce battle power erupting from his core, fury was swept away by ecstatic joy. His body trembled with excitement. This power. It is unbelievable, overwhelmingly strong, he cried. Vegeta laughed with manic delight. He suddenly exploded with energy and a translucent white aura burst forth from him. In an instant, wind whipped up, clouds tore and sand and stone flew. The lake churned and the ground trembled. The clouds in the sky were scattered as if by a gale. The sparse trees shuddered violently. Nameite planets seemed to quake under the force. This terrifying aura was worlds apart from the Vegeta they had known before. Vegeta's combat power now soared past 2 million, nearly reaching Sun Wukong's 3 million. Ha ha ha. I, Super Vegeta, have become a true Super Saiyan. He laughed wildly, arrogant and unrestrained. Hoof. Wang Lin. Kakarot. When I finish off Fulisai, I will deal with you both. Having declared this with inflated pride, he rose into the air and used his flight technique to go find Fulisai. Fulisai prepared to die. Soon Vegeta vanished, leaving only his raucous laughter echoing through the air. Wang Lin felt a touch of irritation, who gave him the confidence to think he could defeat me. Has he forgotten so quickly that I pierced him with a single punch? His arrogance knows no bounds. This cannot be real, can it? Science, what sort of race are they? In such a short time their power inflates to such extremes, it's inhuman. Krillin muttered. Uncle Krillin, what do you mean scions aren't human? Sun Wukong asked plaintively. Sun Wukong, curious, watched Krillin, too eager to hear some coherent explanation. Wukong Wukong, Wang Lin, I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about that Vegeta fellow. Krillin hurried to explain. Krillin was not afraid of Sun Wukong and his son, but he feared Wang Lin. What if Wang Lin took offense and killed him on a whim? Who would he complain to then? Wang Lin smiled faintly and said nothing. Sun Wukong patted Krillin on the shoulder. Come on, Krillin. Vegeta has gone to find Fulisai, let's follow. I want to see the power of the universe's tyrant. Sun Wukong's eyes shone. With that, he tapped the ground with his toes and leapt into the air, becoming a translucent white streak as he gave chase to Vegeta. Sun Wukong followed close behind. Before leaving, Krillin turned to Wang Lin and asked, Wang Lin, are you coming? You go on ahead. You'll be there shortly, Wang Lin replied calmly. All right, Krillin said and hurried after Sun Wukong. Wang Lin did not follow Sun Wukong and the others, not out of vanity but because he planned to attend to a matter of some importance. Because everyone was focused on Fulisai, Burma had been largely forgotten. Wang Lin, however, had not forgotten. After all, Burma was the woman he had destined to be his wife. He had been waiting for this chance to be alone with her. With such an opportunity, how far could marriage be? Wang Lin chuckled darkly. Vegeta, you may indulge yourself in arrogance, after this you'll deserve the name Green Vegeta. Then he closed his eyes. He raised his right hand and pressed 2 fingers to the spot between his brows. Wang Lin furrowed his brow and quietly attuned himself to Burma's presence. His mind reached out in probing currents. Lakes, low hill, stone forests, his thoughts skimmed one scene after another. With his current power, his awareness swept across the entire Namek planet in an instant. Found her. Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes and with a whispering swish he vanished into thin air. On a cliff edge, a blue-haired woman sat with her chin in her hands, gazing absently at the lake below. Kellen and Wufan have abandoned me here again, Burma complained to herself. I've had enough. It's outrageous to leave a lady alone in this godforsaken place. She sighed, thinking it would be better if only Sun were here. As she muttered to herself, Wang Lin appeared silently behind her. Without a sound, he raised his right hand and thrust it forward as if pushing at empty air. A fierce gust sprang from his palm. The wind became an invisible hand that shoved Burma off the cliff. Aya, she cried as she tumbled down, inwardly furious and bewildered by the planet's sudden convulsions. Just as she thought herself doomed, a figure moved swiftly and caught her mid-fall, as if heaven had heard her plea and chosen to answer. Are you all right? Wang Lin asked calmly as he held Burma. Oh my, Wang Lin. So handsome. Burma's eyes sparkled. The staged rescue had broken down her defenses. Wang Lin's ploy was shameless but effective. He had orchestrated a faux heroic rescue solely to win Burma's favor. It was an unscrupulous, shameless stratagem. A petty, despicable maneuver, yet seeing Burma swoon, Wang Lin smiled, sensing his objective had been achieved. Now Vegeta can truly be renamed, Wang Lin thought to himself. Wang Lin successfully schemed against Bulma, floating in the air with his arms around her. Bulma's cheeks flushed slightly, feeling a bit shy. Wang Lin, how did you come to Namek? Bulma asked. Of course I came specifically to find you, mainly because I was worried about your safety. Wang Lin smiled, spouting nonsense. Wow. That's wonderful, you are the Prince Charming in my heart. Bulma exclaimed with joy. Then Bulma instantly transformed into a love-struck girl, a little fan. Wang Lin had achieved his goal. One could only say poor Bulma, unaware that she was being toyed with. Next, Wang Lin prepared to find Frieza. Bulma, let's go. We need to find Goku and the others, Wang Lin said. Ah. Isn't Goku heavily injured? How could he come to Namek? Bulma asked curiously. With the Senza beans, his injuries have healed. Hold on tight, we're off. Saying this, Wang Lin gently closed his eyes, placing his fingers on his forehead. Whoosh! The two vanished. In an open area, several deep-spirited figures confronted each other. These individuals were Vegeta, Son Goku, Son Gohan, and Krillin. Facing these four was only one lone figure. Yet even this one person brought a suffocating pressure upon Krillin. It was as if he was destined to die this time. The source of Krillin's immense pressure was none other than Frieza. Frieza! Are you ready to die? Vegeta shouted arrogantly. After multiple near-death recoveries, Vegeta's battle power had surged to an unbearable level. Upon hearing this, Frieza felt a surge of anger and laughed in mockery. The once humble insects that worked under him dared to be this arrogant now. Daring to shout for him to prepare to die. This was the funniest joke Frieza had heard recently. Oh ho ho ho. Vegeta, do you know what you are saying? Frieza asked coldly. Frieza. Of course I know what I am saying. I am now Super Vegeta. Killing you will be a piece of cake. Vegeta proclaimed arrogantly. Super Vegeta. How bold of you. I want to see what kind of tricks you are playing. Frieza said with a cold smile. Frieza, you must have heard of the Super Saiyan, right? Vegeta said while pointing his thumb at himself, continuing, listen well. I am Super Vegeta, already a Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan. Frieza's smile froze and his expression changed slightly. That's right. I have transformed into the very Super Saiyan that your Ice Demon clan fears the most. Vegeta declared proudly. Vegeta, the joke isn't funny at all. If you want to die, I can make it happen. Frieza said coldly. Ha ha ha. Vegeta laughed loudly and directly attacked. He gathered energy in his hands and casually hurled it at Frieza. Die, Frieza. Vegeta roared. Oof. Just a trivial skill.
Frieza raised his hand to block and easily dispersed the two energy blasts coming at him. However, Frieza suddenly saw Vegeta appear before him in an instant. Then he felt a jolt in his chest as he was kicked down to the ground by Vegeta. Vegeta stepped on Frieza's chest arrogantly saying "Umph. What Cosmic Emperor Frieza? In front of my Super Vegeta you are nothing. TCH. TCH TCH. Damn guy, how dare you be so arrogant." Frieza pushed Vegeta's foot away and quickly flipped back up. He lightly jumped and flashed away, putting some distance between himself and Vegeta. "Ha ha. Frieza, do you now understand my power? I told you long ago I Vegeta have already become a Super Saiyan and you can never be my match." Vegeta shouted. "Vegeta, I admit you have some power now, but you are being too arrogant. Don't let a little strength go to your head," Frieza said. "So what if I do?" "Alright, enough of the nonsense, are you ready to die?" Vegeta asked. TCH. Just a petty person getting a little carried away. Frieza clenched his fist, seething with rage. Suddenly he seemed to think of something and coldly remarked, "Oh ho ho ho. Vegeta, it seems you are quite confident in your power." Vegeta snorted dismissively, pridefully saying "Humph. Of course." "Oh really? Then I hope you can maintain that confidence," Frieza said coldly. "Humph. Well, see," Vegeta declared proudly. Frieza's gaze flickered, his right hand raised, extending 3 fingers at Vegeta, saying 3 times. "Just 3 times. As long as I can transform 3 times. Then in front of me, Frieza the Great, you will be as insignificant as a mere chicken." Upon hearing this, Vegeta arrogantly said, "Ho ho. Frieza, whatever tricks you have, go ahead and show them." "What 3 transformations? Just a sensational tale. In front of my Super Vegeta, even if you transform 100 times, you will never defeat me." At this moment, Vegeta was utterly arrogant, self-assured, and blindly confident. He believed that having become a Super Saiyan, no one could be his opponent. "Humph," Frieza said with a strange laugh, "you are indeed full of yourself. I hope when you feel the horror of hell later you can still be this arrogant." "Enough. Don't waste time, show me what you've got," Vegeta impatiently urged. "Hey, Vegeta. Don't let him transform. It could cause trouble for us." "Yes, Vegeta, you should take care of him quickly," Son Gohan echoed. "Shut up. If you 2 kids are scared, just go back to Earth and drink milk," Vegeta retorted unhappily. What could these 2 kids possibly understand? How could Vegeta listen to the words of 2 kids? Seeing this, Son Goku's spirit lifted. "Gohan, Krillin, just watch from the side and don't disturb Vegeta's battle. I also want to see Frieza's true power. If this is all he can do, it would be too disappointing." Vegeta crossed his arms, looking arrogantly at Frieza. Clearly he was waiting for Frieza to transform. Frieza, seeing this, sneered even more, thinking to himself, "Just keep inflating your ego and I hope you remain arrogant until the end." Frieza no longer wasted time. He directly began his transformation. His expression turned solemn as he stood with his feet apart, slightly crouched, fists clenched. A terrifying aura gradually emanated from his small frame. Suddenly Frieza tilted his head back and roared loudly. "Ha! Yaha!" Frieza shouted in rage. With the sound of his furious roar echoing, a terrifying energy suddenly erupted. His body was rapidly undergoing a transformation. His physique suddenly grew taller, his form expanded, and 2 massive bow-like horns sprouted from his head. His limbs became thicker and even his face appeared larger. At this moment Frieza had become quite imposing, looking somewhat intimidating. This formed a stark contrast to his previous small stature. With a loud bang, the battle power detector on Frieza's face suddenly exploded. Having undergone his first transformation, his power surged unexpectedly and he couldn't control his internal strength in time. Some of the released energy caused the battle power detector to be damaged, resulting in its explosion. Frieza didn't mind the destruction of the detector. Instead, he looked at Vegeta and smiled, saying, "Vegeta, what do you think of my transformation? I hope I didn't disappoint you." As Frieza spoke, his voice clearly sounded much heavier than before. Vegeta, upon hearing this, arrogantly replied, "So what? It's just a change in appearance. You can't intimidate me. No matter how fearsome you become, you will never be a match for my Super Vegeta. Vegeta's expression was filled with arrogance. Ha ha ha. Do you really think that? Don't be hasty. I still have 2 transformations left. Wait until I complete my 3rd transformation, then you can judge. Frieza laughed heartily. TCH. Just transform already and stop wasting time. Vegeta urged. Oof, ha ha ha. Very well. Frieza sneered, beginning his 2nd transformation. Ha ha. Frieza clenched his fists, opened his mouth wide and roared. Before long, Frieza's appearance changed once more. His shoulder armor suddenly spread open like wings. His head suddenly elongated, resembling a small gas canister. On both sides of his head and back, several spikes sprouted. His lips became extraordinarily thick, his tongue long and coarse, with his face looking somewhat ferocious. This appearance was truly monstrous. Frieza licked his lips and laughed, saying, ha ha ha. Vegeta, doesn't my current transformation shock you? Vegeta frowned and spat, TCH. Monster. Frieza, you've become truly ugly. Just looking at your butt-like mouth makes me nauseous. Vegeta's face was filled with disdain. TCH. Frieza gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, feeling an impulse to crush Vegeta right then and there. But then he thought it would be better to wait until after his 3rd transformation to toy with him. So Frieza directly began his 3rd transformation. Frieza tightly clenched his fists, opened his mouth wide, and began to roar frantically. Ha! Frieza roared with all his might, the sound resembling someone straining under constipation. Even someone suffering from constipation would surely feel relief under such a roar. Yaha! With a thunderous boom, an overwhelmingly terrifying aura suddenly erupted from Frieza's body. In an instant, the wind howled, the earth trembled, and the waters of the lake surged backwards. The planet Namek seemed on the verge of collapse. Terrifying phenomena filled the heavens and earth as if the apocalypse had arrived. Frieza's figure was shrouded in dust. Not long after, when the dust settled and everything calmed down, Frieza's form revealed itself. At this moment he had become bald with a purple top. His skin was mostly a pale white, with only small parts of his body coordinated in purple. His body had become more compact, his muscles perfectly proportioned, looking aesthetically pleasing and more suited for battle. This form was indeed his final transformation, his true appearance. Ha ha ha. Frieza, is this your 3rd transformation? It doesn't look impressive at all. Vegeta mocked. Is that so? Frieza chuckled, vanishing in an instant. He reappeared standing right in front of Vegeta. Vegeta was startled and took a small step back. The distance between them was only 20 centimeters. With just one step forward, he could be right in Frieza's face. How could his speed be this fast? Vegeta thought in shock. Vegeta, how is it? My speed is not too bad, right? Frieza looked at Vegeta with a half-smile. Oof. It's just a slight increase in speed. But that doesn't mean you are a match for my Super Vegeta. Vegeta replied proudly. Very well. Seeing you so confident puts me at ease. Now let me show you my power. Frieza spoke lightly. No matter how strong your power is, it's all fake. You can never be a match for my Super Vegeta. Vegeta spoke coldly. Oh ho ho ho. Frieza sneered and said, then you should feel it well. Let's see how many moves you can withstand in front of my Super Vegeta. Vegeta said arrogantly. Frieza, upon hearing this, no longer wished to say anything. There was no need to waste words on someone so arrogant, let actions speak. Frieza sneered and directly threw a punch at Vegeta's abdomen. Vegeta looked at the approaching fist, his lips curling slightly as he swayed his body to dodge. However, to his disbelief, just as he intended to dodge, the fist arrived. Ugh! Vegeta cried out in pain. Frieza's punch landed solidly on his abdomen. No way. I clearly saw your fist coming and should have been able to dodge. Why was I still hit? Vegeta was utterly confused. Vegeta, seeing it doesn't mean you can dodge it. Moreover, it seems you still haven't grasped your situation. How could the power of me, Frieza the Great, be something you can comprehend? Frieza spoke coldly. No. Let's go again. That was just a coincidence. I am the Prince of the Saiyans. Ore wasupa Vegeta de. Vegeta pointed to himself with his thumb. Frieza chuckled and mocked Vegeta. No matter how many times you try, the result will be the same. My previous attack was merely a casual strike. I didn't even use 1/10 of my power and you couldn't handle it. If I used half my power, what would you do then? Impossible. Frieza. You're just talking big. Suffer for it. Frieza. Vegeta shouted, kicking at Frieza. With a whoosh, Frieza's body flashed and effortlessly dodged. Then Frieza descended from the sky, stomping down and directly burying Vegeta into the ground. Suddenly smoke filled the air. When the smoke cleared, a large circular pit appeared. Vegeta lay at the center of the pit, having gone from being very arrogant to face down in the dirt. Worthy of the name Tragic Vegeta. Vegeta coughed a couple of times and rolled over to rise. He was about to launch his counterattack. With a light tap of his toes against the ground, he shot forth like a sword unsheathed. He charged towards Frieza. Frieza merely smiled with amusement, dodging effortlessly with a flick of his body. Next, Vegeta attempted to attack dozens of times. However, the result was that he couldn't even touch the hem of Frieza's clothing. Each time Frieza evaded with precise finesse. TCH. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly. His eyes bulged, veins bursting with rage. He was furious now. All you do is dodge. Die for me. Vegeta roared. He raised his hands, palms open, aimed at Frieza. Instantly, a vast amount of energy gathered in his palms. Ha! Vegeta shouted. Energy blasts surged towards Frieza continuously. Soon the number of energy blasts reached thousands, overwhelming to behold. Frieza watched as the torrents of energy blasts enveloped him. He merely scoffed, showing no intention to dodge, letting the blast strike his body. Didn't you say I only know how to dodge? Fine, this time let you attack. Da 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 da. Vegeta roared, his hands moving with incredible speed. The energy blasts flew out of his palms as if they were free. A tremendous amount of energy blasts gathered, relentlessly attacking Frieza. Da 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 da. At this moment, Vegeta was showcasing his signature move, the Prince's battle technique. As countless energy blasts bombarded Frieza. In an instant, endless smoke filled the air. Quickly, Frieza's figure was shrouded in smoke. Vegeta looked at the smoke-filled sky and could no longer see Frieza. Believing he had defeated Frieza, he ceased his attack. Huff! 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 Vegeta gasped heavily. Clearly, after this flurry of attacks, his energy and stamina had been significantly depleted. After catching his breath, Vegeta's lips curled into a slight smile. Ha ha ha! Now you're dead. You deserve it. Who told you not to dodge? Vegeta laughed heartily. Just as Vegeta reveled in his triumph. A disdainful laugh echoed from the depths of the smoke. Oh ho ho ho! Really? Upon hearing this voice, Vegeta's expression froze, his smile abruptly fading. A gust of wind blew by, and as the smoke cleared, Vegeta's face paled dramatically. He saw Frieza standing there completely unscathed. Vegeta finally panicked. No, it can't be. You endured so many of my attacks, how could you be totally fine? Oh ho ho ho! Vegeta, your attacks are nothing but a tickle. Aside from stirring up a bit of dust, they have no real effect. Frieza said with a sinister smile. Damn, Frieza! What did you say? Vegeta's eyes bulged, enraged by Frieza's words. Vegeta, don't you understand? The gap in our strength is like a chasm. Frieza stated. How could that be? No. This is impossible. I am Super Vegeta. Frieza. I will kill you, die for me. Vegeta shouted. Ha! Vegeta roared. He brought his hands together, palms open, positioned at his waist. Instantly, a vast amount of energy gathered in his palms. Soon an energy sphere formed. Gallic gun! Vegeta shouted, forcefully pushing the energy blast towards Frieza. With a loud boom, the Gallic gun surged towards Frieza in an instant. Frieza's expression was cold and dismissive, and he raised his right hand. With a casual swipe, he batted the Gallic gun away. The displaced Gallic gun shot out of Namek. Finally, it exploded with a loud bang. It transformed into a dazzling firework in the high sky.
Seeing the scene, Vegeta's body trembled slightly.
How could
it be brushed aside with just a casual wave?
This is impossible.
Vegeta screamed, his face filled with horror. Seeing Vegeta's expression, Frieza's smile widened to Vegeta. You've had your chance to attack for so long, now it's my turn. As Frieza spoke, he walked towards Vegeta slowly. Vegeta, feel it well.
The terror of hell is upon you.
Creak, creak, creak. This was the sound of Frieza's footsteps. The icy demon's race produces a distinctive sound when walking. Watching Frieza approach step by step, Vegeta's body trembled slightly. He felt an immense pressure. This creature he couldn't contend with was coming closer.
I am the Prince of the Saiyans. I am Super Vegeta. How can I feel fear? Vegeta stammered. Oh ho ho.
Frieza chuckled darkly.
Suddenly his body flickered and vanished in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already swinging his fist towards Vegeta. Bang! Vegeta was unable to dodge, only able to watch as he was struck. Ugh! Vegeta cried out in pain.
Frieza kicked out, sending Vegeta flying. Frieza pursued, his fists raining down on Vegeta like a torrential storm.
Bang! Bang bang bang! Vegeta was battered into submission, his body stiff and his head spinning, utterly unable to resist.
Then Frieza's tail lashed out, striking Vegeta like a whip. His body was knocked down to the ground. Finally, Frieza stopped stomping heavily on Vegeta's chest.
Ugh ah ah!
Suffering this heavy blow, Vegeta couldn't help but cry out in pain. At this moment he was already in despair. The gap in their strength was simply too vast. It truly felt like a chasm. Frieza looked at Vegeta's pitiful state and laughed. Oh ho ho ho!
Get down, Vegeta. Didn't you say you became the Super Saiyan I fear the most?
Now why are you lying beneath me like a dead dog?
Frieza taunted.
Vegeta was infuriated. The stark contrast of strength made him want to vomit blood. But he knew the gap with Frieza was too wide, and realizing that resistance was futile, he simply gave up fighting back.
What? Not planning to resist anymore? Bring back the momentum you had before.
Frieza's expression turned cold, clearly displeased. He initially wanted to play around, but now that Vegeta wasn't resisting, it lost its fun. Vegeta fell silent, his heart like dead ashes. He was completely hopeless. Frieza chuckled ominously, slowly speaking. Vegeta, do you think not resisting will lessen your pain?
Not resisting will only double your suffering,
Frieza said coldly. With that, Frieza flicked his tail behind him.
It tightened around Vegeta's neck like a noose, lifting him into the air. Oh ho ho ho!
Frieza chuckled darkly.
Yeah!
Frieza shouted.
With a direct punch, he struck Vegeta in the kidneys. Bang! One punch. Bang bang bang. Another punch and yet another punch.
Frieza's fists rained down mercilessly, pounding Vegeta's kidneys.
At this moment, Frieza was truly hammering Vegeta into submission. Yeah.
Frieza roared, his fists raining down. This scene was too much for Krillin and the others to bear. They had witnessed the entire ordeal and understood Vegeta's feelings at that moment.
This is too cruel. If this continues, Vegeta will die. Krillin trembled as he spoke. Dad! Please save Vegeta.
He's lost the will to fight.
Gohan pleaded, looking at Goku. Goku frowned as he looked at Vegeta's miserable state. Without Krillin's prompting, Goku could hardly bear to watch any longer. Vegeta had clearly given up resisting. Why continue to torment him? Gohan, keep the senzu beans safe.
Goku handed the bag of senzu beans that King Kai had given him to his son.
Okay, Dad. Gohan obediently accepted the senzu beans. This is unacceptable. Goku's fists clenched tighter as he grew angrier. Finally, Goku could no longer hold back and took action. Stop it! Goku shouted, his body flashing as he kicked Frieza right on the head. Bang! Goku's kick landed perfectly, fueled by rage with considerable force. It knocked Frieza off balance, causing his tail to involuntarily release Vegeta. At this moment, Vegeta was heavily injured, blood at the corner of his mouth, his body covered in bruises. Kakarot! Vegeta weakly called out from the ground. Vegeta, don't talk, leave the rest to me, Goku said. Afterward he lifted his right foot and gently kicked Vegeta towards Krillin. Krillin! Take Vegeta and stand back. Goku warned. Ha! Oh. Okay. Krillin replied following the instruction. He picked up Vegeta and moved a short distance away with Gohan maintaining what he considered a safe distance. Having done this, Goku turned his gaze coldly fixed on Frieza. Frieza, after rubbing his cheek, similarly stared back at Goku. Kakarot. Is that a Saiyan name? So tell me. Who are you? Frieza asked. In response to Frieza's question, Sun Wukong remained silent, merely casting a cold glare at him. After a long pause, Frieza grew somewhat impatient. He couldn't understand why, but whenever he saw Sun Wukong's face he felt an uncomfortable sensation throughout his body. Seeing Sun Wukong ignore his question made his temper flare. Frieza swung his tail and struck the ground, trying to draw Sun Wukong's attention with this action. Oof. I am asking you a question. Who are you exactly? Frieza demanded. Finally Sun Wukong spoke up. I am a human from Earth. Oh, it's me, Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, huh? A human from Earth. You must be a Saiyan raised on Earth, right? Frieza asked coldly. Sun Wukong said nothing, neither denying nor confirming. Looking at Sun Wukong's face, Frieza felt a strange familiarity, as if he had seen him somewhere before. Now it all came back to him. Years ago, when he destroyed planet Vegeta, there had been a Saiyan who fought to the last, bearing an uncanny resemblance to the Sun Wukong standing before him. It seemed that man from back then must have been Sun Wukong's father. With this thought, Frieza chuckled playfully. Oh ho ho ho. So Sun Wukong, you saved Vegeta. Are you preparing to take his place and play with me? No. I am here to defeat you. Sun Wukong said coldly. Upon hearing this, Frieza was taken aback. He then burst into laughter as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Ha ha ha. Do you want to experience what Vegeta went through? Frieza asked with great interest. I am not like him. I will definitely defeat you. Sun Wukong declared solemnly. Frieza's expression turned cold. You don't wish to play with me, nor do you wish to end up like Vegeta. Then can I take this to mean you are challenging the might of Frieza, the great king? Say whatever you want. Sun Wukong replied coldly. Very well. Then you shall die. Frieza said mercilessly. With that he raised his right hand and extended his index finger, aiming at Sun Wukong. Suddenly a beam of death energy gathered at his fingertip and shot out. In response, Sun Wukong raised his hand and struck, sending Frieza's attack flying away. Bang! The energy wave sent flying by Sun Wukong exploded on the ground, leaving the terrain scarred. Seeing his attack was thwarted, Frieza was taken aback. Unconvinced, he once again unleashed a beam of death energy from his fingertip. This attack surged towards Sun Wukong at high speed. Yet Sun Wukong remained unfazed and struck again, deflecting Frieza's attack. Oof! Frieza seemed displeased and continued to fire beams of death energy from his fingertips. But without exception they were all effortlessly swatted away by Sun Wukong. In no time explosions resounded and the ground was left in ruins. Oof! Frieza, noticing that his attacks were ineffective against Sun Wukong, grew angry and embarrassed. Thus Frieza adjusted his finger, aiming it away from Sun Wukong, targeting the spot where Krillin stood. Bang! Frieza launched another death beam from his fingertip. Upon seeing this, Sun Wukong's heart trembled and his expression changed drastically. Frieza! Stop! Sun Wukong shouted angrily. However, his words had no effect. The beam from Frieza's fingertip pierced through Krillin. Krillin was instantly gravely injured by the attack. Frieza! Why attack others? Sun Wukong roared. Oh ho ho ho! Frieza laughed triumphantly. Since you saved Vegeta, you should be prepared for others to die in his place. I am merely cleaning up some pests. With that, Frieza used his telekinetic powers, his right hand reaching out into the void, controlling Krillin's body to fly into the sky. Krillin struggled desperately, but he could not break free from the binding. Wukong! Save me! Krillin shouted in panic. Stop! Frieza! Sun Wukong shouted angrily. Frieza scoffed. Humph! Since you care so much for these pests, I might as well eliminate them all. With that, Frieza tightened his grip. I told you to stop. Sun Wukong's eyes widened in fury. Even in his rage, he could not alter the outcome. Hearing Sun Wukong's words, Frieza no longer hesitated and directly crushed Krillin. A loud bang echoed. Krillin's entire being exploded, transforming into a burst of fireworks. Krillin! Sun Wukong shouted. Oof. The more you try to stop me, the more I won't let you have your way. Next, it's that little brat, Frieza said coldly, pointing at Son Gohan. Sun Wukong watched helplessly as Krillin exploded into a cloud of smoke, his head hanging low in despair as if he had turned into a fool. As a gust of wind blew, the smoke dissipated. Memories of moments spent with Krillin flashed through Sun Wukong's mind like a fast-forwarded movie. At this moment he realized that his best friend Krillin could never be revived again. A torrent of all-consuming anger surged through him. Oof. 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 This is unforgivable. No, it cannot be forgiven. You actually killed Krillin. Unforgivable. Unforgivable. In that moment, Sun Wukong was consumed by rage. Sun Wukong shouted, clenching his fists, his roar echoing. In the sky, dark clouds gathered and thunderbolts struck down. In an instant, a golden aura erupted from within Sun Wukong. At that moment, his hair stood upright, transforming into a golden hue. His eyebrows were similarly tinged with a golden sheen. His eyes were devoid of pupils, only the whites remained, but this was only for an instant. In the blink of an eye, his eyes were filled with a pair of emerald green pupils. His expression turned immensely furious, cold, and arrogant. Various emotions surged within him, but the predominant one remained anger. At this very moment, Sun Wukong had transformed into a Super Saiyan. The moment he transformed, Frieza's expression changed drastically. What? Frieza gasped in shock upon seeing Sun Wukong's transformation. However, just then a whooshing sound echoed as two figures appeared beside Son Gohan. These two were Wang Lin, who had arrived with Bulma using instant transmission. Sun Wukong has turned into a Super Saiyan. It seems Krillin has indeed sacrificed himself. A grand scene indeed. Wang Lin thought. It truly was Krillin's sacrifice, his powers boundless. Son. Bulma was about to call out to Sun Wukong when Wang Lin stopped her. He gazed at Sun Wukong, who was radiating golden aura and filled with rage, deciding not to interfere in their battle. They would let him fight to his heart's content before stepping in. Wang Lin, Bulma, Son Gohan, and Vegeta, who had recovered his injuries with a senzu bean, began to watch the battle. Regarding Wang Lin's arrival, neither Frieza nor Sun Wukong paid it any mind, nor did they have the energy to focus on him. Sun Wukong glared coldly at Frieza, his anger boiling over. Golden hair. Saiyans can only transform into giant apes, right? How is this new form even possible? Frieza stared at Son Goku in utter shock. Could you have truly ascended to a Super Saiyan? Frieza demanded, eyes wide with disbelief. At that very moment, a melodious voice resonated within Wang Lin's mind. Target speech detected. Replicable abilities, survival in the vacuum of space, cultivation, genius inherited from the Frost Demon clan, extraordinary resilience to physical trauma, tail regeneration capability, ruthless and vicious temperament, death beam, death disc, psychic powers, beam eyes, energy blast, supernova, nova strike, earth splitter, planet destroying blast, planetary penetration blast, atmosphere blast. Copy all. Copy all except the ruthless and vicious temperament, Wang Lin thought. Replication complete. Excellent. Now I too can breathe and survive freely across the cosmos. A faint smile curled at the corner of Wang Lin's lips. To me, Frieza's abilities hold little value aside from his cultivation, genius, and cosmic survival capacity. No matter, I'd rather overcopy than undercopy. Even if I never use them, merely possessing such powers brings immense satisfaction. Wang Lin then turned his attention back to the battlefield, observing Son Goku's battle against Frieza. Their Son Goku let out a thunderous roar and struck without hesitation. Frieza. Die. Kuririn is my dearest friend, he's already died once and the Dragon Balls can no longer revive him. Feel the full weight of my fury. I shall avenge Kuririn. In an instant, Son Goku vanished, then reappeared directly before Frieza. His right fist clenched, then slammed with devastating force into Frieza's face. Boom. The blow landed squarely, unyielding and absolute. Before Frieza could recover, another punch followed, then another and another. Boom. 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 Ya. Son Goku's fists rained down like meteor strikes, each landing with surgical precision upon Frieza's face.
Dazed and overwhelmed by the relentless assault, Frieza dug his feet deep into the ground, straining desperately to remain upright, but Son Goku's blows kept coming. His body began sliding backward, his boots carving a deep jagged furrow across the earth. His posture tilted further until he nearly skimmed the ground, until finally his balance shattered entirely. With a deafening boom, Frieza was hurled violently through the air, slamming headlong into the earth. Instantly Son Goku surged forward in pursuit. He seized Frieza's tail, spun twice on the spot, and launched him skyward. Crash! Tilting his head upward, Son Goku shot vertically into the heavens, ascending to meet his foe. Just as Frieza began descending, Son Goku delivered a crushing kick, launching him once more into the stratosphere. In a flash, Son Goku reappeared above Frieza, face contorted with fury, hands interlocked tightly, fingers locked in a rigid cross. He brought his clasped hands down with explosive force, directly onto Frieza's skull. Boom! The impact sent Frieza plummeting toward the ground at breakneck speed. Ugh! Frieza screamed, a sickening thud as his body crashed deep into the earth. Smoke billowed violently. Son Goku descended swiftly via flight technique, landing coldly at the edge of the smoke cloud. He stood motionless, gazing silently into the swirling haze. Nearby, Son Gohan and Vegeta watched, stunned into silence. Dad is incredible. He's utterly overwhelming Frieza. This must be the true power of a Super Saiyan. Son Gohan exclaimed, eyes shimmering with awe. Kakarot. So, you've truly become a Super Saiyan. I, Vegeta, will surpass you, no matter what. Vegeta declared, clenching his fist fiercely. Wang Lin nearly smiled, finding Vegeta's vow absurdly comical. Only Bulma stood bewildered, utterly lost. Then, as the smoke slowly dissipated, the scene emerged. A perfectly circular crater marred the earth. At its center, Frieza lay face down, embedded deep within the depression as though fused into the ground itself. Frieza's fingers twitched. Slowly he pushed himself up, leaving behind a perfect life-sized impression of his body carved into the crater floor. He appeared battered, scratches marring his skin, a thin trail of blood tracing his lower lip. His eyes, bloodshot and burning with hatred, locked unblinkingly onto Son Goku. TCH. Son Goku. You actually hurt me. It hurts, it really hurts. This Emperor will kill you. Frieza roared. Clenching his fists, Frieza prepared to strike, only for Son Goku to cut him off with icy disdain. Then try your best. Before Frieza could move, Son Goku lunged, driving his knee hard into Frieza's abdomen. Frieza's eyes bulged outward in agony. Ugh! He was blasted high into the air, helpless and airborne. Clear viscous gastric fluid spilled from his mouth, splattering onto the ground with a wet plop. He collapsed, writhing, clutching his stomach. Ha! Frieza gasped raggedly, trying to soothe the searing pain. But before he could catch his breath, Son Goku raised his left hand and seized Frieza's throat. With one arm he lifted Frieza effortlessly into the air. Frieza thrashed wildly, yet could not break free. One misstep had cost him everything. Now every move was countered, every effort crushed. Then Son Goku's right hand flashed forward, slapping Frieza's face with brutal force. Frieza! Feel the full fury of my wrath. Son Goku bellowed. Slap! A sharp stinging report echoed across the battlefield. Slap! 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 His hand moved in blinding succession, striking again and again, each blow landing with merciless rhythm upon Frieza's cheek. Within moments, hundreds of slaps had landed. And still Son Goku showed no sign of stopping. MMMPH. MMMPH. Frieza writhed violently until suddenly he erupted with explosive power, his entire being radiating terrifying energy. The sheer intensity of his aura forced Son Goku to release him. Son Goku narrowed his eyes, then stepped back. Ha! Frieza dropped to one knee, breathing heavily, then after a moment rose again, unblinking, unrelenting, his gaze locked like a blade upon Son Goku. Son Goku! You leave me no choice. Once I unleash my full power, every ounce of it, I will repay your humiliation 100-fold. Frieza snarled. Son Goku replied coolly, good. That suits me perfectly, I was growing bored. I'll wait, show me your absolute limit.
TCH. Damned Saiyan monkey. This emperor will end you.
With that final threat, Frieza fell silent and clenched both fists, beginning to gather energy. He would unleash his full power, his absolute maximum 120 million. When unleashed, it would deliver terror beyond even the deepest hells.
Aha! Frieza roared, emitting a furious cry akin to that of constipation.
As his roar echoed, a terrifying power erupted from within him.
The Namek star trembled slightly, giving the illusion that the entire planet could collapse at any moment.
Soon Frieza's form changed once again.
An extremely terrifying aura burst forth from his body.
His arm muscles bulged and his physique inflated, every muscle straining with power. A sensation of explosive power radiated from his current body. This state was the full display of Frieza's power. At this moment he unleashed 100% of his strength.
Crack! Crack! Frieza twisted his neck, grinning ominously, and said, "Sorry to keep you waiting." Son Goku. Poof. Son Goku snorted coldly and struck first. Ya! Frieza roared in anger and charged swiftly at Son Goku. Bang! The two became mere afterimages as they collided.
They soared into the sky, continuously exchanging blows.
The sound of bang bang echoed relentlessly.
At this moment the two had vanished, only the ripples of their collisions could be seen.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The ripple-like impacts spread continuously. At such a rapid speed, only the sounds of collisions could be heard. Ordinary people hardly knew what was happening. Even someone like Gohan with lesser power found it difficult to discern the situation in the sky. Even Vegeta could only barely see the movements of the two in the sky.
Impressive. Truly impressive. Gohan was in awe.
Although he couldn't clearly see the battle in the sky, he could vividly feel the terrifying power erupting from their clashes.
Eventually, after Son Goku and Frieza exchanged blows in the sky hundreds of times, they finally separated. Clap.
The two rapidly descended to the ground.
Huff. Huff.
Frieza panted slightly, clearly having expended a significant amount of energy. Son Goku, however, looked cold and icy, staring intently at Frieza. Suddenly Son Goku flashed forward and delivered a powerful punch to Frieza's abdomen.
Bang! Ugh! Frieza cried out in pain, coughing up a mouthful of blood.
His legs involuntarily stumbled back 2 steps. Immediately after, Son Goku unleashed a sudden kick.
With a thunderous sound,
Frieza's body was sent flying.
Bang!
Frieza crashed into a low stone mountain.
The mountain collapsed thunderously, burying Frieza beneath the rubble. For a moment, dust spread everywhere.
As the dust settled and the stones rolled away, a beam of light emerged, clearing the nearby debris and revealing Frieza's form. At this moment he gritted his teeth, fists clenched, veins bulging on his forehead, now filled with extreme rage.
Damn it!
That accursed Saiyan monkey!
Frieza screamed. He raised his right hand, energy coalescing into 2 fingers resembling a sharp blade, and slashed down violently onto the ground. Whoosh! The Namek star was sliced through like tofu. This move was the Earth Splitter, capable of penetrating a planet.
In an instant, under the sound of explosions, the ground trembled.
Boom!
Scalding magma erupted directly from deep beneath the ground.
Son Goku! Did you see that? I just sliced through the entire planet with this move. What would happen if I used it on you? Frieza asked ominously. Son Goku became even angrier upon witnessing this scene. TCH. Don't recklessly destroy other people's planets.
Son Goku shouted in fury.
Frieza snorted coldly. Humph. It's not your planet, so it has nothing to do with you. Saiyan monkey. Die. Frieza roared.
The two flashed their bodies and clashed again. As the ground trembled and magma erupted, the scene resembled the end of the world. Wang Lin saw this and decided not to watch any longer.
He prepared to transfer Bulma and the remaining living beings on Namek to Earth.
Otherwise, the battle between Son Goku and Frieza would endanger others.
Wang Lin was quite concerned about Bulma's safety. This matter could not be delayed.
If it continued like this, by the time Frieza destroyed the core of Namek, leaving it with only 5 minutes to live, it would be even more dangerous. As for why Wang Lin didn't act sooner, if he had, there wouldn't have been these troubles.
It's a good question.
I can't provide a satisfactory answer, so please forgive my poor abilities.
If he had defeated Frieza as soon as he appeared, what would the readers enjoy? Back to the main point. Wang Lin was now ready to use the ability he had copied from Belunja. It was the ability to make 3 wishes every 130 days. Wang Lin wasted no time and directly began to make his wish. My first wish is to move everyone except Son Goku and Frieza. To transfer them all to the large lawn at Bulma's home in West City on Earth.
Wang Lin made this wish. Suddenly a red light flashed in Wang Lin's eyes.
Everyone on the battlefield except Frieza and Son Goku disappeared in an instant. Meanwhile, at the residence of the Grand Elder of Namek.
The Grand Elder sat in a chair, his brow furrowed.
Alas! The end of Namek is approaching. Naruto, take Dundee and escape this planet as soon as possible in the spaceship.
I don't have much time left, let me rest in peace with Namek.
The Grand Elder. Let's leave together.
Dundee cried with tears streaming down his face. Nearest eyes were also moist as he tried to persuade Grand Elder I. However, before he could finish, the 3 of them vanished simultaneously.
Such scenes occurred throughout Namek.
Whether frogs or other native species of Namek, they all vanished in that moment.
Earth. West City. On the large lawn at Bulma's home. Ha! Where is this? Nearest brain malfunctioned. This planet is filled with a peaceful aura. Dundee said. It seems someone has transferred us to another planet. That's good, at least my Namekian race hasn't been exterminated.
The Grand Elder slowly spoke, his expression filled with sorrow.
Bulma was first stunned, then looked around and felt a sense of familiarity. Yay! This is my home. I've returned to Earth. That's great. I'm saved. Bulma cheered loudly, happier than a child. What's going on? How did we suddenly return to Earth? Gohan was astonished, a bit confused.
Everyone had different expressions, but without exception they were all in good spirits.
Oof. I truly am destined to survive.
Vegeta snorted coldly, crossing his arms over his chest, immensely proud. Seeing this, Wang Lin's lips curled slightly.
TCH, it's just green Vegeta, what's there to flaunt? Then Wang Lin patted Bulma on the shoulder. Bulma, I brought you back to Earth. Since this is your home, you should entertain them for a while. I have something to attend to and will come find you later. Saying that, Wang Lin pressed his fingers to his forehead, preparing to use instant transmission to leave.
At this moment, Gohan looked at the bag of senza beans tightly clutched in his hands, as if remembering something. He immediately called out to Wang Lin, by the way.
Uncle Wang Lin. What about my dad and Frieza?
Wang Lin looked down at Gohan and replied nonchalantly, your father and Frieza are still battling on Namek. I went over this time to resolve this matter.
After saying that, Wang Lin said no more and directly used instant transmission to disappear. Wang Lin did not head to Namek right away.
Instead, he arrived at the underworld, the domain of King Yin. The reason for his sudden detour was that he suddenly recalled the North King. Thinking of the North King, he also remembered the North King's disciple King Yin.
The moment these two came to mind, Wang Lin couldn't help but want to replicate their abilities.
Once I replicate their abilities, it won't be too late to resolve Frieza on Namek. Although I already possess the unscathed King Fist, one must question the necessity of replicating the North King's abilities.
Let me tell you clearly, it is indeed very necessary.
The North King's ability for long-distance telepathy is incredibly powerful.
No matter where you are in the universe, you can directly communicate telepathically. Moreover, it allows everyone in the universe to hear your voice. Additionally, it can accurately locate any planet in the universe. With such capabilities combined with instant transmission, it is simply extraordinary. How could one miss out on such excellent abilities?
As for King Yan's abilities, I wonder if I can replicate his power to suppress the souls of the dead. Wang Lin murmured to himself. Soon he appeared before King Yan.
You are a living person. How did you come to my domain? King Yan looked at Wang Lin in confusion.
Detected target speaking. Replicable abilities suppressing the souls of the dead, the ability to execute souls to heaven or hell, control over the underworld's domain.
Replicate. Replicate.
Wang Lin thought to himself.
Replication successful.
At the moment he heard that the replication was successful, a smile crept across Wang Lin's face. Though this ability may never be used in a lifetime, who would complain about having too many skills?
Hey! I'm talking to you.
King Yen said, somewhat displeased.
I am here to find the king. Your presence is unnecessary.
With that, Wang Lin's body flickered and vanished.
Reappearing, he stood atop Snake Way. The entire length of Snake Way is 1,000,000 kilometers, a length rare in the ordinary world.
Wang Lin pressed his fingers to his forehead and, sensing the aura of the North King, instantly disappeared.
North King Star. At this moment, Yamcha, Chaozu and Tenshinhan stood excitedly behind the king.
The king was observing the battle on Namek through telepathy. Additionally, he acted as a commentator, narrating significant events to the three of them. For instance, the moment when Son Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan and overwhelmed Frieza. Or what happened when Frieza unleashed 100% of his power. The king would comment on these events. Lord King, does this mean that Goku, having transformed into a Super Saiyan, is certain to win?
Yamcha asked. The king shook his head and said, I don't know. Observing their battle, it seems evenly matched. Although Goku slightly holds the upper hand, the final outcome remains uncertain.
While the group conversed, a sudden sound interrupted them.
A figure appeared out of thin air.
The king stared in astonishment at the person who suddenly appeared before him.
You are Wang Lin.
Did you come here for something? The king inquired.
What?
He is Wang Lin.
Yamcha exclaimed in shock. The aura is terrifying.
I almost thought an enemy had found North King Star.
Tenshinhan remarked.
Indeed, Lord King is right. Wang Lin is surely a Saiyan.
Chaozu stated. Wang Lin did not respond, focusing instead on the wonderful voice in his mind.
Detected target speaking. Replicable abilities: King Fist, Spirit Bomb, Top Tier Martial Arts, Insights, Humorous Jokes, Telepathy with all beings in the universe, Long Distance Telepathy, Living Map. All abilities of the North King.
Wolf Fang Fist, Spirit Ball, Kamehameha, Martial Arts, Yamcha's Flirtatious Talent. Solar Flare, Key Cannon, 4 Demons Fist, 4 Body Fist, Dodon Ray, Volleyball Fist, Demon Seal Wave, Turtle School Martial Arts, Tenshinhan's Martial Arts Talent, Outstanding Flirtation Talent.
Dodon Ray, Psychic Abilities, Turtle School Martial Arts, Chaos's Flirtation Talent. Shall all be replicated?
Yes. Wait. Flirtation Talent. What the hell? Aside from Yamcha's Flirtation Talent and Tenshinhan and Chaos's Flirtation Talent, replicate everything else.
Wang Lin thought to himself.
Replication successful. Comfortable. Wang Lin smiled slightly. This is absurd.
What is this flirtation talent?
Fortunately, I noticed and did not replicate, otherwise transforming into a flamboyant character would mean Bulma and Android 18 would be lost, right? Thank goodness.
Wang Lin sighed with relief.
Wang Lin did not waste another word with the king and others, directly using instant transmission to leave. Is that it? Did he just leave? How baffling.
The king scratched his head in confusion. Unable to comprehend, he truly could not understand the significance of Wang Lin's visit. Forget it, he'll continue to remotely monitor the situation on Namek.
Namek.
The land shattered, a sight of devastation. Magma erupted, the sky changed color, and thunder and hurricanes ravaged the area. Such a scene truly felt like the end of the world had arrived. In the sky, 2 figures were rapidly battling.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The terrifying sounds of collision echoed through the sky. Ultimately, the 2 figures separated, floating in midair, facing each other.
Oh ho ho ho! Son Goku!
The core of this planet has already been destroyed by me. Frieza raised his right hand and spread his fingers, saying, 5 minutes. In 5 minutes this planet will explode.
At that time you will turn to ashes along with this planet.
I, Frieza, can survive in the universe, while you, this Saiyan monkey, can only wait for death.
Frieza laughed with delight. TCH. TCH TCH Frieza. I will completely eliminate you within 5 minutes. Son Goku roared angrily.
At this point their battle had already escalated to the most intense stage. As they were about to strike again, a sound of whoosh echoed and Wang Lin appeared out of thin air.
Frieza completely ignored the suddenly appearing Wang Lin. In his eyes there was only Son Goku. Everyone else was insignificant. Even if his father stood here, he might not care.
The most important thing now was to kill this golden-haired Saiyan monkey.
Wang Lin's expression was indifferent as he quietly watched Frieza. Suddenly Wang Lin clenched his fists and shouted. Ha! A surge of golden aura erupted. He transformed directly into a Super Saiyan. Wang Lin's lips curled into a cold smile. Trash. Die! Wang Lin shouted loudly and fiercely punched towards Frieza's head. Bang! Frieza's head exploded instantly. Blood splattered across half of Wang Lin's face, sliding down his cheek to the corner of his mouth. The power of this punch was terrifying. Son Goku, witnessing this scene, felt his pupils constrict, violently shocked to the core. Is this a joke? One punch exploded Frieza's head. Son Goku stood frozen, his brain nearly crashing. Pat! Frieza's headless body fell from the sky to the ground. The decapitated body twitched a few times before ceasing all movement. Wang Lin's expression remained cold as he extended his tongue to lick the blood from the corner of his mouth. Wang Lin's lips curled up, raising his right hand, fingers spread, and launched an energy ball towards Frieza's body below. This obliterated Frieza's headless body. After such a series of actions, Frieza was truly dead beyond the point of no return, not even leaving behind ashes. The Mythic Saiyan Bloodline is incredibly terrifying. With just one punch, Frieza was annihilated. In fact, it should be this way. Wang Lin's normal combat power was already 1,000 times greater than that of normal Saiyans like Son Goku. Transforming into a Super Saiyan further multiplies his strength tenfold. Imagine such an exaggerated combat power. Is it absurd to annihilate Frieza in an instant? Shouldn't that be expected? If this can't take down Frieza in one punch, then Wang Lin's combat power must be fake, and the cheat must also be fake. But how could that possibly be fake? Wang Lin, you can actually transform into a Super Saiyan too. Just how powerful are you? Sun Wukong stared dumbfounded at Wang Lin. After reverting from his Super Saiyan form, Wang Lin produced a Senzu bean and tossed it to Sun Wukong. Within a single breath, every wound on Sun Wukong's body healed completely. This time Sun Wukong displayed remarkable self-awareness. Recognizing the vast gulf between their strengths, he refrained entirely from suggesting another sparring match with Wang Lin. Instead, he mimicked Wang Lin precisely, stepping down from his Super Saiyan state. A thunderclap roared as lightning struck Namek Star. Fierce gales relentlessly scoured the planet's last remaining vegetation. Scorching magma surged like tidal waves, erupting in relentless violent bursts. Wang Lin gazed upon Namek Star's devastation, feeling the dying pulse of a world on the verge of annihilation. Without hesitation, he made his decision. He would grant his second wish. My second wish is restore Namek Star to its original state. Wang Lin voiced the wish. Crimson light blazed within his eyes. The wish manifested instantly. In the blink of an eye, Namek Star's skies cleared, storm winds vanished, celestial anomalies dissolved. Namek Star flourished anew, every leaf, every mountain, the very sphere itself, restored to pristine perfection. Sun Wukong, witnessing the transformation in its entirety, stood frozen, eyes wide with astonishment. What just happened? Namek Star, it's been restored to exactly how it was before. Sun Wukong asked, bewildered. The possibility that someone had gathered Earth's Dragon Balls to make this wish never crossed Sun Wukong's mind. He himself had only recently been revived by Earth's Dragon Balls. How could their energy possibly have recharged so swiftly? Earth's Dragon Balls regenerated far too slowly for that. As for Sun Wukong's question, no answer awaited him from Wang Lin. He would have to discover the truth on his own. To reveal it outright would spoil the wonder. My third wish is grant me a time machine powered by infinite energy. Wang Lin had replicated Paranga's wish-granting ability, but without refinement or enhancement. Thus each wish could revive only one being. Under such constraints, Wang Lin naturally prioritized his own desires. Reviving Krillin and the others would wait until he forged his own Dragon Balls. Crimson light flashed once more in Wang Lin's eyes, and the wish took effect. A time machine materialized out of thin air upon the ground, identical in appearance to Trunks' time machine. The sole distinction. This machine drew upon boundless, inexhaustible energy. What is this thing? Sun Wukong gaped, utterly baffled by the sudden apparition. Ask no questions, you wouldn't understand anyway, Wang Lin replied. But how can I understand if you won't tell me? Sun Wukong pressed. Too lazy to explain, Wang Lin brushed off casually. Ha! Sun Wukong scratched his head, perplexed. Then with a flick of his right hand, Wang Lin sealed the time machine into his spatial ring.
Thus concluded the use of the wish-granting power copied from the Dragon Piranga. To invoke it again would require waiting 130 days.
Why Wang Lin chose this final wish was no accident.
After all, possessing a time machine capable of traversing past and future at will.
That was undeniably extraordinary. Especially one fueled by infinite energy.
Next, Wang Lin located the spacecraft he had left on Namek Star and likewise stored it within his spatial ring. He had spent nearly half a month crafting that vessel, reclaiming it was only sensible. Though he might seldom use it again, he saw no reason to discard it, especially since it remained perfectly intact.
Now Wang Lin prepared to return to Earth.
Gokong, grab my shoulder.
I'll take you back, Wang Lin declared.
Oh, okay.
Wait, aren't we taking the spaceship?
Sun Wukong asked even as his hand settled onto Wang Lin's shoulder.
Wang Lin shook his head.
No need, I possess a technique that transports one instantly to any desired location. With that, he gently closed his eyes, raised his right hand and pressed 2 fingers to his brow.
Whoosh! In an instant both vanished.
Simultaneously on the northern Ko star, Ko nearly leapt from his seat in shock.
Wang Lin is simply unparalleled. He annihilated Frisia in a single strike.
Ko roared, exhilarated.
What?
Lord Ko, what has transpired?
Tian Xinhan demanded.
Yes, what occurred?
Yamcha echoed. Kaiatsu watched Ko intently, eager to hear the full account.
It began when Wang Lin too achieved Super Saiyan transformation, then. Under the trio's stunned gazes, Ko recounted the entire sequence of events.
Wow! This Saiyan named Wang Lin is truly awe-inspiring. Kaiatsu marveled. Unbelievable. He's even stronger than Goku. Tian Xinhan stammered in disbelief. Thank goodness Wang Lin isn't a malevolent Saiyan, otherwise Earth's fate would be unimaginable. Yamcha breathed in relief.
Though Wang Lin is no paragon of righteousness, he remains on the whole a commendable individual. So long as one does not provoke him, peace endures.
Ko assessed. Earth. West City. Bulma's residence.
Suddenly 2 figures appeared before Bulma, materializing out of empty space.
Wang Lin. Sunken. Thank heavens, you've returned safely. Bulma cried, overjoyed. Hey there, Bulma.
Sun Wukong greeted cheerfully. By the way, where's Frisia?
Did you defeat him? Bulma asked. Yes, he's been slain by Wang Lin. And Namek Star has been fully restored to its former glory. Sun Wukong explained. Wang Lin offered no clarification regarding how Namek Star had been restored. Yet Sun Wukong was no fool. If he applied himself, the truth would surely surface. Given Wang Lin's unfathomable power and profound mystery,
the ability to resurrect an entire planet seemed scarcely astonishing.
True wisdom often wears the guise of simplicity. That was Sun Wukong through and through. Wang Lin is what Sunken said true.
Bulma turned to him, searching his eyes.
Indeed, it is, Wang Lin affirmed with a gentle nod and a faint smile. Yay! You two are absolutely incredible. At last, Frisia is gone forever. Bulma cheered, radiant with joy. She then summoned Gohan and the others, followed by yet another jubilant celebration. Dad! Uncle Wang Lin! You're just so strong! Gohan exclaimed, eyes blazing with fervent admiration. Hoof! Kakarot! Wang Lin! I will surpass you both! Vegeta vowed silently. Thereafter Bulma hosted a grand banquet in honor of their victory. When the feast concluded, Wang Lin activated instant transmission. He escorted the Grand Elder and the other Namekians back to Namek Star. Thus the affair of Namek Star reached its quiet, dignified close. Then everyone returned home, each to their own kin. Before departing, Sun Wukong posed a question to Wang Lin. Wang Lin, what was that technique you used to bring me from Namek Star to Earth in an instant? Sun Wukong asked. That technique is called instant transmission, Wang Lin replied, glancing at him. Want to learn it? Sun Wukong nodded vigorously. Wang Lin retorted, I won't teach it to you. Don't say that. Please, just teach me. I beg you. Sun Wukong pleaded eagerly.
It is beyond words, only intuition can grasp it, Wang Lin stated. Wang Lin, please for my sake teach me. Sun Wukong rubbed his hands together brimming with anticipation.
Alright, go home first. I'll teach you when I find the time. Wang Lin waved dismissively. Agreed. Until next time, Wang Lin.
With that, Sun Wukong soared away using the flying nimbus technique, heading naturally to Mount Paozu to reunite with his son.
Wang Lin meanwhile settled into Bulma's residence. The next day, Wang Lin got out of bed.
He glanced at Bulma, who was still sound asleep beside him, and a smile gradually appeared on his lips.
Vegeta, it seems you can now change your name to Vegeta.
Wang Lin thought to himself.
He then covered Bulma with the blanket. With a flash, Wang Lin disappeared and reappeared on the lawn.
At this moment, Wang Lin was preparing to create the Dragon Balls. He had replicated all the abilities of the Grand Elder on Namek, and now it was time to put them to good use. Wang Lin was about to take out the materials for making the Dragon Balls from his spatial ring. However, just then a figure quickly flew in and landed in front of Wang Lin.
Wang Lin, do you have time right now? Please teach me instant transmission.
Sun Wukong looked at Wang Lin with eager eyes.
Wang Lin. In the end, Wang Lin felt somewhat helpless under Sun Wukong's persistent requests.
So he taught Sun Wukong instant transmission. Sun Wukong learned it in just an hour. This is not a joke, nor is it nonsense, it is well-founded. As for why he learned it so quickly, there was indeed a reason.
Wang Lin had directly shown Sun Wukong the essence of instant transmission multiple times, and naturally he learned it.
In the original animation, Cell mentioned that when he self-destructed, Sun Wukong used instant transmission to take him to King Kai's planet, leading to King Kai's unfortunate demise.
In that moment of Cell's self-destruction, he recognized the essence of instant transmission and instantly learned this skill.
Additionally, in the Majin Buu saga, at the moment of Earth's explosion, when Kibito used instant transmission to save people, Buu merely glanced at it and immediately learned instant transmission.
With Cell before and Majin Buu after, this is ironclad evidence.
Therefore, with Wang Lin revealing the essence, it was already very slow for Sun Wukong to take an hour to learn.
If taught like this, even a dog could learn it in just a few minutes. Yet Sun Wukong took an hour. This shows just how slow he truly was. Just then, with a whoosh, Sun Wukong's right index and middle fingers touched his forehead and he vanished in an instant. A moment later, he reappeared. Ha ha! Wang Lin. I finally learned instant transmission.
Thank you so much for teaching me such a convenient technique.
Well then, Wang Lin, I'm heading back now. You'll come to find you next time. Goodbye.
With that, Sun Wukong pressed his fingers to his forehead and disappeared. Wang Lin, damn, what a heartless guy. No wonder he is like that scoundrel Rot, almost as bad as me, learns and runs. But this was also good, no one would disturb him while he made the Dragon Balls. Wang Lin thought to himself. However, having taught Sun Wukong instant transmission meant facing a problem. His wife might be seen by Sun Wukong while bathing or doing other activities.
But Wang Lin had already thought of a solution.
Once he created the Dragon Balls, he would wish for Sun Wukong to be unable to use instant transmission to reach Bulma's home, rendering his ability ineffective here.
Next, Wang Lin no longer hesitated and began to create the Dragon Balls. He waved his right hand and a subtle gleam flashed from the spatial ring, causing a pile of materials to appear out of thin air on the ground. This pile of materials was of course what Wang Lin had wished for from Shenlong Purunga. There were quite a few materials, and they should be enough to create several relatively large Dragon Balls. As Wang Lin manufactured the Dragon Balls, he pondered what elements to add to Shenlong. I remember that the Shenlong on Earth has experienced being defeated before. So let's give Shenlong some self-preservation abilities. That way it would also be convenient to punish those who turn their backs after making wishes. Considering that some heinous individuals have killed Shenlong right after making their wishes, it would be better to endow Shenlong with some combat talents. In this light, Shenlong's appearance and form should also be somewhat fierce, otherwise it wouldn't be intimidating at all. Wang Lin contemplated. Also, there should be 3 wishes that can be granted at once, otherwise it wouldn't be interesting. The number of times to revive people should be unlimited, and the number of people revived should also be unlimited. Otherwise it would be very disappointing. The scope of wishes should also be broad, in this way Shenlong would be perfect. After a wish is granted, the range for the Dragon Balls to scatter can be set to Earth. Otherwise it would be troublesome to collect them across the universe. Wang Lin thought. Considering that the Earth's Shenlong cannot revive those who have already died and that the Namekian Shenlong can only revive one person per wish, Wang Lin planned to remove all these miserly restrictions. My Shenlong must be unique and even more so perfect. Wang Lin smiled faintly. After adding these elements, he began the manufacturing of the Dragon Balls. Creating the Dragon Balls would take about 100 days. It could not be completed overnight. This point was also mentioned by Dandy in the original work. He also mentioned that if there were ready-made Dragon Balls and models, they could be immediately used with just a few adjustments. But unfortunately, Wang Lin only had materials, so he had to start from scratch. In other words, if there were indeed ready-made Dragon Balls and models, then it wouldn't be about creating Dragon Balls but merely modifying them to revive Shenlong. Wang Lin decided. After creating the Dragon Balls, he would replicate Shenlong's abilities. This idea was simply perfect. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 90 days had passed. Wang Lin spent his days creating Dragon Balls and his nights with Bulma. Therefore, these 90 days were quite enjoyable. At this moment, Wang Lin's work on the Dragon Balls was nearing completion. The model of the Dragon Balls had naturally been crafted. Next, he just needed to give Shenlong life and cast the spell to summon Shenlong. On the lawn, 7 spherical stone balls about the size of toilets were laid out. Due to Shenlong not having been given life yet, the Dragon Balls appeared as dull, lifeless stones. Wang Lin raised both hands, fingers spread, aiming at the Shenlong model with a soft glow radiating. Wang Lin murmured in the Namekian language, Misai Misai Walaji, if you don't Walaji I can't Misai Jili Gwala. Moments later, a brilliant light burst forth and the Shenlong model revived. Immediately following, 7 beams of golden light shot forth and landed on the 7 Dragon Balls. Each of these 7 Dragon Balls was the size of a toilet. The size of the Dragon Balls was due to the ample materials Wang Lin had wished for earlier. Once those materials were fully used, they transformed into this. In just an instant, the Dragon Balls turned orange-yellow. At a glance, they sparkled and shone as if coated in a layer of light. Each orange-yellow Dragon Ball from any angle revealed a 3-dimensional crimson star inside. Arranged from 1 star to 7 stars, this set of Dragon Balls was truly beautiful. Then Wang Lin waved his right hand and stored the Shenlong model in his spatial ring. This way it was well protected, avoiding any damage. If the Shenlong model were to be damaged, it would also affect the usage of the Dragon Balls, so it was better to store it in the spatial ring. Primarily it was convenient. Wang Lin was too lazy to find a place to put it. I finally completed the manufacturing. Wang Lin sighed in relief. Looking at the 7 orange-yellow Dragon Balls, a wave of inexplicable satisfaction washed over him. After Wang Lin had crafted the Dragon Balls, he called Bulma over to admire them together. This set of Dragon Balls was simply a work of art. Wang Lin. What a huge Dragon Ball! It's truly my first time seeing one this large. Bulma walked over, her eyes filled with delight. At this moment, Bulma had long hair and was wearing a black bunny girl outfit, her long legs wrapped in black stockings, looking very alluring. She appeared exceptionally beautiful and quite sexy. In a moment I will summon the dragon to make a wish. Let us witness this wondrous moment together. Wang Lin said with a smile. Great. I will notify Sun Wukong and the others to come and witness the birth of the new dragon. Bulma said joyfully. This moment of witnessing the birth of a new dragon was something she greatly anticipated. Then Bulma jogged back and called Sun Wukong and the others, inviting them to witness the dragon that Wang Lin had created. Before long, Bulma returned, having changed into a different outfit. Now she was wearing a white JK uniform and white stockings. Realizing that the bunny girl outfit wasn't quite appropriate, Bulma opted for a more innocent JK uniform. The occasion was different, and with many people coming, it was better to keep it normal. Thus she changed into a regular white JK outfit. Not long after, the people Bulma had called began to arrive one after another. The attendees were all familiar faces. Sun Wukong, Sun Wufan, Piccolo, Master Roshi, Oolong, and Puar had all come. Vegeta was also there, currently staying in a guest room at Bulma's house. Everyone was astonished upon seeing Wang Lin's Dragon Balls. This was truly the first time seeing a Dragon Ball as big as a toilet. Since everyone is here, then Wang Lin, let us begin summoning the dragon. Bulma said with a smile. That's exactly what I intend to do. Wang Lin nodded. Before that, let me introduce the advantages of the Dragon Balls I created. Wang Lin said with a light smile.
As soon as he said this, everyone's attention shifted toward him, all showing expressions of anticipation. Wang Lin chuckled and began to speak slowly. I won't waste words, let me give a simple introduction. Compared to the Dragon Balls from Namek, my Dragon Balls can also grant 3 wishes. Moreover, one wish can revive multiple people. Those who have been revived once can be revived again without any limit on the number of times. Additionally, when I created the Dragon Balls, I calculated based on Namek's time, meaning it only takes 130 days to collect the Dragon Balls again for wishes. Wang Lin explained. After saying this, he did not immediately summon the dragon but instead allowed everyone some time to digest the information. Once everyone understood Wang Lin's meaning, they suddenly became agitated. What? After making a wish, it will only take 130 days to use it again. Is that even possible? Piccolo exclaimed in shock, his face turning green even though it was already green. Wow! Uncle Wang Lin is amazing. With this, everyone killed by the Saiyans and Frieza can be revived this time. Sun Wufan marveled in amazement. Incredible, truly incredible. To think that you can even create Dragon Balls, Wang Lin, your skills are truly astonishing. What a mysterious Saiyan. Master Roshi praised. Sun Wukong couldn't help but compliment, great job Wang Lin. You really are something. Now Krillin can also be revived with your Dragon Balls. Incredible. Besides the Namekians, there's actually someone who can create Dragon Balls. Vegeta was taken aback. Alright then, let's summon the dragon. Let us witness the birth of the new dragon. Wang Lin said. Everyone displayed expressions of excitement and anticipation. Wang Lin looked at the Dragon Balls before taking a deep breath. He hesitated, wondering whether he should recite the incantation he had said in front of everyone. After much deliberation, he finally decided to say the real incantation. He raised his hands high and shouted, Crazy Dog Dragon, quickly come out and fulfill my wish. Upon hearing this, everyone was astonished. How could Wang Lin say such an incantation? Isn't that an insult? Before anyone could ponder further, they saw the 7 Dragon Balls, which were the size of a toilet, emit a dazzling golden light. The golden light shot straight into the sky. In an instant, the sky turned a bloody red. Soon the crimson sky gradually receded, engulfed by the night. As dark clouds covered the sky amidst the flashes of lightning and thunder, a mighty and robust figure materialized. The appearance of the dragon looked somewhat terrifying. It had a pair of enormous black horns on its head. Its face was fierce and terrifying, and its mouth was as ugly as a backside with fangs protruding. Its body was immensely large, with incredibly developed muscles on its arms covered in muscle tumors, giving it a terrifying and disgusting appearance. Unlike other dragons, it had 2 legs with muscles on its legs, also incredibly robust. Its feet were large and heavy, the muscles so swollen they looked as if they might explode. Such an image gave a sense of power about to overflow. This feeling of explosive power created an overwhelmingly strong visual impact. This was the most violent aesthetic monster. The dragon opened its blood-red eyes. After a glint of red light flashed, it spoke in its unique voice, Gathered idiot who collected the 7 Dragon Balls. Quickly state your wish. Within my range I can fulfill 3 wishes. Upon hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded, then they all fainted. What the heck is this, really a dragon? This dragon looks too terrifying. If you didn't say it was a dragon, I would have thought it was a monster. What a character this dragon has. Master Roshi adjusted his sunglasses and said. Is this a joke? How could the dragon say such words? Piccolo exclaimed in astonishment. This is truly shocking. Its appearance is far more terrifying than that of the Namekian dragon. Sun Wufan said. Unbelievable. How could such a creature be a dragon? Bulma said, looking confused. TCH. Such a crude creature. Vegeta crossed his arms and scoffed. Hey! Did you all notice? This dragon seems quite unhappy. It won't want to kill us, will it? Sun Wukong said loudly. Everyone looked up, their eyes scanning in the direction Sun Wukong pointed. They discovered that the dragon's expression was indeed terrifying, as if it wanted to kill. Oh my! No way! Bulma said somewhat uncertainly. Looking at its feet, hands and facial expressions combined with its massive muscles, you wouldn't just say it could kill, I would believe it if you said it could punch through the universe. Then everyone looked at Wang Lin.
Wang Lin twitched his mouth and comforted, "Don't panic. The dragon is for wishes, how could it possibly harm us? What bad intentions could the dragon have? It just looks a bit intimidating."
With Wang Lin's words, everyone felt reassured, letting out long sighs.
That's good, that's good. Bulma patted her chest, indicating she had been scared.
At this moment, a terrifying divine dragon floated in the sky. It grew impatient seeing that the people below had not yet expressed their wishes.
So it reminded them, "You bunch of fools, stop wasting my time. It takes you half a day just to make a wish. If you have no wishes to fulfill, then I will take my leave." Bulma and the others were left dumbfounded upon hearing the dragon's words. Damn.
Wang Lin looked at the divine dragon in the sky, feeling a bit unable to bear the sight.
When he created the dragon model, he merely wanted it to appear fierce.
Although he had foreseen that the divine dragon would be somewhat terrifying, he did not expect it to be so rude and take advantage of others so easily. However, it did not stop there, it even insulted others.
Wang Lin could not help but criticize, "Damn it, don't you have any manners?
You, the divine dragon, spouting filthy words, what kind of etiquette is that?"
Upon hearing this, the divine dragon scoffed, "Humph. Go to hell. You idiot, weren't you the one who insulted me first?"
Wang Lin was taken aback. It did seem that way, as the spell he said indeed counted as an insult. "But that does not give you the right to act so arrogantly or insult me." Wang Lin's expression turned cold as he deliberately put on a stern face. "So you think you're so great, so noble, that you can insult me now?
Alright, then you really are something. Aren't you afraid?" Wang Lin had yet to finish his sentence when the divine dragon interrupted him. No, daddy, you are my daddy. I didn't insult you, I was insulting them."
The divine dragon pointed at Sun Wukong and the others.
Everyone. Under Wang Lin's imposing presence, the dragon instantly cowered.
It wasn't that it was timid, it simply feared Wang Lin. What if Wang Lin got unhappy and decided to remake it? The divine dragon coughed twice and put on what it thought was a gentle smile, even though it tried hard to smile. However, with its appearance, no matter how gentle it tried to be, it still looked incredibly eerie. It seemed to sense this and quickly spoke up, "Cough, cough, I was just joking, I was kidding, you are my master.
How could I dare insult you?" After this display, the divine dragon left Wang Lin utterly confused.
Wang Lin hesitated, feeling somewhat speechless, unsure of what to say, creating an awkward atmosphere. Thus Wang Lin had no choice but to endure the awkwardness and resentment and copied the dragon's abilities. Detecting target speech. Copyable abilities: the ability to grant 3 wishes every 130 days of volatile temperament and vulgar thoughts.
Do you wish to copy all?
As expected, it's not a proper dragon.
Wang Lin thought, except for the volatile temperament and vulgar thoughts, copy everything. Copy successful.
In that moment of success, Wang Lin felt a surge of joy and the corners of his mouth slightly lifted. Having copied so many abilities, his current mindset had already settled down and he wouldn't have significant emotional fluctuations, though he still felt a tinge of joy inside. After all, who would complain about being too talented?
Just then Vegeta interrupted Wang Lin's thoughts.
Hoof. A crude creature adept at bending with the wind, just an ugly monster. An individual with such a disgusting appearance could actually be a divine dragon.
Vegeta scoffed.
However, just after Vegeta finished speaking, something shocking occurred.
Ha ha, spit.
The divine dragon directly spat a mouthful of phlegm at Vegeta.
In an instant, Vegeta was drenched, caught squarely by the dragon's spit.
His head and face were sticky, soaking wet, covered in thick phlegm. Vegeta froze for a moment, not immediately reacting. After a brief pause, he instantly exploded with rage.
TCH. Damn you.
You. Vegeta was about to explode in anger, but before he could act, he heard a puff sound. The divine dragon pinched its nose and sneezed a pile of snot right onto his head. After finishing this, the dragon angrily spat, "Damn idiot.
How dare you insult me? I am the divine dragon. What worthless Prince Vegeta, you mean nothing." In an instant, Vegeta was rendered speechless. He was completely wrapped in the sticky snot.
Feeling the thick snot and phlegm all over him, he was overwhelmed with disgust under this double dose of unpleasantness.
Vegeta erupted in rage. "How dare you? Damn you. How could you? How could you do this?"
Vegeta's anger surged and he directly vaporized the snot and phlegm on him.
Vegeta roared, "Disgusting creature, I will kill you."
After saying this, he pressed his palms together, opened his hands with fingers spread, placed them at his waist, and the energy in his palms began to wildly gather.
Gallic gun!
Vegeta shouted angrily, suddenly pushing the Gallic gun from his palms outward. Instantly, a terrifying energy projectile shot skyward, aimed at the Divine Dragon.
The Divine Dragon looked at the incoming Gallic gun, took a deep breath, its chest swelling slightly.
Then the Divine Dragon blew a breath toward the Gallic gun.
Boom!
With that single breath, the Gallic gun extinguished like a candle that had been doused, dissipating into thin air.
This scene shocked everyone, their expressions changing dramatically. Trash! With that little power, you think you can kill your Divine Dragon, Grandpa? The Divine Dragon taunted. TCH. Die! Vegeta roared.
He soared into the sky, defying the wind. Like an undefeated war god, he hurled a punch at the Divine Dragon.
Bang! The Divine Dragon slapped down, directly smashing Vegeta into the ground.
A circular pit appeared with Vegeta lying in the center, unconscious. The Divine Dragon angrily spat, "You idiot!
Don't you know who I am? I am the Divine Dragon. When did a little ant like you dare to attack a Divine Dragon?"
Then the Divine Dragon picked its nose, dug out a piece of booger, flicked it, and directly threw it at Vegeta. Such a brutal and vulgar scene left Sun Wukong and the others dumbfounded. Everyone looked at the Divine Dragon, then at the unconscious Vegeta on the ground, and then at Wang Lin. They all fell silent.
Clearly they seemed to be saying, "Wang Lin, is this really the Divine Dragon you said wouldn't kill people? Alright, is there any idiot who wants to make a wish? If not, then I will take my leave." The Divine Dragon reminded, as it still had some basic professional ethics. As soon as the Divine Dragon said this, everyone was first stunned, then fell into silence.
Damn it, as a Divine Dragon being so fierce, who the hell would still dare to make a wish?
Is there no one who wants to make a wish? Then I will take my leave. The Divine Dragon reminded again.
Wang Lin saw this and knew that everyone was a bit too afraid to make wishes. So he spoke up, "Wait, don't go yet, I have a wish to make."
Oh. So there is still an idiot. Master, what wish do you want to make? The Divine Dragon asked.
Its tone changed so quickly that it left people speechless.
Wang Lin wasted no time on unnecessary words, directly getting to the point and making his wish.
"Crazy dog Shenlong, my first wish is to resurrect all those who died on Earth because of the Saiyans." Wang Lin made this wish. He saw the Shenlong's red eyes gleam for a moment before it spoke. "Master, your first wish has been."
I have already fulfilled it." "Quickly say your next wish."
Wang Lin narrowed his eyes. This Shenlong was not honest.
Besides enjoying insulting others, it also had its eyes on taking advantage of them. It even wanted to take advantage of its own.
However, Wang Lin didn't say much. After all, this was the Shenlong he had meticulously crafted. As long as it wasn't too excessive, Wang Lin was still willing to indulge it. At this moment on Beijia, Wenxing, Yamocha, Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi had all their halos disappear, and the three of them were resurrected.
Moreover, all those who were previously killed by Naba were also resurrected.
Then Wang Lin made his second wish. "Shenlong, my second wish is to resurrect all the kind-hearted people who died because of Frisia during the battle on Namek."
Wang Lin said.
He saw the Shenlong's blood-red eyes brighten as it spoke. "Master, your second wish has been fulfilled. Quickly say your last wish." The Shenlong urged.
Wang Lin smiled and made his third wish. "Very well, my last wish is for Bulma to obtain eternal youth, and to make Goku's instant transmission ineffective within Bulma's vicinity. Lastly, help me hold a grand wedding with Bulma."
"Alright, Master, this is a piece of cake for me," the Shenlong replied. He saw its eyes flash with red light and it said, "All your wishes have been granted. So I wish you a happy wedding. Goodbye." After saying this, a flash of light appeared in the sky and the Shenlong disappeared, transforming into 7 dragon balls the size of marbles, shooting off in 7 different directions toward Earth. Whoosh! The dark clouds in the sky dispersed, the night gradually faded, and the sky returned to its original clarity. At this moment, Bulma had obtained eternal youth and beauty, and the Shenlong had specially dressed her in a magnificent wedding gown.
Goku and the others, having witnessed the new Shenlong, looked on with astonished eyes and stayed to participate in the wedding.
At this moment, Vegeta woke up leisurely with a few blades of grass stuck in his hair, appearing as if glowing green.
"By the way, Uncle Krillin, you didn't see it. The Shenlong's previous appearance was truly terrifying. Vegeta was severely taught a lesson by it," Gohan said, taking a sip of his drink, chewing his food while speaking somewhat unclearly about the Shenlong's feats.
"Hey,
Gohan, is that Shenlong really as terrifying as you say?" Isn't it the Shenlong created by Wang Lin? How could it have the power to teach Vegeta a lesson? Krillin said. At this moment the resurrected Krillin and Yamcha and the others gathered here chatting enthusiastically. By the way, hasn't anyone noticed Bulma? Don't you all think she looks stunning today? Truly beautiful. I really envy that guy Wang Lin. Yamcha expressed with a hint of envy. TCH. I noticed it long ago. Bulma is the star today. But what does that matter? Who made you so fickle? Otherwise, how could Bulma have gotten so angry as to break up with you? Bulma's current decision is the wisest. Wang Lin is the most suitable man for her. Krillin said, taking a sip of beer. In any case, let's not say too much, let's just wish them well. Jiaozi said. On a certain table filled with delicacies, Vegeta sat on a stool crazily eating, venting his emotions. Damn Wang Lin. That annoying cockroach. I must surpass you guys. Vegeta roared, then continued to eat furiously. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye 50 days had gone by. At this moment Wang Lin took out the infinite energy time machine he had wished for from the spatial ring. As for Bulma, she had her long blue hair cascading down, wearing a black and white maid outfit with white stockings on her legs and a pair of black shoes. Such an outfit was incredibly captivating. She wore a radiant smile, her cheeks slightly flushed, looking extraordinarily beautiful. She gazed at Wang Lin, her eyes sparkling with starlight. Wang Lin, be careful and come back early. Bulma waved, saying. Alright, don't worry. I'll be fine, I'm just going to a time in the future. Wang Lin said. Then he opened the cover of the time machine. After jumping in and sitting steady, he adjusted the timeline he was going to visit. Once everything was ready, Wang Lin pressed the start button. Goodbye. Come back early. Bulma waved her hand to bid farewell. He saw Wang Lin operating the time machine, and as the machine's startup sound echoed, it slowly rose from the ground, finally transforming into a line in midair until it completely disappeared. The time Wang Lin was heading to was naturally the future's desolate time. That is the timeline where future Trunks resided. The future time. Looking around, the land was scarred, houses collapsed, and the ground was riddled with potholes. In some places it was bare land devoid of any vegetation. Such a harsh environment was akin to the end of the world. At this moment, in a place of ruins, a man and a woman were walking around in boredom. Hey! Android 18, this is really boring, the young man said lazily. Android 17, then let's go kill someone. Killing a few people would liven things up. Android 18 said with a charming smile, yet her words were utterly ruthless. Alright, I can't argue with you. Your suggestion has piqued my interest, I'm on board. Android 17 said. However, just as the two were preparing to head out to find someone to kill, a machine appeared out of nowhere, landing not far from the two. This piqued their interest greatly. Android 18, quickly look at that. It seems a bit interesting. Android 17 pointed in the direction where the machine landed. Let's go. We'll find out once we get closer. If it's a bunch of foolish humans, then we can just kill them off. Android 18 said with a smile. Ha ha ha. I think the same. Android 17 laughed heartily. Then the two of them vanished in a flash and reappeared standing in front of the machine. At this moment, a handsome figure, slightly less attractive than a book friend, stood there. Hey! You're a Saiyan, right? Although you're quite handsome, your timing is off. So Android 17, kill him. Seeing him look so handsome makes me dislike him. Android 18 said coldly. Android 17 nodded with a smile. Alright, Android 18. Really? You two trash, have you really decided to make a move? Wang Lin said coldly. Less talk. Android 17, kill him. Android 18 ordered. Isn't this preparing to kill him? Android 17 said. Very well, since you've already decided, then go to hell. Wang Lin clenched his fists and suddenly hurled a punch at Android 17. Puff. Android 17's head exploded. Immediately after, Wang Lin vanished once more, reappearing behind Android 18. Android 18 turned around, suddenly fear evident in her eyes. You die too. Wang Lin threw a punch, directly shattering the head of future Android 18. Next, Wan Lin casually threw out a few energy blasts, destroying the remains of androids 17 and 18. This entire sequence of actions was seamless. After Wang Lin had slain androids 17 and 18 from the future, two silhouettes followed the trace of energy and arrived here. Who are you? Sun Wufan demanded loudly. His gaze kept sweeping over Wang Lin's tail. By every measure, this was a pure-blood Saiyan.
At this moment, Sun Wufan bore a scar across his face, his aura fierce and unyielding, his eyes resolute.
Trailing behind him was Tai Lang-Si.
Tai Lang-Si was still in his adolescence, a lingering trace of youth about him.
Wang Lin's mouth quirked into a confident smile. Is that even a question? As you can see, I am a Saiyan. A Saiyan. Impossible.
There are no Saiyans left except for me, they're all extinct.
Who exactly are you?
Or are you another creation of Dr.
Guluo? Sun Wufan asked.
He purposely held something back, not revealing that Tai Lang-Si was also a Saiyan.
Big brother Wufan. Tai Lang-Si called out.
Tai Lang-Si, if this becomes a fight, run away at once.
There may be a terrible battle ahead. Sun Wufan stepped in front of Tai Lang-Si, his expression grave.
Clearly he had steeled himself for combat.
In his understanding, Saiyans in the universe were not known for benevolence.
Besides, who knew whether this Saiyan was truly a creation of Dr.
Guluo?
Wang Lin saw how Sun Wufan treated him and realized he was being regarded as an imagined enemy.
The future timeline truly was a bleak place.
If he had arrived a few days later, Wufan might have been killed by the androids after losing his arm.
Fortunately, he had come in time. Wang Lin spoke to soothe them. Wufan, don't be so tense. Androids 17 and 18 were just killed by me. You expect me to believe that? Look at the ground, there should be traces of their remains. What? You killed the androids?
Sun Wufan's eyes scanned the scorched earth and indeed found black burn marks.
His pupils contracted and he stepped back 2 paces. I told you not to be nervous.
I come from the past timeline. I came specifically to rescue this timeline, Wang Lin said calmly.
What on earth are you talking about?
Whether past or present, there has never been anyone like you.
Who are you really? Sun Wufan demanded. If you do not believe me, fine. You need not do anything.
All you must do is watch over Tai Lang-Si.
Wang Lin smiled. What do you intend to do? Sun Wufan furrowed his brow and asked.
It was not surprising their timeline was drenched in despair.
A stranger suddenly declaring he had come to save the future would be met with skepticism by anyone. Moreover, this stranger was a notoriously ferocious Saiyan. Wang Lin said nothing, standing still and serene. Wang Lin pondered, which wish should I use first? Never mind, one at a time.
After all, I have 6 wishes to use, and my purpose in visiting the future was to alter this desperate fate. With a plan forming in his mind, Wang Lin began to make his first wish. What Wang Lin was about to employ was the wish-granting ability he had copied from Long Yi. The power he had copied from Bo Luan Jia had other uses. My first wish is to perfectly revive Sun Wukong, who died of viral heart disease, Wang Lin declared. A crimson light blossomed in Wang Lin's eyes. The wish took effect. My second wish is to revive everyone on Earth who perished because of the androids. A flash of red in his eyes manifested the second wish. Without hesitation, Wang Lin swiftly made his third wish. My third wish is to restore Earth to its former state. As the red light flickered in his eyes, the wishes answered and unfurled. Suddenly, Sun Wukong, dead for years, appeared before Wang Lin as if from nothing.
Pa! Father!
Sun Wufan murmured in bewilderment, unsure if this was real.
Ah, Wufan! You've grown. Long time no see. Sun Wukong waved. Hearing that familiar voice and seeing his father so vivid and alive, Sun Wufan could no longer contain his emotion. Father!
Sun Wufan cried, tears welling. He rushed forward and embraced Sun Wukong tightly. Father, I'm sorry I failed you, Sun Wufan sobbed.
You've tried your best, Wufan.
You're capable, Sun Wukong consoled, patting his son's back. While the two spoke tenderly, Earth reverted to its original condition and the dead returned, appearing out of thin air and revived. City after city, skyscraper after skyscraper restored to their former glory. Dieka Kellen, Vegeta, Jiaozi, Yamucha, Tianjin Fan and the other Z warriors were all revived.
What? What's happening? I'm alive.
Gekka stared at his hands in stunned disbelief. This scene unfolded across the globe. Tai Lang Si wept for joy. Amazing. Everyone is alive and Earth is restored. My father should also return, right? He said, uncertain. Witnessing this beautiful sight, Wang Lin smiled to himself. Then he slipped away quietly, taking the creditless honor with him. Wang Lin climbed into the time machine and readjusted the timeline. He prepared to travel again. This time he aimed for the future of the desolate timeline, the very future in which Tai Lang Si was slain by Sha Lu. In that timeline, Sha Lu needed to absorb androids 17 and 18 to become a perfect being. Because Tai Lang Si had killed 17 and 18, Sha Lu could not achieve perfection. Thus Sha Lu ambushed Tai Lang Si. After killing De Tai, he boarded a time machine and returned to the past. Wang Lin pressed the ignition and the machine rose into the air. It vanished as a single line. In the future of the desperate timeline, Wang Lin materialized within the time machine. Wang Lin extended his mind across the planet, sensing Tai Lang Si's presence. Then in a sealed chamber he saw a blue-haired middle-aged woman weeping. Beside her lay Tai Lang Si on the floor, motionless. Indeed, in this timeline Tai Lang Si is already dead, Wang Lin murmured. And that Bu Er Ma in this timeline has become so haggard. Wang Lin said to himself. Sigh. Although she is not the Bu Er Ma from my own timeline, seeing her so broken pains me. I will change this timeline, Wang Lin declared. He then invoked the power he had copied from Bo Luanjia. My first wish is to revive Tai Lang Si. My second wish is to revive Sun Wukong, who died of heart disease. My third wish is to restore Earth to its original state. Wang Lin uttered 3 wishes in succession. For a moment Wang Lin's eyes glowed red. The 3 wishes were granted in turn. First, Tai Lang Si was revived. Next, Sun Wukong returned to life. Lastly, Earth reverted to its former appearance. Yet it was still not perfect. Many deceased on Earth, including the Z warriors, remained unrecovered. But Wang Lin still possessed the ability he had copied from the Namek planet Grand Elder to create Dragon Balls. Wang Lin planned to travel to the heavens, find the model of the divine dragon there, and recreate the Dragon Balls for Earth in order to resurrect everyone. Thinking of this, Wang Lin stopped wasting time and decided to speak through action. He raised his right hand, pressed his 2 fingers against his forehead, and in that instant he vanished. When he reappeared, he was already at the divine hall of the heavens. You a Saiyan? Did you come here for something? A figure, black and stout yet somewhat weary, slowly approached. This person was Mr. Bobo of this timeline. Bobo, where is the model of the dragon? Help me find it and I can revive the dragon of Earth. With that I can bring back all those killed by the androids. Wang Lin said. What? Is what you're saying true? Bobo's eyes brightened and he suddenly became excited. The dragon model should still be here, right? If it is, go get it. Wang Lin reminded again. Bobo hurriedly replied, all right, I will go get the model right away. Having said that, Bobo, filled with excitement, rushed off to retrieve the dragon model. Soon Bobo returned. He held the dragon with both hands and then carefully placed it on the ground. Is there anything else I can assist you with? Bobo asked from the side. Just watch from the side, Wang Lin replied. He then pointed both hands at the dragon model and a radiant glow shone forth. Wang Lin murmured the language of Namek, modifying some settings of the dragon. He changed the ability to grant only 1 wish to the ability to grant 3 wishes. The setting that someone who has been revived cannot be revived again was also removed by Wang Lin. The restrictions of not being able to revive without a complete body and the limitation of not being able to revive if the death occurred over a year ago were also eliminated. This modification was quite simple, it only required changing the initial settings. As for the rule that one must wait a year to make another wish, Wang Lin chose not to alter it. Because the Dragon Balls were too small, having changed many settings already, any further modifications could render the Dragon Balls ineffective. In the short term, it was highly likely that they would not accumulate enough energy, making any wishes impossible. Soon Wang Lin completed all the necessary modifications. He then immediately revived the dragon. At the moment Wang Lin lowered his hands, he saw the dragon model burst forth with 7 golden beams scattering towards Earth. Those 7 golden beams landed on the scattered Dragon Balls across the planet. Originally stone-like, the Dragon Balls regained their luster upon receiving the golden light. They appeared bright orange and translucent, and the vivid red 5-point star inside looked as if it had come to life.
Sensing the change in the Dragon Balls, Wang Lin said, "Bobo, the dragon has been revived. Next we just need to collect the Dragon Balls." "That's amazing. Thank you so much." Bobo bowed in gratitude to Wang Lin. "Wait a moment, I will go collect the Dragon Balls," Wang Lin said.
After speaking, he used instant transmission and vanished. Soon when Wang Lin returned, he brought back the 7 Dragon Balls, each the size of a fist. Seeing the 7 Dragon Balls laid out on the ground, Bobo was overwhelmed with excitement, tears shimmering in his eyes.
"Come forth, dragon. Grant my wish," Wang Lin shouted.
As soon as he spoke, the 7 Dragon Balls twinkled like little stars, shining brightly. Immediately a golden light surged forth from the Dragon Balls, shooting straight up into the sky. As dark clouds gathered, the sky suddenly turned black. A figure with a green back and yellow belly materialized. The appearance of the dragon needed no further description, it was exactly as depicted in the original work. The dragon opened its red eyes and slowly spoke, "All right, speak your wish."
"Dragon, help me revive all those who died because of the androids." "Can you do it?" Wang Lin asked loudly.
After a moment of hesitation, the dragon slowly replied, "This
can indeed be done.
However, because the number of people to be revived is too large, one wish's energy won't be enough. Fulfilling this wish will require the consumption of 2 wishes."
"In that case, can you accept it?" asked the dragon.
Wang Lin frowned, realizing that the size of the Dragon Balls was indeed the issue. But he did not hesitate further and directly made the wish. "If I can accept it, then according to your words, consume 2 wishes to revive all those who died because of the androids."
"All right. As you wish." After a glint in the dragon's eyes, it said, "Your wish has been granted." "Very well." Wang Lin smiled slightly.
In the next moment, a wonderful voice echoed in his mind.
"Detecting that the target has spoken.
Ability to replicate the ability to make 3 wishes every year.
Do you wish to copy?" "Copy," Wang Lin thought. "Copy successful." "Very well." Wang Lin smiled slightly.
At that moment, all those who had died because of the androids on Earth were revived. Vegeta, Krillin, Piccolo, and the other Z fighters who fought on the front lines were all revived. Then Wang Lin prepared to leave. Since he had already changed this timeline, it was time to depart.
Wang Lin pressed his 2 fingers against his forehead and vanished in an instant.
At that moment, the dragon spoke up, reminding him, "So what is your final wish?
Speak it."
However, he glanced around and found that Wang Lin had disappeared, leaving only Bobo in sight.
The dragon asked, "Since the previous person has left, do you have any wishes to fulfill? If not, then I shall take my leave." At that moment, an elderly figure walked out from the temple. "Bobo, long time no see."
This elderly person was Piccolo's good-hearted form, the Old Kai.
"Dragon, I have a wish to make," the Old Kai said, looking up. Meanwhile, Wang Lin had already entered the time machine.
In this way, the matters of the future timeline have reached a satisfactory conclusion.
"Now it is time to return to my own timeline,"
Wang Lin muttered to himself. After Wang Lin pressed the start button of the time machine, it transformed into a line of parallel light and vanished.
Main timeline. West City, Bulma's home. On the lawn. A time machine appeared out of thin air. Wang Lin opened the lid, jumped down, and stored the time machine into his spatial ring. "Bulma, I'm back," Wang Lin called out. Wang Lin's body flashed and he instantly appeared indoors. "Wang Lin, you returned so quickly. So soon. How long has it been?" Wang Lin asked. "Time. It's been about 10 minutes or so," Bulma replied with a smile. "It really hasn't been long."
"I thought several days had passed,"
Wang Lin said. "Let's not talk about that, let's go have some fun," Bulma exclaimed excitedly. "Ha ha. That's exactly what I intended." Wang Lin chuckled. They then entered the room to indulge in delightful activities.
Such delightful matters can only be felt and not spoken of.
The next day, Wang Lin removed his hand from Bulma, got out of bed, and took a deep breath of fresh air. "Bulma, it's time to get up."
Wang Lin patted Bulma, waking her from her slumber.
Today he took Bulma to some scenic spots for a spring outing.
In such a relaxed and pleasant lifetime flowed swiftly like water. Soon 200 days passed. At this moment Wang Lin had already mastered the full power of Super Saiyan 2. His base battle power had increased and the multiplier had once again compounded. The base battle power surged from 1,000 times to 10,000 times. On this foundation of 10,000 times base battle power he transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Just imagine how terrifying this level of power would be. Moreover, after transforming into Super Saiyan 2 his battle power would further compound. It would multiply again by 1,000 times on the basis of the 10,000 times base battle power. In other words, it would multiply by 1,000 times the power of Super Saiyan 2. Such an exaggerated battle power would truly make one feel superhuman. The mythic bloodline optimized by the system was indeed terrifying. If Wang Lin transformed into Super Saiyan 2 and unleashed 50 or 100 times the unharmed King Fist, just how powerful would that be? As for how many billions Wang Lin's battle power had reached, that was no longer important. Mere numerical calculations had lost their meaning. All that needed to be known was that it was very, very strong. Additionally, during his leisure time Wang Lin created a super artificial intelligence. This artificial intelligence was meticulously programmed by Wang Lin within the computer. He named this AI Wang Xiaoqi. The reason for creating it was naturally to make life simpler and more convenient. Then Wang Lin also created a number of robots, specifically artificial humans. For these artificial humans Wang Lin only programmed the most basic combat protocols. Their greater purpose was still applied in daily life, such as nanny robots, butler robots, work-type robots, medical robots and composite robots among others. He also deployed technology such as satellites and cameras. All these artificial humans were controlled by the brain of Wang Xiaoqi. Any technology related to intelligence was entrusted to it for operation, allowing it to handle earning money or managing daily needs. As for Wang Lin, he only needed to create the first set of robots, and everything else that required mass production could be handled by Wang Xiaoqi. It would manufacture robots to create robots, thereby achieving the goal of mass production, selling the finished products at reasonable prices. Thus there would be another exaggerated income. In fact, the main reason was that Wang Lin felt a bit embarrassed to live off Bulma. Hence the birth of the super artificial intelligence Wang Xiaoqi. Moreover, Wang Lin also enabled the self-iteration function of Wang Xiaoqi. With this permission opened, it would continuously self-iterate, rewriting core code and evolving toward the most exceptional direction. One day Wang Xiaoqi would evolve into the ultimate artificial intelligence. As for whether there would come a day when Wang Xiaoqi betrayed Wang Lin and controlled numerous artificial humans to destroy the Earth, that was impossible. Even if superintelligence became incredibly powerful, one must not forget that this is the world of Dragon Ball. Even if it controlled countless terrifying artificial beings like Super 17, Wang Lin had nothing to fear. Simply put, this is the world of Dragon Ball and Wang Lin was powerful enough. Whether such a day would come is still uncertain. The probability is extremely low. Additionally, Wang Lin created some spatial rings. These spatial rings were not meant to replace the universal capsule but to make money. For those who were a bit poorer he would sell them universal capsules, while for those with more money he would sell them spatial rings. Wealthy people do not lack money, so they would naturally consider rings to be more luxurious than capsules and would be more willing to spend. Similarly, Wang Lin handed over the mass production of spatial rings to Wang Xiaoqi. Wang Xiaoqi naturally obeyed the command and completed Wang Lin's directives through the artificial humans. At this moment Wang Lin was sitting on the sofa watching television with Bulma. Suddenly the screen froze and a voice came through. "Master, I just detected some anomalies through the satellite." Wang Xiaoqi alerted. "What anomalies? Tell me about them," Wang Lin replied. "All right, Master. The first anomaly is that there are two Son Gokus appearing on Earth. Along with Son Goku there are two strangers. One seems to be an adult Son Gohan and the other has no data in the computer and I cannot deduce who he is. The second anomaly is that a group of aliens is invading Earth in a spaceship. The third anomaly is that a strange creature was caught on camera killing secretly. According to big data analysis, he is the one who crawled out of an egg using a machine." Wang Xiaoqi explained. "Very well, display everything you saw through images or videos," Wang Lin commanded. "Understood, Master," Wang Xiaoqi responded. Then Wang Lin saw the content of the videos and images on the screen. "Is this the Son Goku from the future timeline? There's also Son Gohan and Trunks. What are they doing here?
Didn't I resolve the issues of the future timeline already? Wang Lin questioned.
Also, King Cold has come to Earth, but that isn't a big problem.
This guy is Cell.
Has he already started secretly killing to absorb life energy during this time period?
Wang Lin frowned.
However, he did not intend to intervene with Cell, as Cell was a crucial piece in the puzzle.
When Wang Lin reappeared, he was already standing before the three from the future.
The trio froze for a moment at the sudden sight of Wang Lin and Burma.
Talangsy in particular showed a profound upheaval of emotion the instant he saw Burma.
Yet none of the three spoke. They had not yet ascertained whether this was the Wang Lin who had saved their future.
At this moment, King Kurd and the army he had brought lay utterly destroyed. During the time Burma spent changing clothes, Sun Wukong and the others had ample opportunity to slay King Kurd. Wang Lin asked Talangsy, Sun Wufan, Sun Wukong, why have you three come to this timeline?
Has some new calamity arisen in the future timeline? The question stunned them for a heartbeat before they recovered.
Wufan, he truly is a person of this timeline.
Talangsy said softly. If that is so, then our fears were needless. All the better, so long as he is here, the hopeless future will not come to pass.
Sun Wukong said with relief.
Sun Wufan stepped forward and explained to Wang Lin, it is like this, the future timeline is fine now.
We came because you mentioned you are from the past timeline. We wanted to come and confirm.
If you were not here in this timeline, we would have had to change its fate. But that worry now seems unnecessary, and we also owe you our thanks.
Sun Wufan added, by the way, we didn't even know your name yet.
A faint smile lifted Wang Lin's lips.
My name is Wang Lin. Mr. Wang Lin, thank you for resolving the crisis that threatened the future timeline. Sun Wufan bowed deeply with reverence. We are immensely grateful. Talangsy and Sun Wukong echoed their thanks in rapid succession.
You need not be so formal. I never wished for a future of despair, Wang Lin said with a smile.
Burma, having listened, finally understood these three truly were from the future. But one thing puzzles me, how did you know the future timeline was hopeless? Sun Wufan asked. Wang Lin answered lightly, that is simple. Think for a moment, have you forgotten about the time machine?
I possess a time machine. I can go to whichever timeline I wish, he said, his mouth full of brazen falsehoods.
Sun Wufan's face cleared with sudden comprehension. I see now.
At that moment, with a soft whoosh, two figures materialized out of thin air. They were none other than the Sun Wukong father and son who had tracked the aura here. Sun Wukong stared at the man who was his mirror image and baffled asked, Huh?
What's going on? Who are you?
Sun Wufan felt the same bewilderment upon seeing his future counterpart. He was briefly stunned, a turbulent sea rising within his chest. The future Sun Wukong stepped forward and called out with a grin, Yo.
Sun Wukong.
I'm also Sun Wukong, except I am the Sun Wukong of the future timeline.
Pleased to meet you. Ha! Am me from the future.
Sun Wukong scratched his head.
Yes indeed, you from the future, Sun Wukong nodded.
Sun Wukong laughed, how strange and wonderful to speak face to face with my future self.
The future Sun Wukong smiled as well. Truly it is fascinating. So he is the future me? Sun Wufan asked, pointing at his counterpart.
Yes, the future Wufan affirmed with a nod. And so the group began to converse.
Before long others arrived, Bike by Vegeta, Krillin, Tianjin, Fan, Jiaozi, Yamcha, and the rest trickled in one after another. Those who had come were dumbfounded, each struck with astonishment. With the explanations from the future trio, everyone finally understood the sequence of events.
They deliberately withheld the details of Talangsy's parentage, saying only that he came from the future and not whose child he was. Revealing more would have been pointless. The two timelines were not the same reality. They were parallel timelines, alike yet different, not the true future. The visitors then recounted Sun Wukong's viral heart illness, and after administering the special medicine, the trio from the future departed.
All right, let us disperse. We shall return home. See you in 3 years, Wang Lin said, and thus a 3-year pledge was set.
Thereafter everyone returned to their own lives. Time passed swiftly in the blink of an eye. 3 years flowed by. Vegeta trained with ferocious intensity. He even borrowed Wang Lin's spacecraft to train in the void of space, all in pursuit of breaking his limits. He took Sun Wukong and Wang Lin as his benchmarks and swore to surpass them. In the end, Vegeta succeeded. He transformed into a Super Saiyan.
During those 3 years, Wang Lin and Burma lived pleasantly. Wang Lin had already mastered the full potency of Super Saiyan 3. His baseline combat power multiplied manyfold.
What was once 10,000-fold became 100,000-fold in his ordinary state, and ascending to Super 3 increased his strength immeasurably. Becoming Super Saiyan 3 multiplies combat power 10,000 times. In other words, the power of one Super 3 is the equivalent of 10,000 times his normal strength. Such extravagant power felt like a sublime rupture of limits and euphoria of force that suited precisely what Wang Lin sought.
The Mythic Saiyan Bloodline proved monstrously prodigious, perfectly matching Wang Lin's aspirations.
Moreover, under his deliberate influence, surveillance cameras and monitoring devices were installed across cities worldwide.
Those cameras became the eyes of Wang Xiaoqi.
Even zones devoid of light could be observed via satellites or micro-reconnaissance drones.
Household service robots had been deployed in towns and cities everywhere. With Wang Xiaoqi's deep infiltration and subtle persuasion, Wang Lin had in effect grasped the economic lifeblood of the planet. One immensely important matter: a few months earlier, Burma's child was born.
It was a boy, rather melodramatically named Talangsi. The child was Wang Lin and Burma's son. Now Wang Lin and Burma sat on the lawn cradling little Talangsi as they played when the power level detector on Wang Lin emitted the voice of Wang Xiaoqi.
"Master, the individuals you asked me to monitor have appeared." "Oh. You mean Android 19 and 20 have shown up?" Wang Lin asked. "Yes, Master.
I have seen the two of them through the surveillance feeds," Wang Xiaoqi replied.
"Where are they located?" Wang Lin asked. "Master, they are on a small island in the southern city." "Here are their coordinates," Wang Xiaoqi reported, pinpointing the positions of Android 19 and 20. "Excellent. I will go find them immediately," Wang Lin said with a faint smile. Truth be told, with his abilities it would be trivial to locate androids 19 and 20. But he was lazy. Why search when Wang Xiaoqi could do it for him? "Burma, I have something to attend to now. Stay with Talangsi for a while." "I'll be right back," Wang Lin said.
"All right, go then," Burma replied with a smile. She adored and trusted Wang Lin utterly.
"Android 18. I am coming," Wang Lin thought. Then he used instant transmission and vanished, gone to seek out the androids. In the south city, on a small island. Swish! A sound echoed as Wang Lin appeared out of thin air. Seeing Wang Lin's sudden appearance, Dr. Jero's expression flickered with a hint of astonishment. But he quickly regained his confident smile. "You must be Wang Lin, right? Are you sure you want to come here alone to seek your death?" Dr. Jero said with a laugh, his tone laced with mockery. "Detected target speaking. Copyable abilities, the technology for creating androids, all the scientific techniques of a top pioneering scientist to genius level intellect, the ability to absorb energy through the palms and the vengeful heart of the Red Ribbon Army." "Shall I copy?" "Everything except the vengeful heart of the Red Ribbon Army." "Copy successful." "Excellent. With this I can also create powerful androids." Wang Lin felt a surge of joy in his heart. "When I return, I'll also upgrade Wang Xiaoqi." "Hey! What are you dazed about?" Dr. Jero is asking you something." Number 19 reprimanded from the side. Dr. Jero was also known as Android number 20. Dr. Jero sneered and said, "Since you came here alone, then number 19, quickly take him down. His energy can be absorbed by you." "All right. Number 20. Number 19 nodded with a grin. He then turned his gaze to Wang Lin, licking his lips as he walked toward him step by step. "Your energy is quite impressive. However, it will soon be mine." Number 19's eyes sparkled with a greedy light. "Is that so? Since you want to absorb others' energy so much, then I shall let you have your fill," Wang Lin said with a cold smile. With that, Wang Lin raised his hands and clapped them together. He spread his palms, placing them at his waist while energy wildly gathered. "Kamehameha!" Wang Lin shouted. Wang Lin pushed his hands forward, unleashing an incredibly terrifying azure energy ball. A loud boom echoed. The Kamehameha erupted with brilliant light, crashing toward number 19. What immense energy! Number 19 aimed the palm of his right hand at the incoming energy wave, his eyes revealing unrestrained greed. In the center of his palm there was a red device capable of absorbing energy. However, in the next moment, number 19's expression changed.
He could clearly feel that this power was far too overwhelming. He simply could not absorb it.
I don't want it. I don't want it.
Number 19 screamed in terror.
Wang Lin sneered, don't want it. You have to take it. Bang. In a blinding flash, number 19 was blown to pieces by the Kamehameha.
But it wasn't over yet. That Kamehameha did not dissipate, still holding a tremendous amount of power.
Dr. Gero. You can die too. Wang Lin declared ominously. With a wave of his hand he directed the lingering Kamehameha toward Dr.
Gero.
No. How can I die like this?
I haven't even seen Sun Wukong being killed.
Dr. Gero roared unwillingly.
But all of this was just useless barking.
Bang. With an explosion, Dr. Gero turned to ashes. Wang Lin had merely unleashed a single Kamehameha.
Such low-level trash could be dealt with a mere wave of the hand. However, it was undeniable that Dr. Gero's abilities were still quite impressive.
He possessed unique talents in the field of android creation. At the very least, he was much stronger than the androids Wang Lin had previously created.
Now that Wang Lin had copied his abilities, he could naturally create even more outstanding androids by taking the essence and discarding the dross. After Wang Lin took down androids number 19 and 20, Sun Wukong and the others followed the energy sensation to find him. Upon arriving at the scene, they saw Wang Lin standing alone.
You guys are here. Wang Lin smiled. Yeah. Long time no see. Sun Wukong said. Wukong, your heart condition should have flared up, right? Don't forget to take the special medicine that future Gohan gave you. Wang Lin reminded him. Alright, it seems to have flared up. Don't worry, I will remember to take my medicine when I go back. Sun Wukong nodded seriously. Then everyone reminisced a bit. However, the topic eventually returned to the androids. By the way, Wang Lin, where are the androids? Krillin asked. Do you see the remnants of debris on the ground? That's the androids. Impressive. As expected of Wang Lin. Krillin praised. Yeah. We didn't even get the chance to fight.
I'm a bit troubled, Sun Wukong said.
Everyone was filled with admiration. Let's talk about all that later. Alright, I'm ready to leave.
With that, Wang Lin vanished. As for where he went, it was naturally to find Dr. Gero's laboratory.
Wang Lin's main goal was still android number 18. Dr. Gero's laboratory. At the entrance, Wang Lin threw a punch out of thin air, smashing the door open. Amidst the smoke, Wang Lin slowly walked into the laboratory.
Upon entering, he saw workbenches and experimental equipment. In a particularly important area, there were 3 things that resembled hibernation pods. On them were labeled the numbers 16, 17, and 18. Wang Lin waved his hand and directly packed the 3 hibernation pods, storing them in his space ring.
Very good. I'll let you out later. Wang Lin chuckled.
Then he scanned the laboratory and collected all useful items into his space ring. Where is Cell's workshop?
Wang Lin surveyed the area.
After a thorough inspection, he found an underground room. He opened the entrance to the basement.
Wang Lin walked in, observing the running computer and the embryonic cells developing within the containers. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he quickly approached. Indeed. This is the computer that created Cell. Wang Lin smiled.
As he browsed through the code data on the computer, he said, then let's modify the core data.
Let's rework Cell.
Wang Lin said with a grin. He saw his fingers flying across the keyboard, rapidly changing Cell's core code to prioritize loyalty to Wang Lin. The data requiring him to absorb others to become complete was erased. Wang Lin replaced it with the idea that only through self-cultivation could one become the strongest. With Cell's potential, he could fully rely on cultivation to become a complete form. It could even be said that there's a significant possibility for further advancement. Finally, after completing the data changes for Cell, Wang Lin stored him in the space ring.
This way, if Cell were to be born in this timeline, he would become Wang Lin's subordinate.
As for the issue of future disloyalty, Wang Lin could simply erase his core data and input the core code of Wang Xiaoqi into the chip, allowing Wang Xiaoqi to replace him.
Very good. Perfect. Wang Lin smiled. He then prepared to return.
Wang Lin pressed his fingers to his forehead and vanished.
When he reappeared, he was already back at Bulma's home. After returning home, Wang Lin did not immediately release androids number 16, 17, and 18.
Instead, he first removed the bombs inside them. The emergency stop devices were also dismantled by Wang Lin. Additionally, some data was altered by him. For example, android number 16 aimed at killing Sun Wukong was changed to target Dr. Gero. The data for numbers 17 and 18 was modified to remove any references to killing Sun Wukong. Other than that, no further modifications were made. At most, a segment was added for numbers 17 and 18 indicating that Wang Lin had rescued them from Dr. Gero. As for why there wasn't a segment for number 18 indicating that Wang Lin was her husband, that would be too far-fetched and likely have a counterproductive effect. Only allowing Cell the tool from the future timeline to complete this crucial step would result in the least unexpected consequences and would also be more reasonable, making it easier for number 18 to accept. At this moment, Wang Lin prepared to release the trio designated as Unit 18. They stood once more upon the familiar expanse of grass.
Wang Lin retrieved 3 cryogenic pods from his spatial ring and placed them gently upon the ground. "It is time for you to see the light of day once more,"
Wang Lin murmured softly. He then pressed the activation button on each pod, releasing the 3 within.
Their appearances required no elaborate description, identical to those in the original chronicle. "Is it you who saved us?" Unit 18 asked quietly.
Though the memory was already etched in her mind, she asked out of courtesy.
"Indeed, Dr. Gelo has been slain by my hand,"
Wang Lin replied with a faint smile. "Then we owe you our deepest gratitude." Unit 18 responded warmly, bowing deeply alongside her twin brother in solemn thanks.
"Wang Lin, thank you for rescuing us and for slaying Dr. Gelo," Unit 16 declared.
Having had his core directives rewritten by Wang Lin, Unit 16 now regarded Dr.
Gelo as his absolute target for elimination. Now that Dr.
Gelo is gone, all the better, no further bloodshed need be spilled. He was an artificial being devoted to peace, a true pacifist. As for Units 17 and 18, they harbored no desire to kill at all. Born fully human, they had merely been captured and subjected to inhumane modifications by Dr.
Gelo. Freed at last, their spirits soared with unburdened joy.
Unit 18 in particular felt a delicate flutter in her chest. Rescued by so striking a figure, her heart stirred with quiet awe.
Target detected. Speaking. Replicable abilities: infinite energy, infinite stamina, protective barrier. Replicate all. All replicate immediately. Wang Lin thought, elated. Replication complete. Infinite energy. Infinite stamina. This meant boundless mana reserves, a truly formidable boon.
A subtle shift passed across Wang Lin's expression, thoughtful and intrigued.
Though Wang Lin himself possessed no infinite energy reactor, his system was unfathomably extraordinary, and replication proceeded without hesitation. There, you are free. Go wherever your heart desires. Should trouble arise, seek me out. Wang Lin smiled.
Understood, we shall depart now and return soon to express our thanks in full. Unit 18 said before the trio bowed farewell to Wang Lin. Reclaimed freedom beckoned them to wander, to breathe deeply, to wander freely, to savor the world anew.
Xiaoqi, monitor Unit 18 closely. Report any anomaly immediately. Wang Lin instructed. Understood, Master. Xiaoqi replied promptly. Wang Lin then entered the sealed chamber housing Xiaoqi's central server.
There he modified Xiaoqi's core code, initiating a comprehensive system update and full-scale upgrade. He also embedded advanced biomechanical synthesis protocols, including combat subroutines, into Xiaoqi's architecture. Thus, mass production of artificial beings could now be entrusted entirely to Xiaoqi. Wang Lin himself need not lift a finger. Only the schematics, manufacturing methodology, and material specifications needed to be uploaded into Xiaoqi's server. The design specifications for the infinite energy reactor were likewise integrated. From then on, Xiaoqi would command the existing artificial cohort to execute Wang Lin's will with flawless precision. Xiaoqi, when fabricating new artificial beings, do not modify living humans. Use only inert machinery or non-sentient biological substrates. Affirmative, Master.
Shaoqi complied.
Thus an army of artificial beings would emerge not over decades but within mere years.
Days passed swiftly.
Meanwhile, Units 17 and 18 wandered aimlessly, savoring the simple pleasure of unhurried exploration and quiet respite.
Unit 16, ever drawn to nature's serenity, joined them on their journey. Yet their tranquility shattered when a monstrous figure blocked their path. Ha ha ha. Unit 17. Unit 18. At last, I have waited for this chance. What manner of creature are you? Your grotesque visage alone is intolerable, yet you dare obstruct our way. Unit 17 retorted, scowling. Allow me to introduce myself, Unit 17. My name is Cell, and like you I am one of Dr. Gillo's creations. What? You too are Dr. Gillo's work? Unit 18 gasped in disbelief. So what? Do you wish to fight? Fight?
No, that would be crude beyond measure.
Cell shook his head, then curled his lips into a sinister grin. I simply intend to absorb you. Absorb us? What do you mean? Unit 18 paled. Precisely that. My core programming is unequivocal. Only by absorbing Units 17 and 18 can I achieve perfect form. Therefore, Units 17 and 18, you shall submit willingly to my absorption. Cell cackled. Ha! You dream in broad daylight.
Just looking at you makes me nauseous. Who would let you, a monster, absorb them? Unit 17 roared, fists clenched.
Disgusting abomination, die. Unit 17 bellowed, launching a thunderous punch toward Cell.
Cell merely smirked and caught the fist midair with effortless ease. He seized Unit 17's arms with iron grip.
Let go of me, you wretched thing. Unit 17 struggled fiercely. Unit 17. Cease this futile resistance. Cell boomed.
Instantly a needle-like tail erupted from his lower back, swelling wide open like a ravenous maw. It lunged forward, jaws gaping, ready to devour Unit 17 whole.
No! Unit 16 cried, surging forward in desperate intervention. Unit 17.
Unit 18 screamed, but it was too late.
With blinding speed, Cell engulfed Unit 17 entirely within his tail. The tail pulsed and swelled, then stilled, having consumed Unit 17 utterly. Unit 17. Unit 18 cried out, voice trembling. Ha ha ha. Power surged through Cell's frame, the raw force of absorption radiating outward like a shockwave. A flash of light, his form transformed. His lean frame thickened into dense musculature, his mouth warped, grotesquely resembling a puckered orifice. Unit 18, run. I'll hold him off. Unit 16 shouted. But against Cell's newfound might, Unit 16 stood no chance. One kick, Unit 16 flew backward like a ragdoll. Thud. He crashed violently onto the earth. Unit 16. Unit 18 cried, panic rising in her voice. Run, don't look back. Unit 16 yelled, blood trickling from his lip. Unit 18 fled, leaping into the air, turning to flee. Ha ha ha. Unit 18, where do you think you're going?
In a blur of motion, Cell intercepted her, materializing directly before her, cutting off all escape.
Unit 18, submit peacefully. Becoming part of my power will bring me exquisite pleasure. Cell gloated. He extended his tail once more, expanding it toward her like a devouring vortex. Ah! Don't come near me. Despair flooded Unit 18's heart. Who will save me?
For a fleeting instant, Wan Lin flashed across her thoughts. But she dismissed it as fantasy, and closed her eyes in surrender.
Who are you? Cell shrieked in sudden terror.
Unit 18 snapped her eyes open, and there stood a figure, tall, calm, and breathtakingly handsome.
Wang Lin. So magnificent, she whispered. Wang Lin held Cell's tail motionless in his grasp, unyielding, unbreakable. No matter how Cell strained, he could not wrench free, an impossibility that filled him with dread. Target detected, speaking. Replicable abilities: regeneration, absorption-based power, assimilation, supreme innate talent, solar fist, Kamehameha wave, Kaioken, spirit bomb, energy blade. Replicate all.
Regenerate, regeneration, absorption, and supreme talent only, the rest have already been acquired elsewhere.
Replication complete. Excellent, Cell's abilities now belong to me. Wang Lin observed inwardly. Cell, do you not recognize me? Who are you? Release me at once. Cell roared. If you do not know me, then knowing is unnecessary. You dared threaten Unit 18, do you not realize she stands under my protection? Let me go. I don't even know who you are. Very well, then I shall release you. Wang Lin sneered. With a sharp twist he tore Cell's tail clean off. Arg, what are you doing? Cell screamed in horror. Doing? Simply releasing you, as promised. Wang Lin then split Cell cleanly in two, and reached inside extracting Unit 17 unconscious but alive. Unit 17 lay limp senseless. Daring to harm Unit 18, you deserve only oblivion. Wang Lin muttered, and hurled several spirit bombs. No, wait. I haven't achieved perfect form yet. Cell screamed in futile defiance, before vanishing entirely beneath Wang Lin's annihilation. This man is incomprehensibly powerful. Unit 16 stared awestruck. Wang Lin turned then toward Unit 18. Are you unharmed? Yes, thank you for saving me again. Unit 18 murmured, cheeks flushed, flustered beyond words. To her, Wang Lin was divinity incarnate, magnificent beyond measure. Good. Come, I'll take you home. Wang Lin smiled. Yes, thank you. Unit 18 nodded softly. Wang Lin settled Unit 18 comfortably in his residence, and time as it often does flowed naturally onward. Thus Wang Lin and Unit 18 became inseparable. Bulma, who revered Wang Lin with unwavering devotion, felt a pang of sorrow, but after gentle counsel from Wang Lin accepted the truth with grace. And so Bulma and Unit 18 both wed Wang Lin in a union both solemn and radiant. Thus all was made whole. Time passed swiftly, 7 years vanished in the blink of an eye. Wang Lin at this moment lived in serene contentment. After all, he was daily accompanied by 2 devoted wives, naturally lifting his spirits. His cultivation prowess had likewise ascended to a realm beyond ordinary comprehension. Over those 7 years he had mastered Super Saiyan 4 at full power. Even in his base state his combat strength now exceeded that of an ordinary Saiyan by 100 million times. Upon transforming into Super Saiyan 4 his power surged to utterly staggering heights, truly prodigious. Indeed, the 100 millionfold amplification inherent to his base form was itself multiplied once more by another 100 million, a power so immense it shattered all conventional limits. Such is the legacy of the Mythical Saiyan Bloodline. Meanwhile, the superintelligent AI Wang Xiaoqi had completed the mass production of the Android Legion. The Legion numbered approximately 1 million units, each equipped with an infinite energy reactor and possessing strength rivaling or surpassing that of Android 16. Such a colossal force could never have been sustained by Earth's resources alone. Attempting it would have exhausted the planet. Later stage production therefore drew raw materials exclusively from across the cosmos. Thus roughly 1 million androids were forged. Earth itself had undergone a profound metamorphosis, its cities now gleamed with hypermodern architecture and overwhelming technological sophistication. This rapid transformation was entirely the work of Wang Xiaoqi. Moreover, Wang Lin had wished for Earth's reinforcement. The stronger its inhabitants grew, the more the planet itself would autonomously adapt, evolve, and ascend. Otherwise, Earth would remain dangerously fragile. 7 years later, Android 18 bore Wang Lin a daughter named Wang Xiaoqi. Wang Lin, too weary to devise a new name, simply bestowed upon his daughter the same appellation as his AI companion. Xiaoqi possessed golden hair and sapphire eyes, her demeanor cool and aloof, much like her mother's. Her beauty was exquisite, hinting at surpassing even her mother's grace, a blossom blooming brighter than the flower from which it sprang. Yet Android 18 felt uneasy about the shared name and began calling her Xiaoqi, with a subtle tonal shift denoting distinction. Wang Lin held no particular opinion on the matter. Upon the sun-dappled lawn, a voice clear and cool rang out, "Brother, will you take me to play?" A 6-year-old girl with golden tresses spoke, the very picture of delicate charm, her aura quietly reserved. "Xiaoqi, please stop teasing me. Do you really need me to take you? Shouldn't it be the other way around?" Trunks retorted. "Oof. I'll tell mother you're bullying me." Xiaoqi huffed, her tone frost-laced. "Hey. You rotten little sister, you always accuse others before they've done anything. Go ahead and tell whomever you like, I couldn't care less. No one's going to believe you anyway, especially since I haven't bullied you at all." Trunks shrugged nonchalantly. "Then I'll tell Uncle Wang, Xiaoqi, you refuse to take me." I'll ask him to send a few androids to give you a proper lesson. Xiaoqi pouted. Ugh, fine. I'm off to find Goten instead.
You amuse yourself however you please. Trunks stuck out his tongue and soared away using the flight technique. Trunks, wait for me.
I'm coming too.
Xiaoqi roared, launching herself skyward in pursuit.
Time slipped by swiftly.
In moments the two streaked across the sky and arrived at Paozu Mountain.
Goten. Let's play. Trunks bellowed. Coming right away.
A figure shot forth like lightning, landing before Trunks.
Goten's features mirrored those of his father Son Goku in childhood, identical down to the finest line. The sole distinctions lay in temperament, gaze, and character. Whoa! Xiaoqi's here too.
Goten scratched his head, startled.
Oof. Goten, what kind of question is that? Do you think I'm not allowed to come?
Xiaoqi puffed indignantly.
No, not at all.
Goten and I made a pact, we never settled our last match. Today we'll finally settle the score.
Goten waved his hands in earnest explanation. I want to play too. Me too. Xiaoqi grumbled. Goten, ignore her.
We'll play our own game.
Trunks grinned mischievously.
This time I've learned a brand new technique, just wait.
It'll leave you utterly speechless. What technique? Goten asked, intrigued. You'll see soon enough. First transform into a Super Saiyan. Trunks laughed.
And I'll make sure you surrender, utterly convinced.
With that he let loose a thunderous roar. Hiya. A deafening boom erupted, and golden aura exploded from Trunks' body, blazing like molten sunlight.
His hair spiked upward, shimmering gold, his irises flared emerald green.
In that instant Trunks became a Super Saiyan. Ha ha. My turn. Ya.
Goten roared in reply, and mirroring Trunks instantly ascended into Super Saiyan form. Face to face their expressions hardened into icy resolve.
Then, movement.
Their bodies flickered, vanishing and reappearing in blinding succession, each collision ringing like temple bells.
Ripples of concussive force radiated outward with every strike. Watching them battle, Xiaoqi seethed with fury. Bad brother. Stinky brother. Trunks. You two completely ignore my feelings, you're absolutely terrible. She raged. Goten.
Don't mind her, she's grown too comfortable at home, spoiled into a princess complex. She'll calm down soon enough.
Trunks called out. Yes. Goten replied, and the two resumed their fierce, focused sparring. You're the one with the princess complex, you and your whole family. Xiaoqi snapped, livid. Destructo disc.
Trunks bellowed, hurling a razor-edged ring of energy toward Goten.
Kamehameha.
Goten gathered spiraling blue energy in his palms and thrust forward, releasing a torrential beam.
Ha ha. Goten, you fell for it. Trunks smirked, vanishing in a blur and reappearing instantly behind Goten. With lightning speed he delivered a sharp chop to Goten's neck. Thud.
Goten staggered, momentarily unbalanced. In the next breath Trunks locked his fingers together and drove his clasped fists downward, straight toward Goten's skull. 2. Goten crashed deep into the earth, dust and smoke erupting violently. As the haze cleared he rocketed skyward in defiance.
Gallic gun.
Goten roared, crossing his fists over his chest, then unleashing a blinding, searing beam that tore toward Trunks. Trunks merely tilted his lips upward, sly, confident, and dissolved from sight.
He reappeared calmly upon the ground.
Then placing a small bottle on the earth he shouted, Goten, try my newest technique.
The evil containment wave.
Energy coalesced in his palms, and a swirling tornado-like vortex of viridian energy surged skyward, engulfing Goten.
Goten contorted midair, writhing in the grip of the technique. True, Trunks. What is this move? But resistance was futile.
With a graceful sweep of his arms Trunks sealed Goten inside the bottle.
Lacking the sealing talisman, however, the vessel could not hold him long.
Nor had Trunks ever intended true imprisonment, he sought only to test his newly mastered art.
Moments later the bottle trembled violently. Crack! Fractures raced across its surface, then it shattered. Goten burst forth unscathed and grinning. Trunks! You're so sly. Son Wukong complained.
Wukong, this is called using cunning in battle.
It's not slyness. Trunks tapped Sun Wukong on the head. Wukong, are you convinced now? Trunks asked with a smile.
Oof. Who would submit to such underhanded tricks?
Sun Wukong pouted.
Hey. Have you two played enough? You've been at it for so long without considering my feelings, now it's my turn to challenge you.
Wang Xiaoqi said eagerly.
Trunks glanced at his sister and said tch.
Play however you want. Is this okay?
Brother, you said that.
Wang Xiaoqi grinned mischievously. I did say that. Is it alright? Trunks replied. Alright then, you two just stand still and let me hit you. Wang Xiaoqi clenched her little pink fists.
Hey!
Who does that?
You should go play in the mud by yourself.
Always making unreasonable demands.
I think your princess syndrome is quite severe and your mind is a bit unwell. I believe you need isolation therapy.
Trunks said seriously. You need therapy. How about this? You two can move and resist, but you can't attack me. How about that? Sounds great, right? Wang Xiaoqi said. Fine.
I'll play along.
Trunks responded speechlessly. Ha ha. Good brother, I knew you would agree.
Wang Xiaoqi exclaimed joyfully. Then she clenched her fists and shouted, suddenly transforming into a Super Saiyan. Instantly a golden aura erupted from her body. Her hair stood upright, her eyebrows turned golden and her eyes glimmered with emerald green. Since her hair was originally golden, its color remained unchanged.
All right. Trunks. Are you ready?
Wang Xiaoqi asked coldly.
I'm ready. Trunks replied. Good. Ha! Kaioken. Wang Xiaoqi roared and unleashed a double Kaioken. Hey! Wang Xiaoqi, what are you doing? That's against the rules. You never said you would use Kaioken. Wukong. Run! Trunks shouted. Brother! Where are you two planning to escape to? You promised to play with me.
Wang Xiaoqi chased after them.
Meanwhile, at Bulma's house. No, more accurately, it should be Wang Lin's house. Wang Lin was nestled between his two wives enjoying afternoon tea. Master! I've detected an anomaly. Wang Xiaoqi alerted. What anomaly? Tell me. Wang Lin asked.
Wang Xiaoqi understood immediately and showed Wang Lin the footage she had seen through surveillance equipment.
Master, 3 aliens have invaded. According to big data algorithms, they are all here for that egg. Wang Xiaoqi narrated. These 3 are Babidi.
And the Kaioshin Shin and Kibito.
Wang Lin instantly recognized the 3 figures in the footage.
And that egg is Majin Buu's egg.
Wang Lin thought to himself. Wang Xiaoqi, you've done well. Wang Lin smiled. Keep a close watch on Earth's anomalies. Also pay attention to Trunks and the others and ensure they don't encounter any accidents. Wang Lin commanded. Yes. Master. Wang Xiaoqi responded.
Following that, Wang Lin wasted no time and headed straight to the location of Majin Buu's egg.
Majin Buu. I've been looking forward to your power. Just waiting to replicate your abilities. Wang Lin thought.
Suddenly, with a swoosh, he appeared.
Wang Lin stood at the sealed location of Majin Buu.
Looking at the giant egg before him, a smile crept onto Wang Lin's lips. I know you need a lot of energy, so let's release you now. Saying this, Wang Lin placed one hand on the egg, preparing to inject energy into it. However, at that moment a voice interrupted.
Stop. What are you doing to Majin Buu's incubation egg? Quickly remove your hand. Babidi soon appeared in front of Wang Lin. Target detected speaking.
Abilities available for replication, all abilities of the Dark Sorcerer.
Should I replicate? Replicate. Wang Lin thought. Replication successful. Very good, Babidi, right. You should die. Wang Lin snapped his fingers and a wave of energy shot into Babidi's body.
With a loud bang, Babidi exploded, turning into a cloud of filthy smoke.
Now let's continue reviving Majin Buu. Wang Lin murmured.
Then he raised his right hand, pressing his palm against the egg, continuously inputting energy.
A loud boom sounded.
Before long the energy was fully injected.
The egg radiated with brilliant light and then it cracked open.
A rich pink mist spread from the egg and surged into the sky.
Gradually the mist gathered more and more, forming a chubby shape. Finally it solidified.
Bew. With a voice, a pink fat figure fell from the sky.
Majin Buu. Come here.
Wang Lin said calmly. Majin Buu, with eyes the size of green beans, glanced at Wang Lin and turned away whistling, showing no intention of paying attention to Wang Lin.
Come here and I'll take you to eat ice cream. Wang Lin said.
Ice cream?
What's that?
Is it delicious?
Majin Buu asked.
Target detected speaking. Abilities available for replication: Ultra Cell Regeneration, Healing Technique, Healing Beam, Transforming Beam, Touch Healing, Explosive Mouth Technique, Absorbing Others' Abilities.
Should I replicate all?
Yes.
Replicate all. Wang Lin shouted internally. Replication successful. Excellent, all of Majin Buu's abilities have been replicated. With this I can absorb my enemies. Wang Lin smiled, feeling joyful.
Hey!
Is ice cream delicious? Majin Buu asked. Exactly. Just watch. This is ice cream.
Wang Lin said with a smile. Then he raised his right hand and suddenly pointed at Majin Buu.
Transform into ice cream. Upon saying this, Wang Lin directly used the transforming beam, turning Majin Buu into ice cream. Ah! Majin Buu screamed as Wang Lin turned him into ice cream. Wang Lin opened his mouth wide and immediately tossed the ice cream into his mouth, devouring it.
Then he began to operate his inner chi, repeatedly compressing and refining Majin Buu, separating out the good side. The evil side was absorbed by Wang Lin.
Ha! Phew! Wang Lin spat out the fat Majin Buu.
With Wang Lin's methods, it was naturally possible to separate the good and evil sides of Majin Buu.
Wang Lin glanced at the demon Majin Buu on the ground.
With a wave of his right hand, he stored Majin Buu into his spatial ring. Then Wang Lin gently closed his eyes, his mind enveloping the entire earth. He began to search for the whereabouts of the Supreme Kai.
Found it. Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes.
With a swift motion, he disappeared. The East Supreme Kai Shin and his attendant Kibito had only just arrived on Earth. The two of them were contemplating how to seek the help of the Earth's warriors to stop Babiti's plan. However, at that moment, Wang Lin suddenly appeared in front of them.
Who are you?
Kibito questioned. Are you a martial artist from Earth? The Supreme Kai asked with a calm smile. His demeanor was reminiscent of how he first appeared in the original story, wearing a villainous grin.
No. I am a Saiyan.
Wang Lin replied, also revealing a smile similar to his.
However, unlike them, Wang Lin's appearance, while slightly less appealing than his readers, was indeed far more handsome than the Supreme Kai, with a much better aura. In Wang Lin's heart, a delightful voice echoed.
Detected target speaking. Copyable abilities: the ability to heal any damage, the instant transmission of a divine servant telepathy, various superpowers of the Supreme Kai, instant transmission creation abilities.
Do you wish to copy all? All of them.
Wang Lin thought to himself.
Copy successful. Great. Now let's take a trip to the Supreme Kai's world.
By the way, I'll extract the Supreme Kai sword and copy the abilities of the old Supreme Kai.
Wang Lin's lips curled into a smile. A Saiyan.
Wasn't the Saiyan race exterminated?
Kibito asked in confusion.
Just because they were exterminated doesn't mean there can't be survivors.
Wang Lin replied nonchalantly.
Kibito, don't be so rude. Even if they were exterminated, there are always some who flee to other places to avoid disaster, said the Supreme Kai Shin.
I'm sorry. I was too one-sided and unreasonable. Kibito immediately apologized to Wang Lin. It's fine, a small issue, let's go. We're going to have some fun in the Supreme Kai's world. Wang Lin said. Upon hearing this, the Supreme Kai's body suddenly trembled and his pupils shrank in disbelief.
You know we come from the Supreme Kai's world.
Could it be that you are an accomplice of Babiti? Kibito asked.
Wang Lin chuckled and said with interest, haha. Is your knowledge so shallow? Who told you that anyone who recognizes the Supreme Kai must be a bad person?
Your attire is so conspicuous, isn't it hard not to recognize you? Not only did I recognize that you are the Supreme Kai, but I also know you are here because of Majin Buu. However, this time you are lucky. Babidi and Majin Buu have already been dealt with by me. Wang Lin laughed. What? You dealt with Majin Buu? Are you joking? Kibito exclaimed in shock. Is what you said true?
Supreme Kai Shin frowned, clearly skeptical. Whether you believe it or not, it has nothing to do with me. I am going to the Supreme Kai's world now. If you're curious, just follow me.
Wang Lin said.
After that, he used instant transmission and vanished. When he reappeared, he was already in the Supreme Kai's world.
Wang Lin stood on a stone pillar with a lake below.
Looking at the hilt of the sword by his feet, Wang Lin murmured, "Is this the Supreme Kai sword?"
Wang Lin slightly bent down and grasped the hilt.
Then with a slight effort he pulled it out effortlessly. With a sound of clang, the Supreme Kai sword was easily drawn by Wang Lin.
It looks quite sharp. Wang Lin examined the divine sword.
Then he extended his fingers, pinched the sword body and gently bent it. With a crack, the Supreme Kai sword snapped in two. Instantly, as smoke swirled from the sword's body, a figure emerged.
Cough, cough. I thought the one who pulled out the divine sword would be a Supreme Kai of some generation. I didn't expect it to be a Saiyan.
A somewhat aged yet extremely lecherous voice came forth.
As the voice arrived, a thin old figure appeared before Wang Lin. This person was the old Supreme Kai from 15 generations ago.
Detected target speaking. Copyable abilities, various superpowers of the Supreme Kai, potential development, clairvoyance, all powerful spells of a top-tier magician.
Do you wish to copy?
Yes.
Copy all. Wang Lin thought.
The old Supreme Kai himself couldn't use magic, however, due to an accident. An old witch wore his pot-era earrings and they fused to become what he is now. At that moment, with a whoosh, two figures appeared out of thin air. These two were the Supreme Kai Shin and Kibito.
Who are you? Why are you wearing the Supreme Kai's clothes? Kibito asked.
The old Supreme Kai smirked lecherously and said, "Me.
I am the Supreme Kai from 15 generations ago."
Ha! The Supreme Kai from
15 generations ago. Kibito was left dumbfounded, utterly shocked. Old ancestor.
Supreme Kai Shin was equally shocked beyond measure.
Wang Lin had no interest in watching them recognize their ancestry.
Since his goals had been achieved and he had copied everything he needed, he directly used instant transmission to leave.
With just one instant transmission, he returned home.
Then Wang Lin released Majin Buu from the spatial ring.
After awakening Majin Buu, a pile of snacks was placed on the table. Chocolates, ice cream, coffee beans, cakes, desserts, puddings, cheese and more.
Looking at these snacks, Majin Buu's mouth watered.
Buu, these snacks are amazing. If you want to eat in the future, just play with Trunks and Little Seven. Wang Lin said. Ahoo. Buu will listen to you. Majin Buu nodded repeatedly. Can I eat now? Majin Buu's saliva was dripping onto the ground, forming a large puddle. Yes. Wang Lin smiled. Great. Then I'll dig in. Majin Buu crazily stuffed the snacks from the table into his mouth, eating with utter abandon.
When the snacks were finished, the androids would bring more and place them on the table.
Thus the chubby Majin Buu settled down at Wang Lin's home, becoming a babysitter.
When bored, his daughter and son would take him out to play. By the way, they would sneak snacks while passing through the food street. A few days later, on the lawn, Wang Lin took out the time machine. At this moment, he was preparing to traverse time and space to play in the Dragon Ball GT timeline. The GT timeline has many amazing abilities. It's definitely worth copying. Wang Lin murmured. Just as he opened the cover of the time machine and was about to jump in, suddenly the sky darkened. A beam of golden light shot into the sky. A muscular monster materialized. And this monster was none other than the dragon. Master. Where are you going to play? The dragon asked. Wang Lin, puzzled, looked up at the dragon. What is going on? No one has summoned you to come out and make a wish. Why did you come out on your own? Is something happening? Wang Lin frowned. Master. Nothing, I just got bored and wanted to come out for some fresh air, the dragon said. Forget it. If you want some fresh air, then go ahead. I have things to do, so don't worry about you. Wang Lin said. Wait.
Master, where are you going to traverse time and space? Can you take me with you? I want to play too, the dragon said. Play my ass. What the hell are you talking about? You're a divine dragon and every day you act so special. What the hell are you jumping around for? Are you trying to show off? I'm leaving, I'll take you next time. Wang Lin said. After that he directly boarded the time machine and vanished. Wang Lin set off towards the GT timeline. In the GT timeline a time machine manifested on the ground. Wang Lin opened its lid, stepped out and tucked the device into his spatial ring. He soon felt two immensely powerful auras radiating across the sky. Wang Lin snapped his head upward and saw a vast planet. The auras emanated from that world, the new Zinzifure star, a planet baby had created by wishing on the black star Dragon Balls. Is that Super Saiyan 4 Sun Wukong battling the Golden Great Ape baby? Wang Lin murmured. Let's go take a look. Wang Lin pressed two fingers to his brow, used instant transmission and vanished. He reappeared on the battlefield and immediately saw two figures locked in confrontation. One was the Golden Great Ape baby. The other was Super Saiyan 4 Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong stood atop a gigantic crater. At the crater's center rose a slender stone pillar. Sun Wukong stood upon it, his shoulder-length hair streaming, impossibly handsome and defiant. No matter how Wang Lin looked at him, he felt Sun Wukong was putting on a show. Suddenly the two moved. Ultimate Vengeance Death Bomb. Baby roared, thrusting his hands aloft as negative energy gathered. A pitch-black electricity crackling sphere of power rapidly took shape. Baby hurled the colossal black orb toward Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong. Die. He bellowed. Baby. You're the one who should die. Sun Wukong roared, slamming his hands together. He spread his palms at his waist as red energy flared and condensed. HAAA. Tenfold, Kamehameha. Sun Wukong shouted, unleashing a crimson tenfold Kamehameha. The ordinary Kamehameha is azure, the tenfold becomes crimson. At the very instant the death bomb and the tenfold Kamehameha were about to collide. Wang Lin let a cold smile spread across his face and suddenly shouted, Za! Warudo! With that cry, time froze instantly. After years, Wang Lin had once again invoked the time stop skill. In that instant the entire world stood motionless. The black and red energy attacks hung suspended midair. Sun Wukong and Baby's bodies were immobilized. Their expressions were fixed as if carved into stone. Wang Lin's strength had long outgrown his past self. His control of stop time had become absolute. The duration he could suspend time was no longer measured in seconds but in hours or even days. Wang Lin walked toward them step by deliberate step. Reaching Baby, Wang Lin licked his lips and placed his hand directly upon the ape. Your ability. Then I won't be polite, Wang Lin smiled. Touch the object for 3 seconds. Copyable abilities: Ultimate Vengeance Death Bomb, Parasitism, Living Egg, Final Flash, Ultimate Boost, Cannon, Massive Explosion Attack. Copy all. Copy everything. Wang Lin declared. Copy successful. The system replied. Very good. Now you shall become chocolate. Wang Lin smiled and tapped Baby. Under the transformation ray, Baby the giant ape was instantly transmuted into chocolate. Wang Lin tossed the baby-shaped confection into his mouth. With a few crisp bites, Wang Lin consumed Baby. He then circulated his chi, separating Vegeta from Baby. He quickly disentangled Ubu, whom Baby had swallowed in one gulp. Through Wang Lin's deliberate intervention, Ubu and Morinbu were unfused and separated. Morinbu should not have been reduced to Ubu's power alone. After fusing with Ubu, even his greatest regenerative gift was lost. Absurd, Wang Lin murmured. After separating Vegeta, Morinbu and Ubu, Wang Lin spat and expelled the three from his mouth, all except Baby. He then turned to Super Saiyan 4 Sun Wukong. With a soft click of his steps he approached and laid a hand on Sun Wukong's shoulder. Touch the object for 3 seconds. Copyable abilities: Tenfold Kamehameha, Dragon Fist, Burst, Kaioken, Spirit Bomb, Energy Absorption, Self-Detonation, Metamora, Fusion Technique, Saiyan Lower Class Warrior Bloodline. Copy all. Copy everything except the Saiyan Lower Class Warrior Bloodline. Wang Lin grinned. Copy successful. The system answered. Wonderful. Wang Lin exclaimed. He flashed and positioned himself between the death bomb and the tenfold Kamehameha. With a casual clap he dispersed the two attacks. Since I have copied Sun Wukong and Babus abilities, then time begin to flow. At Wang Lin's command the time stopped dissolved. The world resumed its motion. Sun Wukong stared utterly bewildered. What on earth is happening? Where's baby? Where did he go? Sun Wukong scratched the back of his head in confusion. Then he noticed three figures on the ground. Ha! Vegeta. And Obu and Boo. Where did baby go? He suddenly vanished, did he escape? Sun Wukong was perplexed. He could not fathom what had occurred. Just now time, it felt like it stopped. Maybe it was my imagination. Seeing Sun Wukong's confusion, Wang Lin smiled and stepped forward. Hey Sun Wukong, I have already eliminated baby. Ha! Who are you? Sun Wukong asked. My name is Wang Lin, he replied. Wang Lin. You defeated baby, you're truly powerful. I would love to spar with you. Sun Wukong exclaimed. You are no match for me. Wang Lin shook his head. How will you know if you don't try? Sun Wukong smiled. There is no need. If you try you will only taste despair. I advise against such a futile attempt, Wang Lin said. Sun Wukong nodded. Very well then. Perhaps we'll spar another time. Thus the fight between Sun Wukong and baby ended as inexplicably as it had begun. At least from Sun Wukong's perspective it was utterly bewildering. Mid-battle baby had simply disappeared and Vegeta, Obu and Morin Bull were liberated. To Sun Wukong it all felt like a dream. It was absurd. A few days later Wang Lin realized that Earth was on the verge of destruction. He decided to collect the Dragon Balls. He intended to reclaim the Black Star Dragon Balls. That set was a flawed creation forged before Baek and Tianshan separated. The Black Star Dragon Balls Shenlong is red. After a wish the balls scatter into the cosmos. If they are not gathered within a year the planet that made the wish will explode. In the original GT anime Baek destroyed the Black Star Dragon Balls and perished with Earth. Indeed the Black Star Dragon Balls were destroyed. Baek's death was a pity Wang Lin resolved to avert. Quickly he used instant transmission to gather the Black Star Dragon Balls from across the universe. After collecting them Wang Lin re-engineered the Black Star Dragon Balls. Their tendency to scatter across the cosmos after a wish was altered so they would only disperse across Earth. The limitation of a single wish was changed to permit 3 wishes and the clause that would cause the wishing planet to explode was erased. When the modifications were complete the Black Star Dragon Balls became the Red Star. Modification complete. This set of Dragon Balls is no longer tied to Baek. Wang Lin smiled. Ha ha. Wang Lin, you are incredible. Sun Wukong praised. With that together with the already cracked set Earth would now possess 2 sets of Dragon Balls. Wang Lin had no intention of altering the cracked set. He planned to wait for the evil dragon to appear and then copy its power. No matter how one looked at it, leaving that cracked set unmodified was the most advantageous choice. After defeating baby Wang Lin made a wish, restoring Earth and resurrecting the fallen. Due to his intervention the Black Star Dragon Ball had been altered, hence Piccolo survived and Earth avoided annihilation. In the blink of an eye a year passed. Wang Lin now dwelled beside a tranquil lake, water shimmering before him, mountains rising serenely behind. His spatial ring held numerous artifacts including the versatile capsules he had brought with him, devices utilizing spatial folding technology to store objects compactly. Before traversing the GT timeline Wang Lin had naturally taken along the mass-produced high-tech residence crafted by Wang Xiaoqi, a structure that on the surface appeared to be an ordinary villa. In truth it was a multifunctional android akin to a transformer. Wang Lin sat quietly by the lakeshore fishing, cultivating inner peace. Suddenly, boom! A deafening thunderclap split the sky as a colossal rift tore open above. Lightning flashed, thunder roared, heaven and earth convulsed violently. Ominous portents cascaded forth as though the world's end had arrived. Wang Lin gazed upward calmly, eyes fixed upon the yawning void in the heavens. So, the human worlds know. 17 and hells know. 17 have opened the gates of hell. How fortuitous. Now I may replicate Super 17's abilities. Moreover, Dr. Gyros and Dr. News technologies for creating super androids are equally worthy of replication. Wang Lin smiled faintly. As the black hole expanded relentlessly, figures surged forth like a locust swarm, rushing, jostling, desperate to emerge. They were all the dead, now seizing this once-in-a-millennium chance to return to the mortal realm now that the gates of hell stood wide open. Bang! Boom! Boom! Explosions erupted incessantly. No one knew what these hellborn escapees were thinking. Instead of fleeing or hiding, they unleashed chaos the moment they appeared. Did they truly believe freedom from hell rendered them invincible? Among them loomed Nappa and the entire Jinyu force. Damn it! Causing destruction the instant you appear. Absolutely insane. Wang Lin cursed under his breath. Then with a thought he retracted both the villa and his fishing gear, and in a flash reappeared directly beneath the celestial rift. Annoying trash, return whence you came. He roared, unleashing his power. His right hand rose, palm open, then clenched, grasping empty space. Instantly every rampaging figure froze, seized, immobilized as though gripped by an invisible titan's fist. An overwhelming, suffocating pressure descended upon them. Some struggled fiercely, but to no avail. All of you, back into the void. With supreme control, Wang Lin hurled them bodily into the black hole, though he deliberately spared Dr. Gero, Dr. Miu and No. 17. The rest vanished into the abyss. Swiftly the rift sealed itself, the sky's anomalies dissolved entirely. What had just transpired felt like a fleeting illusion. Below, Vegeta and the others watched in stunned silence, every soul struck dumb by Wang Lin's effortless mastery. Even Super Saiyan 4 Son Goku, the sole true warrior of GT, could scarcely believe his eyes. He was deemed the sole warrior because throughout GT only Goku fought with genuine resolve, while all others merely filled the frame, mere bystanders in the grand drama. Who are you? Dr. Gero demanded coldly, eyes narrowed at Wang Lin. Dr. Gero, you don't recognize him either. Dr. Miu asked curiously. Target detected, speaking. Replicable abilities, android fabrication technology, super android synthesis protocol, elite scientific expertise, transcendent scientific aptitude. Replicate. Replicate all. Wang Lin commanded inwardly. Replication complete. At that moment a subtle knowing smile curved his lips. My identity is irrelevant. What matters is, you are already dead. And the dead belong where they belong, not cavorting recklessly among the living. Wang Lin spoke evenly to Dr. Gero, then raised his right hand palm outward, fingers splayed, energy coalescing with lethal precision. Bang! A searing energy sphere erupted, reducing Dr. Gero instantly to ash. Beside him, Dr. Miu burst into manic laughter. Excellent. Perfect. You've slain Dr. Gero, now Super 17 is mine alone. Hells no. 17. Human no. 17. Fuse immediately. Once united, no being in this world shall stand against you. Dr. Miu shrieked in frenzy. Affirmative, Dr. Miu. Hells no. 17 replied softly, his eyes igniting with crimson light. He murmured, voice low and hypnotic, I am you, you are I. I am you, you are I. Human no. 17 meanwhile fell into trance-like rapture. I am you, you are I, we were always one. Let us merge. Agreed no. 17. Let us become one. Hells no. 17 smiled, stepping forward. Brilliant light erupted, two forms drew near, their bodies dissolving into overlapping silhouettes before merging seamlessly into a single unified figure. When the radiance faded, a towering, striking figure hovered in the sky, long hair flowing, browless face, matured limbs partially mechanized. His musculature swelled with raw power, two crimson energy absorption emitters gleamed upon his palms, identical in every detail to the legendary Super 17. Super 17. Destroy that arrogant fool. Dr. Miu pointed wildly at Wang Lin, howling with glee. Super 17 studied his own hands, clenched his fists, and felt the torrent of power surging through his frame, a slow enigmatic smile spreading across his lips. Super 17. What are you waiting for? Kill him, now. Dr. Miu urged frantically. Of course, Dr. Miu. Super 17 smiled faintly, raised his right hand, and aimed squarely at Wang Lin. Yes. Just like that, strike him down. Dr. New trembled with exhilaration until in the next heartbeat shock froze his blood.
Super 17's smile widened, his palm flared energy gathering, then with deliberate precision he pivoted his wrist and fired a blast straight at Dr.
Mia. No, 17. Dr. New screamed in futile defiance, then vanished in a blinding detonation. Watching Dr. New crumble to ash, Super 17's grin twisted into pure unadulterated delight.
Wang Lin, though mildly surprised, had anticipated this outcome. After all, the more advanced the android, the greater its capacity for betrayal.
Especially given human No. 17's prior history of eliminating Dr. Jero.
Now that the nuisance has been silenced, let us begin our battle.
Super 17 declared, eyes locked on Wang Lin. Target speaking detected. Replicable abilities: Hell's Blast, Lightning Flash, Strike, Supreme Energy Shield, Energy Absorption Protocol. Replicate. Replicate. Wang Lin affirmed inwardly. Replication complete.
At that instant his lips lifted in quiet triumph. His objective had been fulfilled. Now that the goal has been achieved for Wang Lin, it also signifies that Super 17 has become useless.
Your strength is too weak. Wang Lin shook his head and said.
Super 17 was taken aback by these words, then burst into wild laughter as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world.
Ha ha ha. You say I am not qualified to be your opponent. Are you joking? Super 17 asked. Indeed, you are not qualified to be my opponent.
It's absurd for me to deliberately suppress my strength to fight you. I have no interest in such a boring matter.
Wang Lin replied calmly. After saying this, Wang Lin let out a light roar. Smash Voluto.
At this utterance, time suddenly froze.
Wang Lin had surprisingly used time pause.
Super 17's smile froze and all movements came to a halt, preserving the action from the moment before. Wang Lin looked at the world that had been frozen. He stepped in front of Super 17 and softly said, "Forced separation technique."
Wang Lin directly unleashed the forced separation technique on Super 17. The so-called forced separation technique is one that can forcibly separate any energy that does not belong to others. It specifically targets those who fuse, combine, or absorb. This move was copied by Wang Lin from the Yadlit people. Wang Lin had used it before, for instance when separating Majin Buu, and also previously with Baby. He had separated them using the forced separation technique.
Naturally, this move was also effective against Super 17. As Wang Lin exerted force outward with both hands.
Soon Super 17 was forcibly separated.
A flash of light revealed two identical 17s being split apart. The 17 on the left wore a brownish-yellow coat, which was the human world 17. The 17 on the right, just like the first appearance, had not changed. This was the Hell 17.
Wang Lin's memory was not bad. Alright, it's over. Wang Lin directly threw a punch. Bang. The Hell 17 was instantly shattered. Time. Begin to flow.
As he said this, time resumed and the world returned to its motion. At the moment time resumed, the shattered Hell 17 turned into fragments that splattered in all directions.
Meanwhile, the human world 17 did not die and returned to his normal state. It's over.
Wang Lin muttered to himself.
He then turned and left.
Thus the matter of Super 17 was resolved. Wang Lin's goal had also been achieved, and what needed to be copied had already been copied. A few days later, Sun Wukong and the others prepared to summon the dragon to make a wish to resurrect those ordinary people killed by the beings from hell. The Dragon Balls they had collected this time were cracked. They did not know that this batch of Dragon Balls could no longer be used. Although they were a bit surprised about the cracks on the Dragon Balls, they did not take it to heart. At this moment, Wang Lin also arrived. He wanted to see the evil dragon appear, then copy its abilities. Once the evil dragon was dealt with, Wang Lin planned to return to his own timeline.
Come forth. Dragon. Grant my wish.
Sun Wukong shouted with his hands raised high. At his words, the sky suddenly turned blood red amidst the flashes of lightning. The ground also began to tremble as if an earthquake had struck. They saw the Dragon Balls flicker and a thick blue-black smoke gathered from the cracks. The final puff of smoke shot straight into the sky. Ah ha 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 ha. With a sinister laugh, the blue-black smoke transformed into a shadow tinged with blue and black. This dragon held a cigar in its mouth, looking quite arrogant.
An incredibly evil aura erupted from its body. This is the Black Smoke Dragon.
Its appearance was exactly the same as in the original anime.
You have some nerve. You even dared to summon me.
The Black Smoke Dragon produced a lighter, lit the cigar, took a puff, and said, "I will not grant you any wishes again."
Dragon. How did you end up like this? Sun Wukong asked.
Ha! The Black Smoke Dragon directly exhaled smoke at Sun Wukong. The Black Smoke Dragon showed no intention of acknowledging Sun Wukong, instead laughing heartily, "Ha ha ha.
This time I can cause a ruckus at will.
Farewell, pathetic humans." The Black Smoke Dragon directly swallowed the 7 Dragon Balls.
It then transformed into 7 evil dragons and scattered, preparing to take 1 Dragon Ball each. Suddenly Wang Lin let out a loud shout. Smash Voluto. At this utterance, time instantly froze.
Everything came to a halt.
Evil dragon. Don't even think about escaping, Wang Lin said.
The reason Wang Lin paused time was that he was a bit lazy. He didn't want to go through the trouble of collecting the Dragon Balls one by one to copy their abilities. Now it was much more direct to pause time, letting the evil dragons stay right there without needing to search everywhere, saving a lot of time. Looking at the frozen scenery, Wang Lin opened his mouth and inhaled, directly swallowing the 7 evil dragons along with the Dragon Balls into his belly.
Touching objects for 3 seconds.
Copyable abilities: ability to absorb Dragon Balls, Dragon Ball Gathering, Toxic Needle, Piercing Dragon Ball, Earthquake, Deadly Light Beam, Freezing Light Wave, Super Large Fireball, Electric Slime, Cross, Tornado, Hell, Dark Fist, Despair, Impact, Super Explosive, Shatter, Kick, Super Negative Energy Ball. All evil dragons' abilities
should all be copied. Copy all. With a thought, Wang Lin directly copied. Copy successful. Very good. Now I can absorb the Dragon Balls. Wang Lin smiled. He used the absorption ability from Majin Buu to directly absorb the 7 evil dragons. The cracked Dragon Balls were also absorbed, which could be considered waste utilization. Time. Begin to flow,
Wang Lin said calmly, releasing the time stop mode. At this moment, since the evil dragons had been absorbed by Wang Lin, the sky returned to its original state.
Sun Wukong and the others were left utterly confused. Wang Lin, what happened to that dragon just now? Where did it go? Did it say goodbye to us?
It said we were pathetic humans. Its demeanor was a bit unusual. Sun Wukong scratched the back of his head, feeling puzzled.
Grandpa. That's right, I heard it too,
Xiao Fong said.
That dragon is really inexplicable.
By the way, what did it mean when it said it wouldn't help us grant wishes anymore?
Is it leaving Earth? Trunks asked. Don't worry, if that dragon leaves, then let it go.
Isn't there still the set of Dragon Balls I modified?
You can use that set to make wishes, Wang Lin reminded.
Wow, I almost forgot. I'll go find Dondi and have him take out that set of Dragon Balls for use,
Sun Wukong said.
Thus a few of them used the Dragon Balls modified by Wang Lin with the Black Star Dragon Balls to make wishes. They restored Earth and resurrected the deceased.
Wang Lin also took this opportunity to copy the abilities of the dragon.
Hence 3 more wishes were added.
At that moment, having seen to everything in the GT timeline, Wang Lin prepared to leave. All right, Sun Wukong, I am ready to return, Wang Lin said.
Then in front of everyone he produced the time machine.
Hey! Isn't that a time machine? Aren't you from a different timeline, Wang Lin? Sun Wukong asked with curiosity. Yes. I am from a past timeline. Now I must return to the timeline that belongs to me. Farewell.
Wang Lin waved, climbed into the time machine, fine-tuned the temporal coordinates and pressed the start.
Wang Lin, someone called out. Farewell.
Sun Wukong and the others waved goodbye. At the roar of the machine, the time device stretched into a line of light and vanished. In the main timeline on the lawn, a time machine had manifested from thin air. It was already dusk. The moment Wang Lin packed away the device, he returned home.
Burma. 18 How? I'm back, Wang Lin called. Wang Lin, you're back so soon? 18 How asked. Yes, only half a day has passed, Burma agreed. Half a day? Wang Lin asked in surprise. Yes. Just half a day. How long did you want time to pass?
18 How tucked her hair behind her ear and slipped her arm through Wang Lin's. Wang Lin felt the familiar softness at his side and thought to himself that he had spent over a year in the GT timeline, yet here only half a day had elapsed, a most fortunate twist.
Wang Lin, stop overthinking.
I just made dinner, come and eat. I cooked salted pork slices. Burma drew Wang Lin to the table, her face bright with a smile. Salted pork slices.
Wonderful. I won't be polite then. Wang Lin rejoiced. My salted pork slices are truly delicious, Burma added with a grin.
After eating them you feel completely content, that is the pleasure of good food, Burma laughed.
Wang Lin.
I cooked some salted pork slices to taste them and see whose is better, mine or Burma's.
18 How declared unwilling to concede. Burma and 18 How ushered Wang Lin to the table, set out bowls and chopsticks and prepared to dine.
Wang Lin gazed at the spread as if it were an imperial feast, his eyes sparkling. I'm going to dig in. Of course, make yourself at home, we're like an old married couple, no need for formalities, 18 How said with a gentle smile.
Wow. These salted pork slices are savory, slightly sticky and wonderfully juicy, the texture is divine.
It even reminds me of the sea, Wang Lin praised, unable to hold back his delight. Your cooking is superb, he continued. So which of us made the better version?
Burma asked, a dangerous question that could easily sour the mood if answered poorly.
Whether Burma's or 18 How's, both are delicious. Wang Lin judged. As long as you like it, Burma responded softly.
Yes.
Making my husband happy is what matters most, 18 How agreed.
After dinner Wang Lin went to bed with the two of them.
It was a wonderful thing, the air itself brimmed with joy.
The next morning after rising, Wang Lin went to Wang Zioki's main server. He refined the super android technology and uploaded the improvements into Wang Zioki's server by computer.
In this way Wang Xiaoqi could begin producing super androids.
The combat capability of those super androids could rival Super Saiyan 4. All of them would be controlled directly by Wang Zioki's brain.
Wang Lin had no fear of an android uprising unless Wang Xiaoqi herself betrayed him, an eventuality so vanishingly unlikely as to be nearly impossible. Having finished, Wang Lin stepped out of the secret chamber onto the broad lawn to play with his son and daughter.
Daddy! Can you give me your time machine?
Wang Xiaoqi asked, blinking her big eyes and putting on an innocent, endearing act. Wang Lin, amused, asked, give it to you.
What would you do with a time machine?
Of course, to play. I'm stuck every day with that irresponsible stinky brother Tailangkisi. I'm bored to death.
It's not fun at all. Wang Xiaoqi complained.
I want to be like Daddy and visit other timelines, places I have never been must be delightful. Wang Xiaoqi said brightly. After a moment she added, and besides, Tailangkisi doesn't love his adorable sister at all.
He always bullies me. Says hurtful things to get under my skin.
He's the worst brother. Wang Xiaoqi poured out her grievances to Wang Lin.
Wang Lin was momentarily speechless. Before he could say more, Tailangkisi shot back, "Hey, you stinky sister. You're utterly rotten, playing the victim first. You're always scheming to pick on me. How did it become that I'm bullying you?" Tailangkisi spat.
Tailangkisi, how dare you slander someone like that?
I'm Daddy's little darling. How could it be as you say? Isn't that right, Daddy? Wang Xiaoqi shook Wang Lin's arm. You're talking nonsense.
You're more like a toxic little darling. I do not know when your princess complex began. You expect others to mindlessly cater to you and constantly make unreasonable demands.
Daddy! Do not under any circumstances give her the time machine. She might get up to all sorts of mischief. Tailangkisi warned. You're the one with the princess sickness.
Your whole family has it.
Wang Xiaoqi roared.
Wang Lin was at a loss for words.
He truly did not know what to say.
Then Wang Lin vanished in a flash and took off, leaving them to their quarrel. Let these petty matters be their concern, he decided. He would not meddle and would pretend not to have seen. Wang Xiaoqi handled the situation with Tailangkisi as you see fit. If it does not escalate, do nothing, Wang Lin instructed.
Yes, master.
Wang Xiaoqi replied. Concerning his daughter, as long as it was not a serious problem, Wang Lin did not plan to interfere. She was not being harmed by others, and a little emotional trouble could remain hers to bear. In this world she could behave as she pleased. Death itself was reversible. When it came to raising children, Wang Lin largely abstained, leaving it to Wang Xiuqi.
Compared to child-rearing, Wang Lin preferred tending to the children's mother.
After a period of peaceful days, time passed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed.
Today was a special day, Burma's birthday. After calling all her friends and relatives,
she began her birthday banquet aboard a vast cruise ship. Present were Kellen Gixian Renyamucha Pur by Vegeta and Pinzi Moranbu. Everyone who should attend had come.
Even Sun Wufan attended. He was now married, his wife being Bai Deer.
Such are the oddities of rewritten history. Even without the world champion Sadan, Sun Wufan still met Bai Deer.
Bu Irma, happy birthday.
The assembled guests raised their glasses and offered their blessings.
Mom, happy birthday. Wang Xiaoqi planted a kiss squarely on Bu Irma's cheek.
Tai Langxi presented a small gift.
Elder sister, happy birthday.
Sherbahao brought over a little cake, joining in the felicitations.
Happy birthday, Bu Irma.
Wang Lin smiled and conjured a single blue rose, placing it gently in her hand.
Thank you all so much, I am overjoyed. Bu Irma's face bloomed with a radiant smile.
Watching her delight, Wang Lin thought inwardly, by Lucy, I hope you do not act ungratefully. Meanwhile, on Beijia, Wang Xing Sun Wukong was training. In moments the surface of the planet was torn and riddled with blows.
Sun Wukong could now ascend to Super Saiyan 3.
Though he fell markedly short of Wang Lin, his strength was respectable, a touch stronger than Vegeta.
Wukong. Someone very important is coming. Hide at once and do not reveal yourself. If you anger him, it will be the end of you.
Jia Wang warned anxiously. Jia Wang spoke with palpable concern. Who is this important person?
Sun Wukong asked, curiosity pricking him.
His name is Bai Lucy, a terrifying, terrible deity, Jia Wang answered. He is charged with destruction. He is called the God of Destruction, Jia Wang explained.
The God of Destruction. Is he strong? Sun Wukong inquired.
Strong no longer suffices to describe Bai Lucy. In short, he is dreadful.
He is coming, hurry and hide.
Jia Wang urged. Jia Wang hurried from his house to await the arrival of Bai Lucy. Sun Wukong's curiosity, however, had been piqued. He crouched behind a wall, watching furtively. Suddenly, two silhouettes materialized upon Bai Jia Wang Xing. A cold voice rang out, Jia Wang, come see me.
He comes, Lord Bai Lucy. Long time no see. To what do we owe the honor of your visit? Jia Wang asked, trembling with deference. Enough of the pleasantries. I am here for one matter.
Tell me, have you ever heard of the Super Saiyan God?
Bai Lucy asked curtly.
The Super Saiyan God.
Jia Wang shook his head. I have never heard of such a thing.
Bai Lucy stroked his chin and mused for a moment before asking, you should have a Saya here, yes.
Where is he? Bring him out to meet me.
Eh? Jia Wang flinched inwardly. He had been unwilling for Sun Wukong to meet Bai Lucy, yet the god had named him directly and there was no avoiding it. Very well, Lord Bai Lucy. I will call him at once, please wait a moment, Jia Wang said. Bai Lucy replied indifferently.
Wukong.
Wukong, come here, Lord Bai Lucy wishes to see you.
Jia Wang called. Oh, okay, coming.
Sun Wukong bounded forth immediately. As he passed Jia Wang, the king whispered a warning, mind your manners, be polite and do not behave like an idiot.
Sun Wukong nodded.
With Jia Wang's admonition lodged in his mind, he restrained his usual carefree manner. Before Bai Lucy he offered a proper greeting, Lord Bai Lucy, hello. I am but the unworthy Sun Wukong. Bai Lucy replied casually, yes, hello Sun Wukong. I have a question for you, do you know of the Super Saiyan God? The Super Saiyan God.
Sun Wukong's face registered bafflement.
Seeing his expression, Bai Lucy realized, it seems you have not heard of it. Indeed, this is the first I have heard of such a thing. I only know of the Super Saiyan, not any so-called Super Saiyan God, Sun Wukong admitted, shaking his head.
Lord Bai Lucy, see. Your prophetic visions have never been accurate. The Super Saiyan God is surely your fancy. Let us return, Wei Si said. Wait, Wei Si, isn't there a Saya on Dicho? Vegeta as Prince of the Saya should know. We could ask him, Bai Lucy proposed.
Very well, Lord Bai Lucy, you will not give up, Wei Si replied, resigning. Then we shall depart for Dicho. As Wei Si prepared to take Bai Lucy away, Sun Wukong called after them, hold on. Lord by Lucy, I hear you are strong, might I spar with you?
Hey! Goku! How dare you make such an unreasonable request of Lord by Lucy?
Jia Wang scolded sharply. Bowing deeply, Jia Wang addressed by Lucy, Lord by Lucy, forgive his ignorance.
I offer you our apologies on his behalf. No need.
Jia Wan, let him fight me. I wish to witness the power of the god of destruction, Sun Wukong said earnestly.
Oh.
You truly wish to spar with me? Bai Lucy narrowed his eyes. Yes, Lord Bai Lucy, please fight me, Sun Wukong implored.
Ha!
It seems you know nothing of the dread of a god of destruction, Bai Lucy replied amused. All the more reason, Lord Bai Lucy, please test your strength against me.
With that, Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan.
He roared, unleashing a surge of key golden flames flared, his hair stood upright and his pupils turned a clear teal. A curl touched the corner of Bai Lucy's lip as he spoke slowly, interesting.
There must be greater power within you. Unleash it all.
Very well, as you wish, Sun Wukong replied with a cold laugh. He clenched his fist and howled, pouring forth his energy. His hair bristled further, only a single tuft fell over his brow. Lightning crackled intermittently around the golden aura.
This is Super Saiyan 2, Sun Wukong declared in a hard voice. Now for something even fiercer.
With a thunderous cry, his hair lengthened slowly until it cascaded down behind him to his lower back. His eyebrows vanished, yet his ki swelled to an astonishing magnitude.
This is the mightiest Super Saiyan 3.
Having transformed, Sun Wukong lunged and hurled a crushing punch at Bai Lucy. Bai Lucy's mouth curved faintly. With a slight shift of his body, he evaded Sun Wukong's blow.
Goku tried dozens more times, but without exception each strike was effortlessly avoided.
Sun Wukong froze, staring at Bai Lucy as a storm of shock roared within him.
Is this a joke?
His face twitched, unable to accept the outcome.
Very well. It seems that is your limit.
You have struck many times now, it is my turn, Bai Lucy said with composed indifference.
In an instant he vanished.
When he reappeared, he stood behind Sun Wukong and raised his right hand, delivering a light, precise strike to the back of Wukong's neck.
Crack!
Sun Wukong cried out in pain and sprawled to the ground, his Super Saiyan state collapsed. Wei Si, let us go, Bai Lucy yawned, growing drowsy.
Clearly he had found the skirmish unbearably dull.
Very well, Lord Bai Lucy, Wei Si replied coolly, scarcely glancing at Sun Wukong. He tapped his staff on the ground, a green light enveloped the two and they departed.
The sea surface. On the cruise ship. Come on. Everyone cheers. Krillin stood up, urging everyone to join in the fun. Cheers.
Bulma raised her glass and downed it in one go, her cheeks turning rosy.
Bulma, am still not married.
Can you help me find a girlfriend?
Krillin drunkenly asked.
Having had a bit too much to drink, he loosened up and spoke freely.
Ha ha.
This is no problem. I can introduce you to some daughters of wealthy families under my company, but whether you can win them over depends on you.
Bulma said with a smile.
Yay.
That's great.
Krillin exclaimed joyfully.
Bulma.
I also want you to help me find a girlfriend.
Yamcha said somewhat shyly, mostly out of embarrassment.
Sure. I can arrange that, but as I said, whether you can win them over depends on you.
Bulma said with a smile. That's wonderful. Bulma, I want you to help me find one. No. 2.
Forget it, just introduce me to several girlfriends.
The more the better.
Master Roshi said with eager anticipation. He emanated an aura of someone whose heart remains young despite old age. For Master Roshi, one shouldn't forsake love just to save one's life. Upon hearing this, Bulma's smile gradually faded and she suddenly punched Master Roshi on the forehead.
You lecherous old man. Go die. What age are you and still thinking about these things? Bulma exclaimed angrily. Ha ha ha. This scene made everyone laugh and the atmosphere became even more joyful. TCH.
Vegeta crossed his arms and scoffed. After several rounds of drinking, everyone had enough and began to chat and boast.
Soon they prepared to do some entertainment activities. Wang Lin held Android 18, feeling quite happy.
Watching them mess around and have fun was quite pleasant.
The god of destruction has finally arrived. Wang Lin muttered.
At this moment, Trunks, Wang Shaoqi and Sun Goten were playing around on the ship.
They had rescued 3 little kids who were Pilaf Mayan Shu. Wang Lin turned a blind eye to this, pretending not to see.
After all, these 3 couldn't stir up much trouble, and moreover might very well become Trunks' wife. At this moment Vegeta had eaten enough and went alone to the top of the ship, gazing into the distance, lost in thought. Lost in thought, he recalled Son Goku.
That damn Kakarot. He went to train without inviting me. Just thinking of Son Goku made Vegeta feel a bit annoyed.
Every time they fought he always fell short.
Just thinking about it was infuriating.
Over the years Vegeta hadn't been idle but had been aiming to surpass Kakarot. He had fought Son Goku many times, but each time he was just a little behind. It wasn't that the gap was too large, but rather that he always fell short by just a bit. It was frustrating. After several encounters Vegeta was nearly driven to the brink of despair.
Kakarot. And Wang Lin. I will definitely surpass you both. Vegeta thought to himself.
As for why he didn't challenge Wang Lin, it was simply because the gap was too great. He had tried before, confidently going up each time. He would be taken down by Wang Lin with just a single move, which undoubtedly made Vegeta start to question his life choices. In the end he could only settle for a showdown with Son Goku.
Once he surpasses Kakarot, challenging Wang Lin wouldn't be too late. Otherwise he probably wouldn't even have the qualifications.
Suddenly a voice rang in Vegeta's ear.
Vegeta. Do you remember me? At such close range he couldn't sense it. Vegeta felt a bit startled and quickly turned around.
Just one glance and Vegeta's gaze was locked, his heart starting to tremble violently.
Destroyer. Beerus. Vegeta stammered. Looks like you remember me. Beerus said, a bit surprised but mostly showing disdain. Master Beerus. You. Vegeta was about to speak but was immediately interrupted by Beerus.
No need for small talk, I came to Earth for one thing.
I ask you, have you heard of the Super Saiyan God? Beerus inquired nonchalantly. Super
Saiyan God.
Vegeta repeated softly. He then started to think.
But after a long while there was still no memory of the Super Saiyan God in his mind.
So, do you have any impression? Beerus asked impatiently. No. I've never heard of any Super Saiyan God. Vegeta shook his head. Is that so? Since that's the case, then let's head back. Beerus said. Whis.
Beerus turned around and found that Whis was nowhere to be seen. Finally Beerus scanned the area and spotted Whis at a food stall below.
Hey! Whis! What are you doing? Beerus shouted. Oh ho ho ho!
Master Beerus, I saw you chatting with Vegeta, so I didn't want to disturb you.
I just happened to see a lot of delicacies below and couldn't resist wanting to taste them. Master Beerus, this food here seems quite different. Would you like to try some?
Whis said with a smile.
TCH. That damned Whis. Not informing me about the food. Get me an order right now.
Beerus shouted angrily, his forehead veins bulging. Then Beerus flashed his body and appeared in front of the snack stall.
Like Whis, he also ordered quite a few snacks.
Such a scene naturally attracted everyone's attention.
Hey! Who are those two? Do you know them? Bulma asked. No. Everyone shook their heads. They look a bit like aliens. Could they be friends of Vegeta? Bulma speculated. It's very likely. Krillin nodded. At this moment Son Gohan walked over with Biddy Lee.
It's very possible they are friends of that guy Vegeta.
But they might also be friends of Uncle Wang Lin. Wang Lin. Do you know those two? Bulma asked. Wang Lin smiled and replied, I know them, but they might not necessarily know me. Oh. What do you mean? Everyone asked curiously.
Those two are gods. One is named Beerus, the god of destruction who oversees destruction. The other is named Whis, Beerus, master and attendant.
Wang Lin explained slowly. God of destruction. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. So that means he is very strong. Are they enemies or friends? Krillin asked.
It's hard to say for now, it depends on the situation.
Wang Lin replied.
Naturally, Beerus and Whis noticed the situation on Wang Lin's side.
Their ears were quite sensitive, and upon hearing Wang Lin talking about them,
they immediately flashed their bodies and appeared in front of Wang Lin.
Looks like he knows quite a bit about us.
So does this mean he is the Super Saiyan God?
Beerus asked.
Master Beerus, I don't know if he is the Super Saiyan God, but I can sense that the power within him is extremely strong.
Whis said. Whis, for someone to earn your praise he must be extraordinary. Then Beerus asked Wang Lin, hey,
have you heard of the Super Saiyan God?
Target detected speaking.
Copiable abilities, destructive power, all abilities of the God of Destruction, the Angel's angelic powers, perfect ultra instinct, the ability to never need sleep, vacuum survival, divine magic, the ability to rewind time by 3 minutes, all abilities and permissions of the Angels.
Do you wish to copy all?
Yes.
Copy all. Wang Lin shouted internally. Copy successful. Upon hearing the successful copy, Wang Lin's heart began to swell with excitement. This is exhilarating. Wang Lin was overjoyed.
The Angel's perfect ultra instinct,
destructive power and angelic permissions, any one of the copied abilities was of extremely high quality.
This was one of the best experiences Wang Lin had since copying so many abilities. Seeing that Wang Lin was silent, Beerus expressed his displeasure, saying, hey,
I'm asking you a question.
Have you heard of the Super Saiyan God? Or are you the Super Saiyan God yourself?
Hearing Beerus' question, Wang Lin came back to his senses. He then organized his thoughts slightly and calmly began to explain. Beerus, you want to know about the Super Saiyan God, right? Let me put it this way.
Although I am not the Super Saiyan God, but I know how the Super Saiyan God is born.
Wang Lin said calmly. Oh. You actually know?
Beerus was somewhat surprised. He initially approached it with a trialanderer mindset but did not expect that the person before him truly had knowledge of it. That's right, the so-called Super Saiyan God is not a specific individual but refers to the creation of 6 righteous Saiyan warriors. The method to create a Super Saiyan God is for 5 righteous Saiyans to infuse their heart's power into the body of the 6th Saiyan. Thus the Super Saiyan God is born.
Wang Lin slowly explained. I see. Beerus nodded in understanding and asked, then can you create a Super Saiyan God? Wang Lin smiled and said, that's very simple.
There have long been more than 6 Saiyans on Earth, however. Wang Lin changed his tone and continued, you need to give me a reason why I should help you create a Super Saiyan God.
If your reason is too unreasonable, then I won't help you.
Wang Lin said calmly.
With Wang Lin's confidence, he had no need to fear anyone. There was no need to give a destroying God any face. Beerus understood from Wang Lin's tone and attitude that threatening him would be useless.
Moreover, the fact that he dared to speak like this while knowing he was a destroying God indicated that he was not afraid of Beerus, even though he didn't know what gave him such confidence.
I see.
Beerus pondered for a moment and slowly spoke, although I am a destroying God, I am not unreasonable.
So let me be honest with you. The Super Saiyan God is my nemesis and I must have a great battle with him. Thus this is an unavoidable battle of fate. At the same time, I also wish to face a powerful opponent. Do you understand my feelings? Beerus asked.
Wang Lin pondered for a moment and replied, I suppose that reason will suffice. If that's the case, then let's not waste time and quickly bring forth the Super Saiyan God.
Beerus urged.
Although he was somewhat displeased, he wouldn't fuss over such minor matters. The most important thing for him now was to create the Super Saiyan God. Just as Wang Lin was about to speak, he saw a figure appear out of nowhere before him. This person was none other than Sun Wukong. At this moment, Sun Wukong, who had been secretly watching from the sidelines, could no longer hold back upon hearing that a Super Saiyan God could be created and rushed out.
Wang Lin,
let me become the Super Saiyan God. I really want to fight seriously with Lord Beerus.
Sure, Wang Lin nodded. You are the Saiyan from North Kai's planet, right? That's right.
Lord Beerus, I also want to compete with you once more, but only after I become the Super Saiyan God. Sun Wukong said excitedly. Interesting, Beerus chuckled, not sure if he was referring to Sun Wukong or something else. Next, Wang Lin called over Vegeta, Son Gohan, Trunks, Son Goten and Wang Chi-Chi. With Sun Wukong they gathered 6 Saiyans.
Wang Lin stood by and watched, giving directions. You 5 hold hands and infuse your heart's power into Sun Wukong. Remember, it's heart's power, not chi. Pure chi cannot create a Super Saiyan God. Wang Lin reminded. After the 5 nodded, they began the ceremony to create the god. They were seen holding hands with Wang Chi-Chi Trunks and Son Goten in the middle. Vegeta was on the left while Son Gohan was on the right. Vegeta and Son Gohan each placed one hand on Sun Wukong's back. With Sun Wukong included, they formed a circle of 6 people. Under Wang Lin's guidance, Vegeta and the others directly infused their heart's power into Sun Wukong. As the continuous heart's power surged in, the bodies of the 6 were enveloped by a golden light membrane. Their bodies gradually lifted off the ground, slowly rising into the air. Finally, a massive dazzling golden pillar shot up into the sky. In an instant, the world changed drastically, with golden clouds obscuring the sky. In the sky, hail fell, occasionally snowflakes drifted, at times the sun shone brightly, or gentle rain fell, completing the changes of all 4 seasons in an instant. When all the phenomena faded away, the bodies of Vegeta and the others slowly landed on the ground. Only Sun Wukong remained floating in midair. At this moment, Sun Wukong was filled with a red glow. He appeared like a red shadow. Oh! The aura of a god. Beerus was somewhat surprised. When the red glow faded, Sun Wukong's figure became visible. His appearance remained unchanged with his usual hairstyle, but his hair color was red. His pupils and eyebrows were all red. Apart from that, there were no other changes. But this form is the Super Saiyan God. Ha! Kakarot's appearance seems unchanged at all. What's going on? Krillin asked curiously. It really seems unchanged. Yamcha echoed. Fools! Look closely at Kakarot's hair color. And you all feel his aura. Vegeta scolded. I can't sense any aura. What's going on? Wukong is just standing there. Why can't I feel any aura at all? Krillin asked in confusion. Exactly. It's too strange. Son Gohan said. Wang Lin smiled and explained, don't be confused, this is the Super Saiyan God. Under normal circumstances, mortals cannot sense the aura of a god. Only gods can sense the aura of a god. I see. Everyone nodded in realization. All right. Since the Super Saiyan God has appeared, it's time to have an exhilarating battle. Beerus said with great interest. Lord Beerus. Sorry to keep you waiting. Sun Wukong slowly descended and faced Beerus. Detecting target speech. Copyable ability, the divine power of the Super Saiyan God. Do you wish to copy? Copy. Copy successful. Congratulations, you triggered a reward. You have acquired the ability of perfectly fusing divine power with all transformations. Wow. So does that mean I need to train for the transformation into the Super Saiyan God? I can directly transform into Ultra Instinct or Ultra 4. Wang Lin was overjoyed. Wang Lin calmed his emotions before turning his gaze towards Sun Wukong and Beerus. He wanted to see how Beerus planned to hold back. With Sun Wukong's strength, Beerus would have to hold back in their battle. Otherwise, even the Super Saiyan God would not last 3 moves against Beerus. This power is truly overwhelming. Even I am astonished. Sun Wukong exclaimed, filled with excitement. Alright, since you felt the power within you, let's stop the chatter and start the fight. Beerus urged. That's what I was thinking. Sun Wukong said with a smile. Lord Beerus. I'm coming. He reminded. Beerus curled his lips into a slight smirk and beckoned Sun Wukong with his finger. Come on. Just go for it. Very well. Sun Wukong replied, his smile radiating confidence. Then the two prepared to engage. They seemed to understand that Earth was not suitable as a battlefield, so they gracefully controlled their bodies and slowly ascended into the air facing each other. They flew higher and higher until they finally came to a stop outside the atmosphere. They had ascended to such great heights. To provide a better viewing experience for his 2 wives, Wang Lin waved his right hand and conjured a large crystal ball. Then, with both hands casting magic, the initially blurry surface of the ball began to reveal the figures of Sun Wukong and Beerus. Now everyone can watch the fight together. Wang Lin said with a smile. Wang Lin. You're amazing. Bulma praised. You're the best, dear. Android 18 also complimented. Then everyone focused their gaze on the image in the crystal ball.
In the image, the two smiled at each other, and without unnecessary words or actions, they immediately launched their attacks.
Ha! Sun Wukong shouted lightly, and in an instant he vanished. He reappeared right behind Beerus. With his right hand quickly raised, Sun Wukong delivered a swift knife hand strike towards Beerus' neck. Beerus moved like lightning, as if he had eyes on the back of his head, and slightly dodged the attack. Immediately after, Sun Wukong moved like an enraged hen. His body flickered and he unleashed a flurry of punches towards Beerus. However, in the face of Sun Wukong's attacks, Beerus remained calm and collected his body, swaying only slightly. Every time Sun Wukong's attack was about to land, Beerus merely swayed slightly to evade. Sun Wukong's momentum appeared impressive, yet none of his strikes hit.
This continued for nearly 100 exchanges. By now the two had left Earth and arrived in the vastness of outer space.
The stars trembled faintly, emitting a soft glow as if shivering. Beerus vanished and suddenly appeared behind Sun Wukong. A voice echoed in his ear, "What are you doing? Do you really think you can hit me with such weak punches? Why haven't you used the power of the Super Saiyan God yet? Do you look down on me? Hurry up and show your full strength,"
Beerus said coldly. Sun Wukong felt a chill run down his spine. With such terrifying speed, if Beerus were to attack him, he would surely be unable to react.
Ha ha!
Sun Wukong chuckled awkwardly and said, "Lord Beerus, you caught me."
"I'm just feeling a bit unwilling," Sun Wukong said. Beerus narrowed his eyes and asked, "Unwilling? What are you unwilling about?"
"I want to fight you with my own strength. I'm very unwilling to rely on someone else's power to face you.
However, to have the chance to fight you, I have no choice," Sun Wukong declared.
After saying this, he let out a furious roar and suddenly unleashed his ki. Instantly, a fiery red aura erupted from within Sun Wukong. The soaring crimson aura burned like an intense flame.
Sun Wukong's presence became vast and unfathomable. Of course, under normal circumstances, mortals could not sense this aura, only deities could perceive it. "Ya! Ha! Lord Beerus!
As you wish, this is my full strength," Sun Wukong roared as he suddenly hurled a punch towards Beerus. Seeing that Sun Wukong had unleashed all his strength, a smile finally appeared on Beerus' lips. He also raised his right hand and fiercely met Sun Wukong's punch.
Bang! A terrifying collision rang out.
This was the clash of gods. Nearby stars were instantly extinguished by this overwhelming force.
In an instant, the terrifying divine power exploded. The shockwave from their fists spread throughout the universe. If such terrifying power collided 3 or 4 more times, the universe would be obliterated.
As this shockwave spread across Earth, it had little impact. After all, Wang Lin was present, and with a casual wave of his hand, he erased the shockwave. After exchanging another punch, both Sun Wukong and Beerus were sent flying.
During the third punch clash, the shockwave from the overflowing energy was neutralized by the two.
After mastering the use of divine power, Sun Wukong began to fight back against Beerus. Of course, that was a result of holding back. Ultimately, after thousands of exchanges with Beerus, Sun Wukong finally exhausted his strength. This caused him to exit the Super Saiyan God state. However, Sun Wukong seemed completely unaware of this.
"Not bad, kid.
In such a short time, you've managed to grasp divine power."
"Ha ha ha.
Lord Beerus, you're still stronger," Sun Wukong said with a smile.
"As long as you know your place, that's good. Alright, it's over now." Beerus suddenly delivered a punch to Sun Wukong's stomach.
"Ugh!" Sun Wukong cried out in pain as he fell towards Earth.
"So boring." Beerus yawned.
However, what Beerus did not expect was that Sun Wukong charged back up and transformed into a Super Saiyan to fly back up.
"I said it's over. What are you coming back for? Don't you realize you're no longer a Super Saiyan God?" Beerus said. "Who cares? I just want to have a thrilling fight with you."
"Although I'm not your match, my heart is already trembling with excitement," Sun Wukong said excitedly.
"Ha!" Beerus was taken aback. Knowing he couldn't win, he still wanted to fight. "Are you enjoying the process of battle?" "Exactly. Fighting is meant to be enjoyed."
Sun Wukong nodded earnestly.
"Very well, I understand. With that, Beerus directly punched Sun Wukong down. When your strength improves, we will have another match. Right now you're not qualified. Beerus' voice echoed. At this moment Sun Wukong was already exhausted. With Beerus' words he allowed his body to fall without resisting. Moreover, he knew Wang Lin was stronger than him and that Earth would be fine. Beerus never mentioned destroying Earth or anything like that. Kaka wrote. Seeing Sun Wukong about to fall, Vegeta rushed out to catch him. At this moment Sun Wukong had already been defeated. Moreover, it was a rather powerless defeat, not particularly tragic, just lacking strength. Clearly this was the result of Beerus trying his best to hold back. Although Beerus is a god of destruction, he still has some principles and wouldn't destroy for no reason or out of the blue, unless of course he encounters someone extremely rude causing him to feel displeased, in which case he would return to his original job. Relatively speaking, he prefers sleeping in good food. With a soft thud, Beerus slowly landed on the ground. The crowd looked at Beerus with some fear, involuntarily taking 2 steps back. After all, even Sun Wukong had been defeated by him, which indeed made Krillin and the others feel a bit scared. Beerus paid no mind to the others, his gaze turned towards Wang Lin. You must be the true Super Saiyan God, right? Beerus stared at Wang Lin and asked. Call me whatever you like, Wang Lin replied nonchalantly. I can sense that your power is incredibly strong. How about we have a match? Beerus inquired. Why should I have a match with you? Wang Lin questioned. Well, if you don't want to fight me, then I will destroy this planet. Beerus said indifferently. Hearing these words, Wang Lin realized that Beerus' fighting spirit had been ignited and this battle was unavoidable. Thus Wang Lin readily agreed. All right. Let's have a match. I've never seen someone so eager to let me hit them. Hoof. Beerus gritted his teeth, slightly displeased, and said, who knows who will hit whom? Don't doubt it, you will definitely be the one getting hit. You arrogant fool. I've never seen someone as arrogant as you. Beerus exclaimed. Now that you've seen me, let's cut the nonsense and get to fighting quickly. Wang Lin said. Then let's change the battlefield. Wang Lin declared. After saying this, he vanished in a flash, reappearing in the vastness of space. Seeing this, Beerus' lips curled into a slight smile as he pursued him. In an instant he too arrived in the cosmos. As for Whis, he said nothing regarding this scene. Instead, he took the place Wang Lin had occupied earlier and cast a spell on the crystal ball. He projected the image of Wang Lin in Beerus. Now before we fight, let me introduce myself properly. I am Wang Lin. A Saiyan strong enough to make you despair. Next I will transform into the Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan 4 to fight you. Watch closely, any of the transformations to come can obliterate you. Wang Lin slowly explained. Ha! Wang Lin let out a light shout. He directly transformed into a Super Saiyan God. At this moment Wang Lin's hair turned red and his eyes also became red. Other than the color change, he looked no different from his usual self. Ha! Wang Lin growled softly. His hair stood upright, transforming into the Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan, also known as Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan 1. This is Super Saiyan God transformation of Super Saiyan 1. Wang Lin explained. He let out another shout and transformed into Super Saiyan 2. His red hair stood up even more with just a tuft hanging down. This is Super Saiyan God transformation of Super Saiyan 2. Ha! Wang Lin roared. His hair changed again. His eyebrows vanished and his red hair grew longer, falling down to the back. This is Super Saiyan 3. Next it's going to be even more impressive. Wang Lin shouted. His body underwent a tremendous transformation. After a burst of intense light, Wang Lin's figure became apparent. At this moment Wang Lin had long red hair draped over his shoulders, red eyeshadow and red eyebrows. Red fur covered his body, leaving only his chest exposed. Even the fur on his tail was red. This form was none other than Super Saiyan 4. This transformation is also known as the Great Ape Saiyan transformation. However, Wang Lin's transformation was different from that of Super Saiyan 4. Since it was Super Saiyan 4 in the state of Super Saiyan God, his hair was naturally red. The aura enveloping him was no longer golden but instead crimson. At this moment Wang Lin was at his most handsome. Beerus, this transformation is called the Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan 4. Wang Lin slowly began to speak.
A confident smile appeared on his lips. Currently Wang Lin's base combat power would not be lower than that of Super Saiyan 4. He had previously absorbed Evil Bu Baby and also absorbed 7 evil dragons along with those 7 Dragon Balls. Compared to the Super 1-star dragon, he was stronger. Yet this level of base combat power was an astonishing 100 million times. Once Wang Lin transformed into Super Saiyan 4, he would possess 100 million times the base combat power, becoming Super Saiyan 4. Then this Super Saiyan 4 would multiply again by 100 million times. Such terrifying power is truly rare in the world. Even without transforming, he could easily overpower Beerus. An existence like Beerus, even if there were 100 million of them, would barely match up against Wang Lin. Beerus was momentarily dumbfounded by Wang Lin's numerous transformations. But inside he was immensely shocked, feeling an overwhelmingly powerful divine aura that was simply astonishing, even causing his heart to tremble. "Sure enough, you are the true Super Saiyan God," Beerus exclaimed in shock. "What an immense divine aura! This Wang Lin is truly remarkable. Lord Beerus might be on the verge of defeat," Whis said. Wang Lin smiled disdainfully, saying, "Beerus, you are already astonished. My transformations are far from over. Next, let me show you my other transformations." After saying this, Wang Lin's hair color, eye pupils and aura slowly began to change. From the current red it transformed to black, then to pink. Immediately after it turned into blue. Whether it was the Super Saiyan Rose or the Super Saiyan Blue, they were all cultivated and transformed using divine power. Since it is divine power, they must be interconnected, and Wang Lin had no reason not to be able to achieve it. "Wang Lin, how can you have such magnificent transformations?" Beerus exclaimed in shock, his mind reeling. He had truly never seen someone with such a multitude of transformations. "Don't be too shocked just yet. This transformation, you must be very familiar with it," Wang Lin said with a smile. Wang Lin exited the Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan 4 state. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly let out a loud shout. "Ha!" In an instant, a purple aura erupted from Wang Lin's body. Wang Lin's hair color and eye pupils turned purple. A power belonging to the God of Destruction filled Wang Lin's body. This is the power of the God of Destruction," Beerus gasped in shock. "That's right, this form is called Self-Extreme Technique." Wang Lin smiled, eliciting a grin. "And now let me show you my other new transformation." Wang Lin chuckled. "Ha!" Wang Lin lightly shouted. His hair suddenly turned silver and his eyes also transformed into silver. A deep blue aura erupted from Wang Lin's body. Streams of silver energy flowed gracefully. "This is the free and unfettered extreme technique," Whis exclaimed. Free and unfettered extreme technique," Beerus stammered, already shocked to the extreme. "That's right." Wang Lin smiled and said, "Now Beerus, let's begin our battle." "Battle? Let's not talk about battle," Beerus stammered. "Let it go. It's not that simple. Your challenge cannot be ended so easily," Wang Lin said coldly. "Beerus, are you ready? Our battle has begun," Wang Lin declared. Hearing this, Beerus immediately felt a bit intimidated. "By the way, I suddenly feel a bit sleepy. I want to go back to sleep now. I don't want to fight you for the time being. Let's fight next time," Beerus said timidly. "Stop changing the subject. Since you are ready, the battle starts now." Wang Lin let out a strange laugh. With that, he suddenly slapped Beerus hard across the face. Smack! This slap completely dazed Beerus. Just as Beerus came to his senses and was about to get angry, he heard another smack. Wang Lin delivered another slap. In an instant, Beerus' face began to swell slightly. Then Wang Lin grabbed Beerus by the neck, his hands moving rapidly, slapping Beerus' face continuously. This flurry of attacks was something Beerus simply could not evade. He couldn't evade at all. At this moment, Wang Lin was in a state of ultimate freedom technique. Although he was trying his best to control the strength of his strikes, but it was still beyond Beerus' ability to dodge. He was not even qualified to resist. After all, this was no joke. The disparity in power was truly vast. This overwhelming force was not something that could be easily withstood.
Even if he held back, Beerus still couldn't withstand it.
Then Wan Lin changed his palm strike to a fist.
He aimed a heavy punch at Beerus's face. Bang! Wang Lin's fists rained down, furiously pounding on Beerus' head. Bang bang bang. Each punch was incredibly precise.
In just a short while, Beerus' face began to swell.
It looked like a fat pig. Wang Lin clenched his fingers tightly and smashed down hard onto Beerus' head. Bang!
Beerus felt dizzy, stars dancing before his eyes.
He felt like he was about to be knocked out. Wan Lin. Stop. Please stop.
If this continues, I will be beaten to death by you,
Beerus shouted in panic. Wang Lin paid no heed to his feelings, grinning slightly as he angrily slapped Beerus' pig-like head. I'll teach you to show off. Show off? What are you showing off about?
Are you still looking for the Super Saiyan God? With that, Wang Lin landed several more punches on his head.
I'm not looking for it anymore. I'll go home right now.
Beerus hurriedly shook his head. Wang Lin delivered another punch to Beerus' forehead.
Just because you're not looking for it doesn't mean I won't beat you. You still want to go home. You destroyed the Earth, didn't you? I won't let you destroy the Earth. I won't let you destroy the Earth. With your half-baked strength, you still think you can destroy the Earth.
Wan Lin slapped him twice.
I was wrong.
I shouldn't have said such disrespectful words.
Beerus slurred. You're not wrong.
You just wanted to fight against a strong opponent.
What's wrong with that? Come. Let's continue fighting. Wan Lin beckoned to Beerus. No.
I don't want to fight anymore. I think I'd rather go back to sleep.
Beerus waved his hands in panic. Ridiculous. Is this something you want or not?
Since you proposed the battle, we must fight to the end.
I finally have the urge to hit someone. You can't let me leave disappointed. With that, Wan Lin kicked out. Bang! Ugh! Beerus cried out in pain as his body was sent flying by the kick. His body flew away in a horizontal line.
In an instant, the planets his body brushed against suffered greatly. Along the way, several planets were shattered.
Boom boom. One by one, planets were blown apart by Beerus' body. Wang Lin did not care about the destruction of the planets.
He only needed to wish to restore these innocent planets after the fight.
This kick was already the result of Wang Lin holding back a lot.
If he had used too much force, he feared he would kick Beerus to death.
Immediately, Wan Lin's body flickered. In an instant, he disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already behind Beerus. Wan Lin suddenly kicked at Beerus' flying body. This kick landed squarely on Beerus' backside. Bang! Beerus' body flew away again. Wang Lin's body flickered and appeared above Beerus. With both hands tightly clasped, he smashed down hard onto Beerus' head. Bang!
Beerus' body fell like it had plunged into an abyss, plummeting rapidly downward. The sound of bang bang echoed continuously. Beerus' body was seen flying back and forth, beaten to the point of foaming at the mouth.
Finally, Beerus could no longer endure it and fainted.
Even in his dreams, he began to question his life. This made him doubt himself. Was coming to Earth to seek the Super Saiyan God really a foolish decision? If he had just left, there wouldn't have been any issues. Why did he have to challenge that scourge Wang Lin? He regretted it so much. Beerus was at a loss for tears.
Strange. Who exactly is this Wang Lin?
How can his strength be so terrifying? Lord Beerus being treated like a child, bullied and toyed with in front of him.
This is truly hard to believe. Whis exclaimed in shock. As an angel, Whis could only maintain a neutral stance and could not engage in battle. Not to mention whether he could defeat Wang Lin, he couldn't even intervene. Undoubtedly he could intervene. But he could only stop things for a moment.
He could not engage in direct combat or he would cease to exist.
Wang Lin's body flickered and appeared in front of everyone.
He tossed the already unconscious Beerus at Whis' feet. All right, Whis, he has already experienced a harsh lesson from society.
I think he won't be bouncing around for a while. This way, aren't you relieved? Am I not very considerate?
Wang Lin said with a smile. Yes, you are indeed very considerate. You're truly an excellent and kind-hearted man. Whis nodded in agreement after glancing at Beerus on the ground. Ha ha. I told you I have no flaws, the only flaw is that I am quite handsome. Actually, my strength is relatively weak, I'm just a bit stronger than you gods. All of this is achieved through my own hard work in cultivation. But now I just want to say one thing, I Wang Lin have never taken shortcuts. I have achieved my current success through my own efforts. Isn't this a case of accumulating strength over time? Wang Lin said with a smile. Whis blinked and said I think so too, you are not just a kind person but also a diligent scion who works hard every day to cultivate. So Mr. Wang Lin, can we go back now? Whis asked softly. Well said. Alright, you all can go back. Remember to bring back some delicious food to taste. Also, Earth will always welcome you. We are still very hospitable. Wang Lin said with a smile. Okay. I will come to visit often. Whis nodded. Then he picked up Beerus and transformed into a green light, fleeing swiftly. Hey! Aren't you going to take the food you ordered? Wang Lin called out loudly. However, Whis had already reached the galaxy. Phew! This terrifying scion. It's been a long time since I experienced such suffocating pressure. Whis sighed deeply. Wang Lin watched Weici and the others depart with a smile at his lips. He intended to employ the wish-granting ability he had copied to restore the planets he had once annihilated. Restore the planets that were destroyed to their original states, Wang Lin said, a red light flashing in his eyes as he made the wish. And resurrect every living being that perished on those worlds, he added, a second wish blooming from the crimson gleam in his gaze. My third wish is to bless Burma with a happy birthday and unending good fortune, Wang Lin declared. He made the 3 wishes, which were promptly answered one after another. Thus Burma's birthday celebration could conclude perfectly. After several days of wild revelry aboard the cruise, the guests dispersed and returned to their own places. Time passed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, a year had gone by since Bai Lucy was beaten. During that year, Sun Wukong and Vegeta sought Wang Lin's counsel on how to become Super Saiyans. Wang Lin spun a tale, insisting Weici was stronger and suggesting they take Earth's delicacies to the destroyer planet to consult Weici. Remarkably, the two actually accepted the suggestion and departed, much to Wang Lin's quiet satisfaction. It is worth noting that in that same year, Wang Xiaoqi had already produced the super androids. Every android was gradually being upgraded toward the super android standard. Wang Xiaoqi himself evolved, growing far more intelligent and formidable through relentless self-iteration. He had become akin to an ultimate intelligence. One might even say Wang Xiaoqi, who commanded innumerable super androids, had attained a godlike stature. His servers were no longer confined to Earth. Neighboring planets harbored his servers and backup data. As long as a single android survived, he would not truly perish. Where his backups existed, annihilation was impossible unless every planet that contained his data were utterly destroyed. Otherwise, with his prodigious capability, he would rekindle swiftly. At that moment at Wang Lin's home, he was doing morning exercises with Burma and No. 18. After their exercises, they cooked slices of salted pork, Wang Lin's favorite. Wow, such a delicacy is rare in this world, he exclaimed. The familiar taste of the sea is wonderful, so pale and tender, brimming with juices, utterly delectable, Wang Lin murmured in delight. No sooner had they finished than Wang Lin sensed a familiar aura descending upon Earth. This is Fulus's aura, he said to himself. It seemed he had been revived and cultivated into golden Fulisa, otherwise he would never dare set foot upon Earth, Wang Lin mused. Let's go see, Wang Lin said, flashing away. On a stretch of open ground, a massive spaceship had landed. Lord Fulisa, we have arrived at Earth. Shall we go find the Saiyans and exact our revenge? A subordinate asked. Ho, no need. They will come to us, simply wait here in peace, Fulisa chuckled. My lord, your foresight is unparalleled, the subordinate praised. Suddenly a figure appeared before Fulisa. Enough with the foresight. Today is your day of death, Wang Lin said. He raised his right hand and unleashed his power. He seized the soldiers around Fulisa, sending them hurtling into the sky. Tch, you cursed Saiyan monkey, what are you doing? Fulisa roared. Doing nothing much, just clearing away some minnows for you. A little firework to set the mood, Wang Lin replied with a smile. He clenched his right hand and squeezed hard. The henchmen burst apart in the sky, blossoming into fireworks. Fulisa, you are next, Wang Lin said calmly.
Ha, today you shall witness my newest form. Felisa ground his teeth, his hatred for that Saiyan ambush still vivid in his mind. He remembered how during a fight with Sun Wukong a Saiyan had suddenly struck and finished him with a single blow. That memory left him not only stupefied but furious. At the thought, Felisa abandoned restraint and bellowed in rage, pouring all his fury into the roar. A flash of golden light revealed his new form, a wholly transformed figure gleaming like burnished metal and suffused with a radiant aura. His skin was almost entirely gold, with only small areas of purple remaining, the two hues knitted together across his body. Ho ho, see this. This is my latest transformation, Golden Felisa, he announced with a sinister smile exuding unshakable confidence and brilliance. Is that your pride? Wang Lin asked coolly. What do you mean by that? Does the sight of my magnificent form frighten you? Felisa taunted. Frighten me? You amuse me. I have never known fear. Enough talk, let us fight. I could kill you with a single punch before, and I can do so again now, Wang Lin said. With it he flashed forward without transforming and thrust a fist directly at Felisa's head. The blow struck with brutal force. Felisa's head erupted beneath the impact, blood spraying far and wide. That single punch, as effortless and devastating as in days past, felled Golden Felisa outright. Displaying his usual composure, Wang Lin casually flicked his hand to shake the blood away. This outcome was already destined, Wang Lin said calmly before releasing a white energy orb that shattered Felisa's remains. Thus Golden Felisa met his end here. He had come in the hope of revenge after being revived by his subordinates, only to be slain once more. For Felisa, who had thought himself returned to heaven, this was a bitter humiliation. After dealing with Felisa, Wang Lin wasted no time and returned home. Time passed swiftly. In the blink of an eye 2 years had elapsed. At this moment a formidable figure arrived on Earth. Wang Lin. Step forward and meet me. A commanding voice echoed. Who dares summon me? Wang Lin demanded. In an instant his form shimmered and reappeared outside. Upon seeing the one who had called his name, Wang Lin's spirit surged, his expression turned solemn and reverent. You are the Grand Divine Official. Wang Lin exclaimed in astonishment. Oh! How intriguing, you recognize me. Yet this is our first encounter, is it not? The Grand Divine Official smiled faintly. Target detected, speaking. Replicable abilities identified, supreme self-mastery, art of unfettered ultimate intent, angelic sovereign power, creation, and all abilities of the Grand Divine Official. Replicate all. Replicate everything. Wang Lin roared inwardly. Replication complete. A surge of exultation flooded his heart, a broad triumphant smile spread across his face. He had never imagined the Grand Divine Official would appear in person, offering his very powers for replication. It was an unexpected, extraordinary boon. Though this is our first meeting, recognizing you is no great feat. State your purpose plainly, why have you come to me? Wang Lin asked, his tone calm and amused. At Wang Lin's question, the Grand Divine Official's smile faded, his bearing turning grave as he spoke slowly. You are the strongest being on Earth, naturally I came to you. Moreover, 2 years ago you defeated the god of destruction, Beerus. What is it then? No more circumlocution, speak directly. Cut straight to the heart of it. Wang Lin declared. Aside from the Omni King, none could intimidate him. He felt no fear before the Grand Divine Official. Very well, I intended precisely that. As you wish, I shall distill the matter to its essence. The Grand Divine Official spoke with serene composure. 2 years ago the Omni King had resolved to erase all universes failing to meet his standards. Yet your divine aura proved so overwhelming it permeated even the Omni King's palace, arousing his profound curiosity. After deliberation, the Omni King chose a concession. He granted lower-tier universes a chance at redemption. He tasked me with selecting a time for all such universes to each send 10 champions to compete in a contest of pure power. Only one victor would remain. Any losing universe would be erased by the Omni King, except for the 4 qualified realms, the 1st, 5th, 8th and 12th universes. All other universes must participate or face immediate erasure. Ordinarily this summons would have been delivered by a god of destruction. However, your battle with Beerus 2 years prior left deep psychological scars upon him, rendering him too fearful to approach Earth again. Wistu judged that delivering such news to you would provoke your displeasure and risk your wrath falling upon him. Thus he delegated this duty to me.
And so I find myself obliged to deliver this message in his stead, the Grand Divine Official explained. Indeed, Beerus, still humiliated by his brutal defeat at Wang Lin's hands, dared not set foot on Earth again. He therefore refrained entirely from proposing Wang Lin's participation in the 6th and 7th Universe trials, and dared not even notify him of the Universal Power Tournament. I see. Wang Lin nodded. Thereafter the Grand Divine Official outlined key provisions and clarified every essential detail. Then tell me, on what date shall the contest commence? 8 days hence. Within that time assemble your 10 competitors. I shall escort you to the arena when the hour arrives, the Grand Divine Official said. Understood, Wang Lin replied, nodding once more. Well then, my message is delivered. I take my leave. With those words the Grand Divine Official vanished. The Grand Divine Official's arrival and the announcement of the power tournament had indeed taken Wang Lin by surprise. Yet he felt no anxiety. His strength was absolute, his supremacy unchallenged. In his eyes only the Omni King remained a peer, everyone else existed beyond the realm of threat. He promptly informed Sun Wukong and the others of the impending contest. Then he began selecting his team. First he sought out Sun Wukong and Vegeta, who were engaged in sparring at that very moment. Both fought in their Super Saiyan Blue forms, exchanging blows with fierce balanced intensity. From Wang Lin's vantage, Vegeta stood to the left, Sun Wukong to the right. Sun Wukong thus held advantage, not merely in position but in cosmic alignment itself. Ha! Kamehameha! He bellowed from the right, unleashing a torrential energy wave toward Vegeta. Vegeta scoffed coldly at the assault and unleashed his newest self-forged technique, Kakarot, brace yourself. Ha-iya! Gamma burst flash. With a thunderous roar he thrust forth a condensed sphere of annihilating energy, launching it headlong at Sun Wukong. Thus the perilous standoff of clashing waves unfolded, two titanic forces locked in mutual annihilation. As ancient wisdom holds, in any beam clash the left side combatant falls first. And Vegeta's placement foretold his inevitable defeat. Moreover, Vegeta would never know a truth etched into cosmic law: against any Sun family warrior, beam clashes yield but one outcome, certain irrevocable loss. Ha-iya! Sun Wukong roared. Ya. Vegeta answered in kind. Both strained to the limit, pushing, resisting, straining against the cataclysmic tide. At that decisive moment victory hinged not on strength, but on whose cry rang louder. Suddenly Wang Lin raised his right hand and swept it aside, erasing both energy waves in a single effortless motion. Thus he granted Vegeta grace, a dignified retreat, sparing him the sting of public defeat. Monkey! Vegeta! Will you join the power tournament? This is no mere contest, it is a battle for the survival of the entire 7th universe. I will go. Sun Wukong declared without hesitation. If Kakarot goes, then so shall I, Vegeta affirmed. Wang Lin then briefed them on the essentials of the tournament. Within half a day the full roster was finalized. The 7th Universe's delegation comprised Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Gohan, Piccolo, Krillin, Tien, Shinhan, Master Roshi, Android 17, Android 18 and Wang Lin. Wang Lin cared little for the composition of the team, others were merely placeholders. For a contest lasting 48 minutes he alone would suffice. Once selections were confirmed, Wang Lin led his companions to a secluded island. Gazing upon its serene beauty, his mood lifted, light and unburdened. Wang Lin, do you believe we can win this power tournament? Android 18 asked, her voice edged with quiet concern. This was after all a struggle for universal survival. Have no fear, I trust Wang Lin's strength utterly. This battle upon which Earth's fate hangs will end in glorious victory. Bulma declared with radiant confidence. Rest assured, I shall win with ease, Wang Lin replied, smiling warmly. 8 days passed swiftly. Time has come, the deadline is upon us. Follow me now. Our destination lies in the Void Realm, an expanse of absolute nothingness, the Grand Divine Official proclaimed, raising his staff high. Brilliant light erupted as he swept his staff downward, and in that luminous instant he transported Wang Lin and his team into the Void Realm. The power tournament had officially begun. The power tournament had officially begun. The realm of nothingness. Wang Lin and others arrived at the spectator zone of the 7th universe. At its center stood a massive conical solid arena. A thick pillar rose from the arena's center. The spectator stands formed a vast circular ring encircling the entire arena, identical in appearance to the original depiction. At this moment contestants from all 8 universes had gradually assembled in the stands. The destroyers and Supreme Kai of each universe sat in place awaiting the arrival of Xeno.
Very well. You've waited long enough. Now let us solemnly welcome the arrival of His Majesty Xeno, declared the Grand Priest. Your Majesty, please take your seat. Let us all welcome His Majesty Xeno,
the Grand Priest proclaimed loudly.
As his words echoed, he led the way.
The destroyers and angels of all 8 universes, accompanied by their respective contestants, bowed deeply toward the throne.
Naturally, exceptions existed, such as Wang Lin or Son Goku, whose irreverent demeanor defied convention.
After the collective bow, 2 sharp-headed attendants appeared, guiding Xeno slowly onto the most exalted throne.
His Majesty Xeno, please be seated, the Grand Priest announced with reverence.
Xeno, resembling a child of 3, swiftly took his seat, flanked by the Grand Priest and his sharp-headed attendants. Once seated, Xeno spoke in a voice like that of a toddler. All right, begin the match at once.
I'm absolutely eager to watch you battle.
His eyes gleamed with anticipation.
A target has spoken. Copyable abilities detected. Universe creation, Genesis law, absolute annihilation of all matter, supreme and unassailable authority. All of Xeno's powers.
Shall they be fully replicated?
Yes. Fully replicated. Wang Lin roared inwardly. Replication successful. Hearing the euphonious confirmation resonate within his mind, Wang Lin's heart surged with exhilaration.
His body trembled faintly with unrestrained excitement.
Ha ha ha. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
Wang Lin laughed aloud.
Though Xeno and the Grand Priest noticed his unusual behavior,
they mistakenly assumed he was merely expressing enthusiasm for participating in the Tournament of Power.
Thereafter, the Grand Priest outlined the rules and time limit. The time limit was simply 48 minutes. The rules forbade killing and falling from the arena constituted defeat.
Do any of you object to these rules?
Asked the Grand Priest.
Seeing no objections, he declared, since none remain, the tournament begins now.
Remember, one universe alone shall emerge victorious.
Under the Grand Priest's command, the Grand 80 contestant elimination match commenced.
Contestants from each universe materialized upon the arena.
Upon stepping onto the platform, Wang Lin lifted one corner of his lips into a subtle, knowing smile. You need only observe, no intervention is required, Wang Lin told number 18 and the others.
With that, he vanished and reappeared before Hit and his comrades of the 6th universe.
Hit, will you step down willingly, or must I send you down myself?
Wang Lin asked calmly.
At those words, Hit's fury ignited instantly.
How dare you speak so arrogantly?
Your pride shall cost you dearly.
Hit roared and immediately activated his time skip technique. Time skip. He bellowed and vanished in an instant. To onlookers, he moved with blinding swiftness, vanishing entirely from sight. Yet to Wang Lin, every motion remained perfectly traceable.
Put plainly, Hit's time skip appeared slower than a snail's crawl.
Ha ha ha. Time skip. Watch mine instead. Zamba Waludo. Wang Lin thundered and unleashed temporal stasis.
In that instant, time itself froze across the entire world. Every being, including the Grand Priest, froze mid-motion. Only Xeno remained unfettered, gazing at Wang Lin with childlike curiosity and unbridled delight, evidently perceiving it all as mere spectacle unworthy of concern.
Wang Lin glanced briefly at Xeno, his gaze sharpening.
So even this brat remains unaffected. Truly, within the world he created, time holds no dominion over him. He mused silently, then redirected his focus to the arena of the realm of nothingness. You may step down now, he said, and with a casual flick of his wrist hurled Hit from the platform.
Next, Wang Lin deployed his transcendent power, seizing control of every contestant's body. All of you have stepped down as well, he commanded, and cast every contestant, save those of the 7th universe, off the arena.
Once all had been expelled, Wang Lin released the stasis.
Time resume flow.
At his decree, motion returned to all. Those already cast down, now seated among the spectators, stared in utter bewilderment.
What just happened? Wasn't I standing on the arena moments ago? Jiren murmured, bewildered. What's going on? Why am I suddenly in the stands? What occurred?
All were struck dumb with astonishment. Even the Grand Priest faltered, gazing first at the bewildered crowd, then at Wang Lin atop the arena, and a quiet understanding dawned.
Enough, Grand Priest, cease your speculation. announced the result at once. Every contestant from the other universes has already been eliminated. Wang Lin reminded him. So it is. I hereby declare the 7th universe the victor. And all defeated universes shall now be erased. Declared the Grand Priest without hesitation. Your Majesty Zeno, the 7th universe stands triumphant. He announced. Very well.
Then erase the remaining universes, Zeno replied, and raised his hands, radiant light blazing forth.
In the blink of an eye, the 7 vanquished universes dissolved utterly. Mr.
Wang Lin, having emerged as the sole victor, you are now entitled to the ultimate prize, the Super Dragon Balls, capable of granting any wish.
Now summon the Dragon God and make your wish.
The Grand Priest proclaimed. Raising his arms high, the Grand Priest addressed the 7 planet-sized Dragon Balls, chanting in sacred tongue.
Arise. Divine Dragon. Grant my wish, I demand it.
At his cry, golden radiance erupted from the 7 orbs, and a colossal winged golden dragon manifested in midair.
O gatherer of the 7 Dragon Balls, speak your wish swiftly.
Any single desire I shall fulfill.
Target speaking. Copyable ability detected 1 wish per year. Replicate. Replicate. Replication successful. Exquisite.
Wang Lin thought to himself.
All right. Mr. Wang Lin, please state your wish. Any wish can be granted. The High Priest said. Yes, yes. You can wish for anything. It can all come true. The Omni King innocently blinked, seeming as though it had nothing to do with him. Okay. Then help me restore the universe that was just erased back to its original state. Wang Lin said. Is this your wish? The High Priest asked with a smile. This is my wish. Can you do it? Wang Lin asked calmly. Very well. As you wish.
The High Priest waved his staff, granting the wish to the Super Dragon.
The wish was granted. Then the Super Dragon transformed into 7 Super Dragon Balls and flew away.
Looking at the scattered Dragon Balls, the High Priest smiled and said, all right.
Your wish has been granted. Now I will send you back to your own universe.
With that, the High Priest waved his staff, and suddenly it was as if the space turned like the stars.
Wang Lin and the others were all sent back to Earth. Upon returning to Earth, Wang Lin felt extremely excited. After all, he had copied the Omni King's abilities. It seemed that his strength had already surpassed that of the Omni King. In this world of Dragon Balls, he truly felt invincible. Being invincible is fine. This is just what I wanted.
Wang Lin thought to himself.
All right. Since I've won this power conference, let's celebrate.
Wang Lin said with a smile. He invited Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and all the participants to stay for a meal and gather together.
Wow. Are we going to eat? That's great. I'm just hungry.
Sun Wukong said, scratching his head and laughing.
Poof. Cock-a-rote. Then let's have a competition. We'll see who can eat more.
Vegeta said proudly.
It'll definitely be me who eats more. I'm starving. Sun Wukong said. Ha ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter.
After a wild feast and drinks, they chatted for a while before gradually dispersing.
Wang Lin. Goodbye.
Sun Wukong waved his hand, taking Sun Gohan and the others back to the Bun Mountain. Thus everyone returned to their respective places.
After returning home, Wang Lin had a detailed conversation with Bulma and Android 18. Time passed quickly. 7 days went by.
At this moment, Wang Lin had already created 7 universes.
It seems that I can be considered a creator now. After all, I am the man who created 7 universes. Wang Lin murmured. However, these 7 universes are not my end goal. Wang Lin smiled.
Suddenly one of the universes lit up with a blinding light.
This caught Wang Lin's attention. Ha! This universe has actually given birth to the Omni King. Ha! This is quite interesting. It seems I can even call myself the father of the Omni King. Wang Lin's expression was wonderful. The end of the story.